The first thing Abel did when he arrived back at his mansion in Triumph Boulevard was to order Steward Ken to prepare a large amount of meat. He wanted to bring Black Wind into Rogue encampment, so he needed to prepare enough food for Black Wind for at least 10 days. Luckily, since Black Wind's been living in his mansion, they always had a large amount of meat stock up. On top of that, since the weather was cold, the meat could be preserved quite well. After a while, Steward Ken brought on the meats. After Abel had dinner with Lorraine, Abel led Black Wind into his room under the unhappy gaze of Lorraine. Black Wind was very excited to be with its owner. As the separation raised, enormous trees surrounded their sights. The alert sensation of Black Wind was triggered as he got into a protective position in front of its owner. Woo-oo, Black Wind howled, preparing for the potential danger at any moment. "It's okay, Black Wind," said Abel gently as he hugged Black Wind in his chest, trying to comfort it. Woo-woo. Black Wind had become calmer as he lightly leaned against Abel. "Black Wind, I need you to fight alongside me." Abel did not say these words out loud. He only sent this message through his soul chain with Black Wind. When Black Wind sensed a battle was coming, all his muscles began to tense up. Black Wind was born to fight, and Abel could clearly felt that. Nice. Abel let out a big laugh as he patted Black Wind and freed it from the hug. Abel first turned off the movement of the weak little souls and took out a scroll of town portal. He then injected his mana into it, and an oval-shaped blue water wave portal appeared. Suddenly, Abel realized this portal was too small. It was only suitable for humans, and by this point, Black Wind had largely exceeded the size of this door. Abel deeply sighed within. It seemed like his idea of fighting alongside Black Wind wasn't going to work out. As Abel was still thinking, Black Wind caught Abel off guard and stuck its paw directly into the portal. "Black Wind, no!" Abel shouted, and the enormous body of Black Wind vanished in front of his eyes. Abel felt a cool breeze in his heart. The memories of Black Wind as a little Mount Wolf, trying to be cute and running alongside him, to the memories of Black Wind slowly growing up, yearning for his attention, and riding through the blazing wind, all flashed before the eyes of Abel. "Black Wind, please be okay." Abel was trying to connect with Black Wind through the soul chain, but there was no reply. "That's right, let's go to Rogue encampment to take a look," Abel mumbled as he stepped into the portal. As Abel was still in vertigo through the teleportation, he felt an enormous black shadow leaning against his body. After he had woken up, he saw that Black Wind was still in perfect condition leaning by his side. "Black Wind, you scared the life out of me," said Abel with a slightly hoarse laughing tone. Abel felt in his heart that Black Wind wanted to fight alongside its owner, no matter how dangerous. Abel had never felt so much certainty in his body. "Okay, let's fight together," shouted Abel, feeling like he could take on an army of 10,000 as his voice filled every corner of the Rogue encampment. Abel had learned his lesson after this, and he should be more careful and plan things out better. If he tested out the portal with other large animals first before bringing Black Wind, he wouldn't be hit with such a shock. If Black Wind was lost just like that, the consequences would be unimaginable. Black Wind was a mount on paper, but it was always a child in the heart of Abel. Ever since Black Wind was born, it began following Abel. Abel watched it learn how to walk, slowly grow up, and slowly became the giant it is today. Before entering a battle, they must first make sure they were well prepared. The exploding big swords had been used up, and it needs refills. Abel also needed to finish his meditation practice for today. It was crucial to his progress, and he could not miss a day. When Abel was meditating, Black Wind did not disturb him. Black Wind's intelligence had relentlessly increased after Abel had used the mount enhancement technique. Furthermore, ever since he had become a king of beasts, it could clearly understand every word of Abel, and the soul chain just made simple interaction even easier. An hour of meditation passed by in a flash. His progress was still very slow. Maybe he should try again, hunt a soul beast for a crystal core. Abel dedicated his next following 3 days ruthlessly forging exploding big swords and practicing spells. Every time he used up his mana, he would forge, and once his mana recovered, he would practice spell again. He only used a knight's big sword to make those exploding big swords because he was used to them ever since he was young. The most training he had gotten was using a knight's big sword. The weapon we were most familiar with was a knight's big sword. And ever since he became a blacksmith master, his most forged weapon was also a knight's big sword. So you could say that every single muscle of Abel had deep muscle memory of using a knight's big sword. He deeply understood every inch of a knight's big sword from the inside out, and he knew how to throw a knight's big sword as far as possible without even thinking. An exploding big sword was caused by a failed rune, damaging the elements of a big sword. This ignited the core power of a magical gem, scattering the pieces of the sword in all directions. As Abel's forging skills continued to increase, the toughness of his swords also increased. This allowed every piece that's been blown outwards even more powerful and penetrable. Abel had made 11 exploding big swords, filling up all the space in his personal storage room, the food, and the super exploding big sword. He had also made a full ice magic armor for his brother Zach. Seeing the 11 exploding big swords, Abel's confidence raised by miles. Now that he had black wind speed and the 11 exploding big swords, he could kill a fallen shaman if he just was careful. Once the fallen shaman was killed, all those other fallens couldn't do anything to him. At most, he just needed to use black wind speed and use the flying kite technique to slowly clean them up. "Black wind, let's go," said Abel to the doing nothing, almost falling asleep Black Wind. Waff, as soon as Black Wind heard Abel's calling, he immediately gained an enormous amount of energy, howling to the sky. Abel hopped onto the back of Black Wind as Black Wind viciously accelerated. Its speed was so fast, Abel couldn't even open his eyes. It seemed like Black Wind had been bored to death these past few days. When they left the rogue encampment, Black Wind was filled with excitement. The grounds were filled with grass, Black Wind's favorite environment. Black Wind's instinct passed down by its ancestors told it that places with grass are the best. Abel remembered it used to take him to get to the camp of the Fallens by walking, but under the speed of Black Wind, it took him no time. Sitting on the back of the 3 meters tall Black Wind, Abel took out his telescope. Now, he no longer needed to climb up somewhere to see the red ocean. Abel began to search for the trace of the fallen shaman. The fallen shaman was also entirely red like the other fallen. The only difference was that it held a big magic cane in one hand and a short knife in another. Since these characteristics were not obvious, and because the fallens were constantly moving around their camp, it made finding the fallen shaman even harder. Abel knew the search is unavoidable, but he was unsure how many fallen shaman there were. Little carelessness could lead to big mistakes. It was still better to spend more time closely examining the conditions of the fallen camp. One by one, Abel had almost compared over thousands of fallen with the next. In the end, he was certain there were 3 fallen shamans. These fallen shamans were very cunning. They were always surrounded by 10 of the tallest fallens to hide. However, because of this discovery, once Abel found the first fallen shaman, the other 2 were easy to find. "Black Wind, go!" With the shout of Abel, Black Wind accelerated to the camp of the fallen. Gudu. Gudu. When Abel was around 100 meters from the camp of the fallen, some fallen had already begun to alert. All the fallen in the camp cluttered up into a chaotic ball. Gudu, Gudu. But with a serious-sounding call, the fallen began to get organized. The closest 100 fallen to Abel began to rush towards Abel. Seeing this scenery, Abel began to frown. He was not expecting the fallen shaman to be this clever, that it could control the fallen to attack and defend. Black Wind, closer. With Abel's commanded through the soul chain, Black Wind had gotten very close to the fallen. It seemed like he could even smell the stink of the fallen. Turn. Under Abel's command, Black Wind took a sharp turn around 5 meters in front of the hundreds of fallen. Abel felt that he was scraping the side of the fallen as he sped towards the bottom of the fallen camp. The fallen were shocked by Black Wind's sharp movements, and the commands of the fallen shaman lost its effect. The fallen, who were rushing towards Black Wind, frantically turned to follow it. They all shouted, "Gudu, Gudu," like an insane person as they rushed behind Black Wind. Abel did not command Black Wind to accelerate. Instead, he had just slowly maintained his distance with the fallen following behind. The fallen had been lead 20 meters beyond the left side of fallen camp. At that time, some fallen began to return. They knew they had gone too far beyond their field. Black Wind, accelerate. With Abel's shout, Black Wind suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning. Under the Gudu, Gudu, Abel had penetrated the fallen on the left side and entered the fallen camp. The fallen on the right side also began to call and rush towards Abel, but their speed was nothing compared to Black Wind. They were way too slow. 3 fireballs flew from the camp towards Abel. Black Wind did a quick stop and effortlessly dodged 2 of the fireballs. It then accelerated again and jumped above the 3rd fireball, showing off his skill as the #1 mount in the Holy Continent. With a flick of a hand, Abel took out an exploding big sword from the personal storage space in his Horadric cube. With a roar, Abel used all his mighty force from his waist to his arm and threw the exploding big sword towards the exact direction of the closest fallen shaman. Abel did not look at the result. He was already holding another exploding big sword in a knight's throwing position. In a flash, he threw it in the same direction. Bang, bang! With the 2 connected loud bang, the fallen began to scatter toward all directions. Especially seeing the mangled dead body of the fallen shaman and the 10 fallen by its side who had been blown into pieces of blood and meat. The fallen was horrified as they scream and run around. Goo-doo, goo-doo. The 2 leftover fallen shaman did not have the speed of the fallen. They could only scream and command the fallen to attack while trying to raise the dead fallen on the ground by waving their magic cane. Abel did not expect the scenery that follows in 100 years, other than the 2 fallen that had been raised again by the fallen shaman immediately. The soul of all the other dead fallen flew out and was sucked into the Horadric cube. No matter how hard the 2 fallen shamans tried, the dead fallen remained dead on the ground. Too good, Abel was in love with how powerful the Horadric cube was. Joy filled his heart. He no longer had to be afraid of the rebirth ability of the fallen, so killing them off was just a matter of time. Abel did not miss this perfect opportunity. As the 2 fallen shamans were exposing themselves from their big ground, another exploding big sword appeared in the hand of Abel with a flick. In a breath, Abel got into a throwing position. And before one of the fallen shamans could even react, an exploding big sword had already landed in front of his feet. This fallen shaman had just witnessed the power of these exploding big sword. He was immediately horrified. He sprinted with his tiny legs, but so sad he was still too slow. Bang! The fallen shaman had been blown onto the ground, twitching his tiny legs non-stop in mid-air. However, Abel did not care about the fallen shaman on the ground. At that time, the last fallen shaman had rejoined with the big group. The left side fallen had also come back. If Abel didn't leave now, he might get trapped in the fallen camp. Black Wind speed. Along with the roar of Abel, Black Wind accelerated again. There were a few scattered fallen emerging from the front. Before Abel could even do anything, Black Wind had already stuck out his sharp claws and rushing towards the fallen. With such great momentum and the scary claws of Black Wind, the fallen could no longer keep their body intact. It had turned into pieces of meat and blood on the ground. Black Wind's speed was too scary. It took less time than Abel had initially imagined to. Penetrated the surrounding fallen. There was still a large gap before the fallen were regrouped. Abel still had 9 exploding big swords. They needed to round the fallen up to unleash the greatest power. As Abel was still thinking, he commanded Black Wind to accelerate along the sides of the fallen camp. After a few rounds, Abel only had to dodge a few fireballs. He didn't seem to be getting any major attacks, and just like that, he successfully led the fallen into the center of the camp. Abel continuously threw 3 exploding big swords into the center of the fallen camp. After 2 seconds, he threw 4 more exploding big swords around the fallen, on the surrounding of the camp. The first exploding big swords that was thrown in the center of the fallen camp was just lucky enough to land right in the chest of fallen. That fallen was screaming in agony while all the other fallen were trying to run for their lives. However, the place was way too crowded by their fellow fallen. There was no place to go as they let out their last screams. The second exploding big sword that was thrown also evoked some ear-shattering screams. The third exploding big sword was no different. One characteristic of the fallen was that they were the bravest thing until one of them had died. Once one of them had died, all of their bravery would vanish. They will scatter towards all directions running and screaming for their lives. However, after a while, their bravery would come back. Therefore, although the fallen in the center was screaming for their lives, the fallen on the outer still rushed towards Abel. At least that's what their simple mind told them to do. But soon, 4 exploding big swords were landed by their side, until they could even have time to scream. An earth-shaking bang had come from the center of their camp. Bang, bang, bang. Under these three big bangs, the fallen, which had been rounded up by Abel in the center of the camp, had vanished from their sea of red. The big bangs continued. Bang, 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 bang. Now the fallen that had been scattered to the side had been cleared as well. Just like that, the fallen camp seemed to lost 2 over 3 of its fallen. The Horadric cube on Abel's arm seemed to flash a ray of dark gold color again. Joy quickly filled Abel's heart as he speeded up his hand movement. By this point, he no longer cared about wasting resources. He took out the last exploding big sword and thrown it straight towards the last 10 fallen concentrated together. After a bang, their souls had been sucked into the Horadric cube again. Nothing could stop Abel at this point. He took out his knight's long spear. With the speed of black wind, the power of his long spear had increased multiple times. His other hand began to flash the fireball spell as he stabbed towards the fallen with his long spear. This is a real massacre. Due to the rebirth ability of the fallen, their defenses were not strong. Even a single fireball spell could easily take their lives. Furthermore, since Abel's long spear had the physical impact ability, as well as the speed of black wind, he could easily kill a fallen within 3-4 stabs. In the fallen camp, once Abel saw a few more fallen began to concentrate, he would throw out another fireball spell. Once one of them had burned to death, the other would be horrified and begin to run around chaotically. This gave Abel a chance to test out Black Wind's powerful acceleration. He no longer cared about the rumble 10 meters ability of his long spear as he stuck it out. 10 meters was like a single step of Black Wind, and he only needed 3-4 stabs to kill off a fallen. Although the killing was easy, there were still many fallen. The battle had taken more than 3 hours. Abel's mana had been totally depleted. By this point, he could only dash out a single fireball every 2-3 minutes, since only a point of mana could be recovered per minute. Other than that, Abel made most of his killing with his long spear. When there were only 100 fallen left, Abel's Horadric cube flashed a ray of dark gold light again. This was Abel's last rare chance. With the speed of Black Wind, they did a great job killing the fallen off. Abel only had to face 1-2 fallen at a time. The rumble ability of his long spear had helped him a lot in the time of emergency. It was Black Wind's first battle, and already he got the chance to face so many powerful enemies. Joy lit up in his heart. Every time it stuck out his claw, at least 10 fallen would fall to the ground, helping its owner to strike. As the number of fallen kept decreasing, they had arrived at the near end of the battle. Once the last fallen had fallen on the ground, there were no other being alive in this camp other than Abel and Black Wind. After the battle had ended, a horrific smell of blood and rotten corpses filled the atmosphere. Even Black Wind was shaking his head. He hated the smell. However, Abel did not care at all since he loved cleaning up battlefields way too much. He jumped down from the back of Black Wind, stepping on puddles of blood, and began to search for any collectible items. Abel was hoping he could find some potions or equipment by exploding, but this hope had been destroyed again and again. Still, Abel was not willing to give up his last bit of hope. When Abel was feeling more and more hopeless, he suddenly saw one of the dead fallen shamans on the ground. Abel's eyes began to sparkle. The dead fallen shaman was holding a magic cane on one of his hands. It was a magic cane. Even the lowest ranking ones were considered as a rare treasure in the Holy Continent. This was because the resources required to make a magic cane was way too scarce, so very little magic canes were made in the Holy Continent. Abel sped up his steps and picked up the magic cane from the ground. He brushed off the blood on its surface and shoved it in the Horadric cube. He then used his power of the will to focus on it. Some statistics appeared. Short cane normal. Longevity 1820. +1 fireball. Plus 50% damage to immortal beings. My God, that's some real equipment. Now, Abel had learned that equipment didn't come from explosions. Instead, they were also held within the hand of those creatures from hell. So all he needed to do from now on was just to kill those creates from hell, and their weapons will automatically be dropped on the ground for grab. Although this magic cane was considered as the worst one in Diablo 2 by looking at its attributes, it was a true treasure in the Holy Continent. As long as Abel held this magic cane in his hand, all his fireball spells would increase a rank, making it much more powerful. Furthermore, the plus 50% damage to immortal beings also allowed him to strike more powerfully against immortal beings. However, Abel did not show any interest in the other weapon of the fallen shaman. He didn't even want to touch it. It was an old, worn-out short knife. Over a long time of cutting meat, a stinking smelling covered the surface of the short knife. Abel walked around the camp for a while. He collected 2 more magic canes from the fallen shamans. He then threw them into the Horadric cube for examination again. Short cane normal. Longevity 1220. Plus 50% damage to immortal beings. Short cane normal. Longevity 1520. Plus 1 spirit transfer. Plus 50% damage to immortal beings. The last magic cane made Abel's eyes sparkle. The plus 1 spirit transfer attribute was too good. Spirit transfer was only something an official wizard could do in the Holy Continent. It was a truly powerful attribute since it was appearing in a magic cane that a novice wizard could use. Spirit transfer was a spell. It allowed the wizard to control a target from afar within their mind. Through this strange controlling power, a wizard could take things they could not have otherwise, or attack enemies from a distance. To a cunning and bad-intentioned wizard, this ability could give them a lot of opportunities. Most of the time, wizards would use this spell to pick up things, trigger mechanisms, and attack their enemies. You could say the spirit transfer gave wizards a more extended arm. This was the exact spell that Wizard Morton had used to destroy the fireball of Abel when they first met. Abel did not care about the stains on the short cane. As the short cane it on his hand, he felt a weird sensation emerging. His power of the will bond to the short cane, and an arrow appeared on the top of the short cane. When he ignited the arrow with his power of the will, the short cane moved forward automatically, and a pattern appeared. Afterward, he felt his mana rushing towards the pattern, and soon it became a spell that was ready to be unleashed at any moment. Abel's power of the will sensed that he only needed to push forward with his power of the will, and he could unleash this spell onto a target. He began to stretch out his power of the will. 16 points of power of will allowed him to reach beyond his body for 16 meters. However, this time he could reach 17 meters until it stopped. Abel began to question darkly in his heart, had his power of the will increase again, but did not think too much. His curiosity towards the spirit transfer spell was the only thing that was on his mind. His power of the will locked down on a rock. In a flash, the rock was surrounded by white light. The rock vanished, and suddenly Abel felt something heavy on his hand. It was a rock. It was wonderful. Abel was very satisfied by how this spell had turned out. This spell was only used by an official wizard. Every time when Abel saw his teacher, Wizard Morton, use this spell to take things from his shelf, he couldn't help but get jealous. Now, since he got this magic cane, he too could use this spell. Wait, Abel whispered. He seemed to have just missed something. That's right, Abel had done a quickened spell. There was no spell, no hand gestures. It was the first time Abel had used the spirit transfer. He had never even seen its magic pattern, let alone saying the spell. But just like that, he had unleashed the spell in a quicker way. The magic cane was not powerful because it increased the attacking power, definitely not the increased damage to immortal beings or something like that. Its most powerful characteristic in the Holy Continent was the ability to increase quicken spells. Abel had only seen quicken spells being used by his teacher, Wizard Morton. However, he never knew if it was just a technique or an actual quicken spell. Up to this point, Abel had really underestimated the value of these magic canes. At first, he only thought they could increase magic power. Now, he realized besides that whiteboard magic cane, the other two were treasures. There were still a lot of uses in regards to that whiteboard magic cane. For example, he was using it as studying material or resources. Abel was still very new in regards to these things, so he couldn't think of much on the spot. But he was sure that he would definitely have a use for this whiteboard magic cane. Abel tested out the spirit transfer and fireball a few more times out of curiosity. After a while, he realized the sacrifice of using the magic cane, and that was doubling the mana consumption. Although he was unsure how much mana spirit transfer would consume, he was very familiar with the fireball. Originally it consumed 2.5 points of mana, now it consumed 5 points of mana. To a low-ranking wizard, doubling their mana consumption would hugely reduce the time they were able to sustain a battle. However, it could also speed up their attacks. Which one was more important? That was up to the situation. But no matter what, a quickened spell was a powerful way to increase the fighting ability of a low-ranking wizard. Abel had just recovered his mana, but after a few testing, he had used up all of them again. Abel was exhilarated after such a big battle. He whispered to Black Wind, "Black Wind, let's go back." Black Wind jogged to the side of Abel, and Abel jumped onto its back. Black Wind didn't even need Abel's command. In a flash, he had sped out of this place full of sickening smell. To a being with a strong sense of smell, a filthy and disgusting place such as the fallen camp was like hell to Black Wind. If its owner did not command it to stay, Black Wind would leave the place without a second of doubt. Without using the scroll of town portal, Black Wind had directly run back to the rogue encampment. Although the portal did not hurt Black Wind, he tried to use it as less as possible. The shock last time deepened his relationship with Black Wind. When they arrived at the empty fireplace, Abel took out some wood from his Kong spirit portal bag, which he had prepared in advance. He threw the wood floor in the fireplace and dashed out a fireball spell, lighting up the wood. Alongside the bonfire, he took out some meat that he had prepared for himself and Black Wind and began to BBQ at the bonfire. Black Wind lay on the ground by the side, waiting for his food to be ready. Normally, Black Wind wouldn't eat raw meat, and Abel had always stuck to his theory that cooked meat would make Black Wind smarter. Because of this, the number of chefs in his home had increased from 2 to 4. Black Wind needed too much food. After they filled their stomach up, Abel took Black Wind to the riverside. No one was looking anyway, so Abel took off all his clothes and began to take a shower. Originally, he was planning to eat after the shower, but he was way too hungry after such a long battle. Even Black Wind was hungry. Black Wind jumped into the river, submerging its entire body in the water. The weather in the rogue encampment was super comfortable. There were no changes in seasons. For the many days that Abel had arrived here, the weather remained in perfect condition. Although the temperature might drop a little after rain, it often returns to normal very quickly. This weird weather reminded Abel that this world was a training ground divided into heaven and hell. Abel brushed himself clean in the water and took out his clothes from the Kong spirit portal bag. It was a breath of fresh air. Seeing its owner had already cleaned himself, Black Wind also jumped out of the water and headed towards the shore, shaking its butt. Black Wind, no. But no matter how loud Abel shout, he could not stop Black Wind from shaking water off its body. All his new clothes were now wet. "You bastard," said Abel irritatedly, lightly hitting the back of Black Wind. Woof woof, Black Wind did not care at all. Instead, he leaned its head even closer to Abel, lightly closing its eyes comfortably, allowing Abel to hit him. Seeing his clothes were already ruined by Black Wind, Abel gave up on trying to fix it. Therefore, he grabbed a hold of the back of Black Wind's head and threw him straight back into the water in one breath. With the laughter of Abel, the woo-woo sound of Black Wind, the calming sound of water, and the sound of ocean waves from a distance, this long-lost human camp was filled with a lively atmosphere once again. The sky was getting dark, so Abel took out the Ikara tent and entered it with Black Wind. This place was very safe. Even the area outside of the camp could not see a single creature move. Sitting on a chair out of ambergris wood, Abel would felt a slight impose of dragon down below. Since he had become an elite knight, Abel was a lot more sensitive to imposes. This kind of chair made by ambergris wood used to only give Abel a slight relaxation to his power of the will. But now, this sensation had been emphasized many times. The dragon impose on the ambergris wood was a very soft and comforting, and it worked even better with the impose of an elite knight. Even Black Wind, who was by the side, could see the benefit of the ambergris wood and the meditation jade. It laid its body on the floor made out of meditation jade tiles and leaned against the bed made out of ambergris wood. By that point, Abel was feeling very peaceful in his heart and body. A calming atmosphere spread from the meditation jade tile floor to the barrier dimension. Every breath he inhaled, he felt like he was getting even more relaxed. He then opened the Horadric cube. There were 2 bottles of the dark gold-colored soul potions at the corner of Horadric cube. The last time he had only used 1 bottle of this soul potion. His knowledge on magic greatly increased. He had 2 bottles here. The weak little souls also needed these potions to nourish. Abel took out 1 bottle of the soul potion. After a bit of consideration, he also took out his carving knife, multiple types of jade, the pattern scroll for the fire spell warmth, the pattern scroll for the ice spell ice bomb, the pattern scroll for the electric spell charging bolt, and put them all on the chair made by ambergris wood. Abel held the soul potion on his hand. He deeply admired it as he stared at the dark gold liquid within. After 3 trials, he had come to a conclusion. The soul potion was made by the soul of at least 500 creatures of hell. It was only in this world he could get so many capable yet weak souls from those creatures of hell. He tilted his head back and poured the soul potion into his mouth. At first, he wanted to control the soul potion to nourish the weak little souls first. But once the potion had entered his mouth, it had turned into an uncontrollable gas rushing towards his brain. He was not able to control it at all. He had learned his lesson from his past attempt of inhaling the soul potion. When he entered into a state similar to the flash of realization, he did not let his thoughts go crazy. Instead, he began to think about the basic 11 knife skills of the carving knife. A simulated Abel appeared in his mind. His hand was holding a carving knife, carving on the surface of a jade. The 11 knife skills were being executed one by one right in front of his eyes. The state in which Abel was in seemed to be subconscious, but he felt like he was also able to control some of his actions. It was very weird. The 11 knife skills were not hard to learn at all. And Abel had mastered all of them, including the direct cut, side cut, fast cut, slow cut, sharp cut, smooth cut, dance cut, soft cut, hard cut, flat cut, and reserve cut in almost no time. Abel was confident at this point if he had a carving knife with him, he could certainly execute all 11 basic carving knife techniques perfectly. However, every second from now on was very precious. He did not fully master the frozen armor spell last time, so the simulated Abel in his mind began to work on it again. The speed of unleashing the spell slowly increased, and the spell was getting simpler. At last, the spell of frozen armor was simplified. All he needed to do now to unleash the spell was to say frozen armor, and it would only take 1 second to be released. As the frozen armor turned into ice flakes and vanished into thin air from the body of simulated Abel, the realization state of this spell had also ended. Abel then began to practice the 3 new spells he had learned. First, he chose the electric spell Charging Bolt. This was the only beginner rank spell that was able to unleash a group attack. Ever since he saw the fallen camp, which looked like a sea of red made up of fallen, he yearned for these types of group attack spells. Therefore, he picked this spell first. The soul potion was really showing off its usefulness. Normally, if Abel was to learn a new spell, it would still take him 8-10 days to learn the most basic one. However, under the influence of the soul potion in the state of realization, the simulated Abel in the mind of Abel only needed to attempt the Charging Bolt spell around 10 times until he could execute it. As he attempted to do the Charging Bolt spell more and more, its pattern and words he needed to say to execute spell had gotten simpler. In this state of realization, he did not know how much time had passed. At the end, he only needed to simply say Charging Bolt to unleash the spell. The time it took to unleash the Charging Bolt spell was also 1 second. Abel realized in his state of realization, maybe it was impossible to shorten these more complicated spells, such as the frozen armor and the Charging Bolt, to the 0.5 seconds of the Fire Bolt spell. After the Charging Bolt realization state had completed, the ephemeral effect of the soul potion in Abel's mind had already been used up. Afterward, Abel took out another bottle of soul potion from his Horadric cube. Just as he opened the bottle and about to pour it down his throat, Black Wind had woken up. Seeing the dark gold color soul potion on the hand of its owner, Black Wind felt an instinctive urge to jump towards its owner. However, he was bound by the powerful force of his soul chain, so he could only remain still, gaze locked on the soul potion with all his might. Abel noticed the weird look on Black Wind's face. He fully understood in his heart that these soul potion could attract the attention of all beings. With a soul, however, he only had 1 bottle and he needed it for himself, so under these circumstances, he could not give this bottle to Black Wind. Black Wind, go lay back down. There will be a lot of chances in the future for you to try one. Abel half-heartedly commanded and half-heartedly comforted Black Wind through the soul chain. After Black Wind had received the message through the soul chain, he had gotten more clear-headed from his half-awake state. Although the soul potion was very attractive to it, it knew that it was its owner's potion, so of course he wouldn't even think about taking it. Therefore, it would retrain its desire for the soul potion and went back to where he was laying down. enjoying the pleasure brought about by the meditation jade and ambergris wood. Abel smiled. He understood how Black Wind was feeling through the soul chain. Although it really wanted the soul potion, it knew its owner had first priority and held back its desire for the potion. Abel was very happy because of this. Abel drank up the last bottle of soul potion and entered the state of realization again. The simulated Abel in the mind of Abel began to test out the pattern for the ice spell Ice Bolt. This spell was clearly much simpler than the frozen armor and charging bolt. It only took simulated Abel around 20 times until he could execute the spell to perfection his mind. After around 100 attempts of doing the Ice Bolt spell, it was simplified. Now all he needed to do was to say Ice Bolt to unleash the spell, and its time of execution was 0.5 seconds, same as the Fire Bolt spell. Seemed like the Ice Bolt spell and the Fire Bolt spell were the simplest beginner spells. Only one spell was left, Warmth, as Abel was in the state of realization. He only needed quickly glance at the record on the table before he could remember all the information on the lambskin parchment about the Warmth spell in his head. Warmth was a special spell, not only because its pattern was completed, but also because it needed to inject mana until it became fixed in mind, similar to the novice wizard pattern. It was like trying to increase another rank, but the ability of this spell was not worth it, considering how much effort it would take to develop it. That's why many wizards had given up trying to learn this spell. However, Abel was not like that. Under his state of realization, he was not afraid of complicated patterns. All he needed to do was spend a little more time. Besides that, he knew that once he attained some treasure that was able to recover his mana, this ability to further speed up the rate of recovery could be very powerful. The simulated Abel in the mind of Abel began to dissect the pattern for the Warmth spell. The pattern for the Warmth spells was a lot more complicated than all the other spell patterns, even the ones for increasing rank. A large amount of mana was needed to fill up these 3 layers of complicated pattern. No wonder why wizards didn't want to learn this spell. Most of the work was done instinctively as Abel was in his state of realization, and the soul potion had also increased the strength of his soul. The simulated Abel did not felt like the pattern was complicated. He continued to draw the Warmth spell pattern in his mind, but the pattern kept vanishing as he kept failing. Luckily, he was in a simulation. If he was actually drawing this pattern with his mana, he would be suffering from a headache caused by mana depletion long ago. Abel tried so many times that he could no longer remember how many times he had tried to draw the Warmth spell pattern. At last, the Warmth spell pattern was close to completion, and the effect of the soul potion was also wearing off. Abel sensed the effect of the soul potion was slowly decreasing in his state of realization. His heart began to get a little desperate, but soon he was calmed down by the cool sensation of the meditation jade. Once again, he focused with all his might on to the Warmth spell pattern. It seemed like Abel had entered a state similar to the first time he forged 100 skills iron base. As he was surrounded by the mediation jade's atmosphere, everything around him had disappeared. The only thing in his sight was the Warmth spell pattern. The effect of the soul potion didn't matter. Nothing could stop him now. The only thing that was in his world now was the Warmth spell pattern. When Abel was just about to use up all his mana, the Warmth spell pattern had finally appeared in the mind of Abel. Afterward, the Horadric cube on his right arm had flashed a dark gold ray of light again. Abel opened his eyes, drenched in sweat, and his stomach had a bit of a stitch from starvation. As an elite knight, he didn't even have enough energy to get up. He was puzzled in his heart, has it been a very long time? He turned towards Black Wind, who was sleeping by his side, and he quickly scrapped this idea. If it had really been a very long time, Black Wind would definitely be starving. There was no way it could sleep comfortably like this. Abel recalled what had just happened. It seemed like he had entered into another state of realization produced by his own body after the effect of the 2 bottles of soul potions had been used up. He had 3 realizations in a row. Even though he was an elite knight and he had an extraordinarily powerful body, he could not withstand such relentless exhaustion. He needed to quickly refill his energy. He shouldn't mess around like this in the future again. If he had really starved to death during his realization, he would be the first wizard in the Holy Continent to do so. As Abel was darkly thinking to himself, some bread and juice had appeared in his hand. Abel took a huge bite of the bread and drank a large mouthful of juice. He could feel his body madly absorbing the energy in the food. His fatigue had only started to fade, and his body started to regain energy after eating 5 pieces of bread and 3 bottles of juice. Black Wind was woken up by the sound of Abel eating. Seeing its owner eating by himself, a hint of resentment emerged from its big eyes. Abel lethargically patted Black Wind and said, "Let's go, I'll help you prepare your food. It seems like I have become your chef these days." Abel packed up the Akara tent and started a fire again. He then began barbecuing a large chunk of meat. In the fire, seeing Black Wind's gaze locked on the meat, Abel mumbled, "When I have the chance to do potion study, I will feed you hunger suppressor every day." Black Wind suddenly felt a cool breeze in its heart as he stood on the side. It began to look around, trying to find a potential threat. After Abel had settled down Black Wind, he finally had the free time to take a look at his training result throughout the night of realization. First was his power of the will problem. It seemed like when he was executing the spirit transfer spell, he was able to extend his power of the will for 17 meters. According to his memory, the records for his power of the will extension not long ago was only 16 meters. How could he extend for 17 meters? Abel took out the short cane with the spirit transfer spell again and tried to unleash the spirit transfer spell. When the pattern appeared, Abel's power of will began to extend. Soon, it had reached beyond 16 meters, 17 meters, 18 meters. At last, it arrived at 19 meters before coming to a halt. What happened? Abel quickly took out an attribute sign from his Kong spirit portal bag and placed his hand on top of it. After a while, a ray of white light flashed, and some statistics appeared on the attribute sign. Power 17.12. Speed 4.50. Constitution 8.05. Will 19.01. Mana 176/190. This result was beyond Abel's expectations. His power, speed, and constitution had all raised by 2 points, which was not hard to see why. He had increased from a rank 12 knight to a rank 18 knight. The increase in power and conditions was very normal. His increase in speed was probably due to the 2 Kai pressuring points he had built under both of his feet. However, his increase in the will was very weird. Although Abel had meditated every day, he had dedicated a lot more time on it compared to other wizards due to the rogue. Encampment progress from meditation was often very slow. It shouldn't increase that much in such a short period of time. Abel had drunk 3 bottles of soul potion in the past 2 days. When he remembered how much soul potion he had drank, he seemed to have found the reason for his increase in spirit. These potions were made out of souls. It could not only help him enter into a state of realization to do his training, but it could also increase his power of the will along the way. Every bottle could help him raise his will by 1 point. As he thought about the countless creatures of hell outside of the rogue encampment, he felt the urge to kill them all. Abel held back his urge and opened his Horadric cube. He began to search the skill tree for spells. There was an extra spell on the tree, and that was warmth. The other spells haven't appeared on the skill tree. It seemed like all the spells he had done during his state of realization was all simulated. He was not actually executing the spells, so the Horadric cube did not register it. He needed to execute the 2 spells before it could appear on the skill tree. Abel poked his finger towards the sky and drew quickly while he spoke the spell of the elite elves, Ice Bolt. After half a second, an ice bolt flew out from his finger. The ice bolt was not fast. It was nothing compared to the flying speed of his fireball. The ice bolt landed on the ground, and a patch of frost appeared on the ground as the Horadric cube flashed a dark gold light. Following was the charging bolt. Charging bolt. Abel shouted the spell of the elite elves, and 2 electric arcs appeared on the ground in front of him. These 2 electric arcs began to flash and continued to move forward on the ground without a sense of direction. One of the electric arcs seemed to sense the presence of Black Wind, who was eating a chunk of beef at a side. The electric arc had found its target, and it began to rush towards Black Wind while flashing in bright light. "Black Wind, be careful," Abel shouted to warn Black Wind as he saw the electric arc heading towards it. It seemed like Black Wind didn't need Abel's warning. The moment when the electric arc took its turn, Black Wind had already noticed. Although the electric arc was not slow, it was nothing compared to the speed of Black Wind. No time, Black Wind had already run out of sight to a place that the electric bolt could never reach. However, the chunk of beef which Black Wind had dropped on the ground was not as lucky. In a flash of electricity, countless small electric arcs had appeared on the surface of the beef. After the electric arc disappeared, what's left on the ground was just a fully burnt black chunk of beef. Black Wind ran back. He glanced at its burnt food on the ground and gazed at its owner. It looked like it was waiting for an explanation. After being attacked by Black Wind's gaze, so Abel had no choice but to honestly do his job as a chef again. If he had enough time, next time, he would definitely tell Ken to process all the meat, so he wouldn't have to stress about it. As he was barbecuing the beef, he opened the Horadric cube to take a look at the skill tree again. It gained 3 new spells, and one by one, Abel began to focus on their icon with his power of the will. His power of the will focused on the snowflake icon of the ice bolt, and some statistics appeared. Ice bolt can shoot out 1 ice bolt at a time, damage and slow down the target. Mana consumption 3. Current skill rank 0. Ice damage 2-4. To the next rank 1/15,000. Abel then focused his power of the will on the 2 lightning icon of the charging bolt, and some statistics appear. Charging bolt can shoot out multiple strikes at a time. The flickering lighting strike will find its own target to attack. Mana consumption 3. Current skill rank 0. Electric damage 2-4. Energy 2. To the next rank 1/15,000. At last, Abel focused his power of the fire crucifix icon of warmth and some. Warmth. Increase mana recovery. Passive. Current skill rank 0. Mana recovery 18%. To the next rank 6/15,000. When Abel stared at the statistics of the warmth spell, he understood why basically no wizards would want to learn this spell. It could only speed up 18% of mana recovery after he had just learned it. However, the weird thing was that this spell was a passive spell. The spell kept speeding up his mana recovery rate in the background as long as his mana storage was not fully filled. That's why when Abel was using up his mana on testing out his other spells, his experience of this spell had also increased. If Abel could somehow have a talk with a wizard who practiced the warmth spell, he would have realized something about the warmth spell which normal wizards learn. Although this spell's pattern would also emerge in mind, if a normal wizard wanted to unleash its power, what they needed to do was to connect it with their power of the will. However, Abel could unleash the warmth spell differently. The process of unleashing the spell was replaced by the skill tree in his Horadric cube. So as soon as his mana began to decrease, the skill tree would unleash the warmth spell automatically to speed up his mana recovery. Although gaining 3 new spells was a good thing, when Abel looked at the rank experience under the spells, his brain began to hurt. There were so many spells he needed to rank up. How could he have enough mana to do that? Besides the warmth spell, all the other 4 spells he had learned needed time and dedication to practice. He had already decided to use the mana recover to automatically practice the frozen armor spell in the daytime. In regards to these 3 attacks, he could only practice them in the rogue encampment. When Abel thought about the automatic practice of the frozen armor, he was reminded of the weak little souls again. He opened the perception of the weak little souls. The gray ball of weak little souls almost didn't grow at all. Their intelligence only increased by a minute amount, and their power of will control was limited too. They were still a long way until they were intelligent enough to think about some slightly complex ideas. Their power of will control was only 10% that of a normal person. There was only one use for these weak little souls for now, and that was to set a timer for them to automatically practice spell. Even Abel had drunk up 2 bottles of soul potions. They still had a long way to go. Abel searched the blacksmith guild, noticing there were not many iron ore left. If he wanted to make more exploding big swords, he would need to bring some more iron ore in. Without the firepower of the exploding big sword, Abel was not confident in killing off all those creatures of hell in Bloodmoor. On top of that, there were new spells he needed to practice. So he decided to dedicate his next few days practicing spells. The next day on the 11th floor of Morton Magic Tower, Abel sat respectfully at the bottom chair in front of Wizard Morton, listening to him explain his knowledge on rune signs. Although runes were first passed down by the dwarfs, it was the humans who truly spread and pioneered it. In other worlds, it was started by wizards. It was wizards who started etching runes on crystal cores, which successfully solved the downside that runes needed magical gems and weapons to unleash its power. Abel didn't really understand. Drawing a rune on a weapon and make a magical gem as its source of energy was a great idea. How was that a downside? Abel suspiciously asked, "Teacher, how is magic equipment a downside?" Wizard Morton took a sip of the special wine Abel had provided, enjoying its taste in detail, and proceeded to say, "First, magic equipment needs a blacksmith, and that blacksmith needs an extremely strong power of will. This alone was beyond the ability of most humans. Even the dwarfs themselves don't have many blacksmiths who were able to make magic weapons." Up to this point, a smile emerged from Wizard Morton's face, looking at Abel and said, "Camille had told me. I could never have guessed that you are one of the few humans who's able to forge a magic weapon. However, can you make enough magic weapons to support the entire human race?" Abel shook his head, feeling a little embarrassed. No matter how strong his body was, or how high was his power of will, he could not spend his whole day forging magic weapons. Despite that, he might not even forge enough weapons for the entire human race. Your blacksmith master status was very honorable. You need to make good use of it. You can make contact with many inheritances from the dwarfs, which most wizards could never do," exclaimed Wizard Morton. "Teacher, can blacksmith master go learn from dwarfs?" Abel asked with excitement. A mere magic weapon forging guide by the dwarfs allowed him to master the forging techniques of the 4 types of magic weapons, as well as strengthening his basic knowledge of runes. This allowed him to alter the runes from rune signs and apply it on to his magic weapons. If he had really had to go and learn from the dwarfs, his forging skills would definitely increase tremendously. Yes, however, the dwarfs' perception of time is different from humans. They live too long, so no one knows when the next time they will invite a blacksmith master to study from them. Seeing the disappointed face of Abel, Wizard Morton proceeded to say, "Magic weapons don't mean much to wizards anyway. Do you want a wizard to go into battle with a magic cane on one of his hands and a magic weapon on the other?" Up to this point, Wizard Morton couldn't help but laugh out loud. Due to the damage caused by mana to a wizard's body, they could only use drugs to help them sustain their constitutions at a normal human level. A magic weapon would definitely be way too heavy for them. Even if a blacksmith master could make an extremely light magic weapon, wizards was still better at making long-distance attacks. How could they rush towards a knight holding a magic weapon and try to strike it out? Hearing these words by Wizard Morton, Abel couldn't help but remember his battle style in the rogue encampment. However, he couldn't dare to say it. No matter what, he could not tell anyone about his golden combat kai. It was life and death to him, and he could not explain it clearly anyway. Furthermore, his golden combat kai had to do with the secret of his Horadric cube. Most importantly, rune signs could be unleashed and directed through the power of the will, but magic weapons could only unleash its power through striking. That's why wizards prefer to use rune signs, said Wizard Morton. If Abel was a weak-body wizard, he too would choose the rune sign as a way to defend or attack, as he could direct it anywhere with his power of the will, and don't need to make any physical contact with his enemies. Abel totally agreed with Wizard Morton after he tried to see things from another perspective. You already have experience of drawing runes in magic weapons, so etching runes on rune signs should be easy. They are from the same ancient rune system anyway. As Wizard Morton was speaking, he took out a carving knife and an already formed squared crystal core from the portal bag on his waist. He then proceeded to say, "Now I will demonstrate how to make a basic fire attack Lar rune sign." Abel knew the ability of the Lar rune all too well. The entire rune could probably increase 5 to 30 fire damage, as well as an increased fire defense for 30%. Wizard Morton placed the crystal core on the table and secured it with his left hand. He held a carving knife right hand and began to etch. Abel, who was sitting at the bottom chair, could clearly sense the Wizard Morton's power of the will surrounding the crystal core. As Wizard Morton's carving knife moved along, mana had been injected on the etchings through the tip of the blade. Abel was very familiar with the Ral rune. It was the one he used on his exploding big swords. However, the Ral rune that Wizard Morton had etched was a little different from the one he had learned from the dwarf's magic weapon guide. Although from a distance they looked about the same, there were many small, detailed differences. Wizard Morton was very quick, it seemed like it was very easy for him to etch these simple rune signs. After around 20 minutes, the last line was finished. A white light flashed on its surface. The mana of the etching seemed to have formed some kind of connection with the crystal core. A type of energy came out from the crystal core and bonded with the mana, creating a white substance smoothing out the surface of the etching. Now, only the rune could be seen. There were no signs that it was etched by a knife. Wizard Norton handed the rune sign to Abel. It might as well be a piece of art. The material of the crystal core alone was fascinating. Enough. Since it held a lot of energy, it looked a lot more delicate and precious than normal jade to a human eye. The rune on top of it was alluring as well. Every single stroke, big or small, straight or curve, was absolutely gorgeous. The runes we study in our school of wizardry can be a little different from other schools of wizardry. Of course, there were differences in power as well, but generally speaking, the runes we study in our school of wizardry are more powerful than most other schools, said Wizard Morton, sounding a little proud. Abel curiously pointed at the rune on the rune sign and said, "Teacher, aren't you afraid of other people copying your rune? You just etched it right onto the surface." Although others might not know, Abel had copied a rune multiple times in the past. "This is only a low-ranking rune sign. If it's a higher rank one, I will add some precautions on top of it, so other people cannot see the rune." Of course, copying a rune is not an easy job. Although most wizards just copied the runes they had learned and didn't know a thing about the fundamentals of runes, copying a rune was still a very effort-consuming task. Every stroke's depth and thickness needed to be slowly tested out to copy the rune successfully. Wizard Morton then proceeded to say with a smile, "Of course, sometimes if a wizard wants to give his close friends and family a rune sign as a gift, and he trusts them, he would not add any precautions on top of the rune." Abel lightly nodded. At that point, Abel also realized the magic weapon forging guide that he was given was not a normal book. It had a direct and basic explanation of all 4 of the runes. It was like he was given a lesson on the fundamentals of runes. In our school of wizardry, the runes we can learn include Eltur, Ist, Tal, Ral, Ort, and Shale. These 7 runes can all be mastered by a novice wizard. Looking at Abel, who was a little touched, Wizard Morton said with a smile, "But before you can start, you must first learn how to use a carving knife." Abel rubbed his hands together, said in a somewhat embarrassed tone, "Sister Camille had already taught me the 11 carving knife skills, and I already know how to use a carving knife." "Camille had taught you already. Practice more then." Wizard Morton abruptly stopped. He looked at Abel and proceeded to say, "Did you say you already know how to use a carving knife? How long have you been practicing? You must dedicate time and effort on everything you learn." Wizard Morton was about to teach Abel to lesson, but then he remembered how fast Abel had learned his spells. Therefore, he lowered his voice and asked, "Do you really know how to use a carving knife?" "Yes, teacher," Abel nodded in certainty. Wizard Morton took out another crystal core from his portal bag and handed it to Abel. He said, "Try to etch on this crystal core for me." "Teacher, I have only been practicing on a jade. I have never etched on a crystal core before," said Abel in a somewhat uncertain tone as he received the crystal core. "Don't worry, it's only a crystal core, just go ahead and try," said Wizard Morton, waving his hand. Abel remained silent. He tried to imitate Wizard Morton and put the crystal core on the table. He secured it with his left hand and took out his alloy carving knife from his portal bag. Soon, he began etching the Ral rune. Wizard Morton stared at the alloy carving knife in Abel's hand. He couldn't help but nod his head. His disciple was really a blacksmith master. No wonder he had the best treasures for personal use. Abel had tested out his knife skills in the simulation countless times. Now, as he truly held the carving knife in his hand, he immediately felt a difference. It was like the carving knife had become a part of him, and the 11 knife skills seemed to have merged together. He seemed to be able to use any knife skills he wanted flexibly. Abel did not remember clearly how the Ral rune, which Wizard Morton had just etched, looked like, so he just applied the Ral rune that he learned from the magic weapon forging guide. The only difference was that it lacked some of the strokes responsible for energy transfer. The alloy carving knife was extremely sharp, and with Abel's strength, the etching process was very smooth. The only challenges were maintaining his mana at the etching lines. It was a bit similar to multitasking. a part of his concentration needed to make sure the rune was etched correctly with his power of the will. Another part of his concentration needed to continuously control his mana alongside the movement of the carving knife, as well as injecting the mana into the lines that were left by the carving knife on the surface of the crystal core. Luckily, Abel had practiced multitasking for a day in the past. Although he didn't get much result from it, he didn't seem to have a problem etching the rune. Abel was so familiar with the Ral rune, it could draw it out even with his eyes closed, as he carefully injected his mana into the etching lines. Abel had focused with all his might for 40 minutes. He did not dare to make a single mistake. When he finished etching his last line, a white light flashed, and the mana of the rune began to create feedback with the crystal core. Soon, the etch marks had disappeared from the crystal core, and what remained was a white rune on its surface. "Teacher, did I succeeded?" asked Abel as he handed the crime sign in his hand to Wizard Morton. Wizard Morton took the rune sign and did not speak for a long time. However, there was a voice shouting in his heart, saying this kid was a genius. He really was a genius. If he was this gifted back in the days, how was he still a rank 11 wizard after all these years? Wizard Morton still remembered how long it took him to learn how to etch a rune sign. He was somewhat proud of the result, and he always used his result as a basis to teach his disciples. But now, he didn't even want to think about it. Wizard Morton finally got a taste of how tiring it was to be the teacher of a genius. The tiring aspect was not in the teaching process, but in the heart. It didn't matter if they were spells or etching runes, he only needed to teach, and Abel could grasp it very quickly, to the point where he almost mastered it. Maybe our school of wizardry will depend on him in the future, Wizard Morton thought to himself. He then began to think about all the benefits Abel's potential could bring to his school of wizardry. As long as Abel don't die, their future would be limitless. "Of course you succeeded," said Wizard Morton as he handed the rune sign back to Abel. He then followed. "Although the Ral rune sign you had used was a bit different from the one we use in our school of wizardry, you still successfully etched a real Ral rune sign. Since you already know how to use a carving knife and have good knowledge of runes, you can learn how to make a rune sign all by yourself. Now, I will give you all 7 of the runes for novice wizards." After Wizard Morton finished speaking, he stood up and took out 7 lambskin parchments from a pile of lambskin parchments on his bookshelf. He then turned back to Abel and said, "Don't give this to anyone, only your disciples in the future could learn these runes." "Yes, teacher," said Abel as he took the lambskin parchment documenting the runes. Abel knew in his heart how important knowledge was. Although he had no idea what the teacher meant by our school of wizardry, he knew the information in his hand could not be given to anyone else. Just like in the wizard trading ground in Carol City, there were many low-ranking wizards trying to resell resources, but there weren't many of them who actually had the right to sell. All of this just reflected how important knowledge was. In this world, Wizard Morton took out 5 bottles of potions and placed it on Abel's hand. These are crystal core softeners. Every bottle can soften 20 crystal cores. It should sustain your training for a while. Around 10 days had passed. Abel had again returned his crazy 4 months working schedule. Studying in the magic tower in the day, returning to his mansion to enter the rogue encampment at night to do his training, especially the electric spell Charging Bolt. As a rank 0 spell, his Charging Bolt could only unleash 2 electric arcs. However, every time it increases a rank, he could gain an extra electric arc, and the spell would get more powerful. As more preparation may quicken the speed of work, he was ready to increase his Charging Bolt spell to rank 5 until he was hunting in blood more again. In the laboratory located on the 9th floor of Morton Magic Tower, Abel placed the short magic cane, which was able to unleash Firebolt. The short magic cane, without any magic ability, on the lab bench. He wanted to know what was the secret to unleashing the magic in these magic canes. However, he was not willing to use that magic cane with the spirit transfer ability as a testing subject. He dragged along a huge microscope made by the crystal and placed the short magic cane without any mana under it. Abel began to slowly examine every single detail of the magic cane from the handle upward. Every time he discovered a mark, he would make a note on a lambskin parchment. After the short magic cane without mana was examined in great detail thoroughly, the sketched-out short cane on the lambskin parchment was filled with arrows, documenting every mark on the short cane. Abel was a little bit mad. The owner of this magic cane doesn't seem to care about this magic cane at all. There were all kinds of scars on top of it, which made him wonder. Maybe the magic cane was so badly damaged by its owner's lack of care, it had lost its magic ability. At that moment, a frozen armor flashed out on his body. However, it did not affect his work at all. He had gotten used to it these past 10 days. He had fully mastered the ability to multitask. Although the job of the weak little souls was very simple, it was still multitasking nevertheless. Afterward, he placed the second short magic cane under the microscope and ran through the same process. He documented every mark on a lambskin parchment and began to compare the differences between the two magic canes. Actually, Abel didn't really need to compare them. He was already certain that there were no runes or patterns on these magic canes. All of those marks were made by a lack of maintenance and care. The result had also confirmed this after his comparison. So what was the thing that actually makes a magic cane a magic cane? Abel did not give up. He scanned the two magic canes with his power of the will. Through his power of the will, the magic cane with the fireball spell gave him a familiar feeling. Could this magic cane have a soul? Abel was a little uncertain as he scanned a few more times. He did not felt anything when he scanned the magic cane without magic ability. However, the magic cane with the fireball spell certainly possessed soul waves. Other wizards might have a hard time detecting these tiny soul waves, but Abel had drunk the soul potion made out of souls in the past. He also has some weak little souls within him that he could take a look at once in a while. Therefore, he was very familiar with soul waves. It was impossible for a human to see their own soul since it was in one with their mind. The soul could only leave the physical body once the person had died. But still, it could not be seen with a naked eye, and it often fades away very quickly. Therefore, normal wizards would rarely do research in regards to the mysteries of souls. Was a soul bound to the magic cane? What kind of soul could give a magic cane its mana? Countless questions rose from his heart. He had never seen a magic cane in real life before, so there was no comparison he could draw from. Abel had hit a wall in his research up to this point, but there was one thing he could be certain. Magic canes were definitely made out of some very special material, because that mana-less magic cane without any soul waves still had the ability to increase damage to immortal beings by 50%. Abel searched on Morton's observation records, but he could not find anything in regard to the material of magic canes. Wizard Morton was only expertise in making rune signs and did not do too much research into magic canes. It seemed like the only way to keep progressing with his research on these two magic canes was to wait for the dwarf's invitation. Only the dwarfs could tell him more information related to this. However, Abel was sure of one thing, and that was even the magic cane without mana could be considered as a treasure in the Holy Continent. Maybe he had only interacted with a small part of the wizarding world, or maybe his skills in wizardry were still too low. However, he couldn't help but feel like the Dark World was generally much more advanced than the Holy Continent. Even a short magic cane used by some of the lowest-ranking creatures in the Dark World was considered as a very decent treasure here. At least the short magic cane could allow a wizard to unleash a quickened spell, let alone spells such as spirit transfer, up to this point. A sense of fulfillment began to emerge from Abel's mind, and suddenly, joy struck his heart 2 days ago. He had already fulfilled the rank 2 novice wizard pattern, but he did not feel like he was about to increase his rank. He only understood why after he asked Carlos. Even if the pattern was fulfilled, it still needed a certain period of time to adjust through meditation. However, this period of time was not certain. It could be a day or it could be a year. Looking back, he seemed to be quite lucky, and he took his time in the rogue encampment into consideration. He had been stuck at this fulfilled rank 2 novice wizard state for around 20 days. The worst scenario was if it did not happen. Abel pushed all his stuff into his portal bag and returned to his room. His room was where most of the mana was concentrated on the 9th floor. It should be the safest place for him to increase his rank. He sat in the middle of his room and stopped the automatic quicken frozen armor spell from the weak little souls. He then calmed down his spirit and injected his power of the will into his mind. The rank 1 and rank 2 novice wizard pattern was intertwined in his mind, shining in a white glow. Below these two patterns was the warmth spell pattern shining in the brightest red glow. This special spell continuously drew energy from the surrounding atmosphere, and turn it into mana to replenish the wizard patterns. He recalled the rank 3 novice wizard pattern. He had already mastered this wizard pattern the first time he used the soul potion. Now he just needed to copy it from his memory to become a rank 3 novice wizard. Some time had passed. Finkel called Abel through the identity card multiple times, but there was still no reply. Normally, Abel would appear in the guest lounge on the first floor, right on time for lunch during lunchtime. However, not even his shadow could be seen today. Mr. Abel had locked himself in his room. He did not reply no matter how many times I call him. Could something have happened? Finkel asked Carlos, who was just having lunch on the first floor. Finkel, don't worry. It seems like Abel is just taking care of something and he needs to concentrate. Just wait patiently for a bit. Carlos tried to comfort Finkel with a smile. Camille put down the juice that she was nibbling on and said with a smile, "You really care about Abel. Unlike my Joey, she probably wouldn't even care if I locked myself up for a day." "MS, how can you say that about me?" said Camille's wizard follower Joey in a somewhat squeamish tone. "If you are still worried, I can call the teacher to check on him," said Camille without a choice. Seeing the worries on Finkel's face. "Miss Camille, can you really do that?" Finkel's fat face suddenly filled with surprise. Okay, I'll call the teacher now." As Camille was just about to contact Wizard Morton through her identity card, a strange energy wave suddenly came from above. Someone had ranked up, Camille and Carlos exclaimed at the same time. The two exchanged a curious gaze and Camille said, "Weird, the energy wave is not that strong. It doesn't seem like someone had become an official wizard. Could it be either Brother Warren or Sister Yuri who had ranked up? Other than them, who else would rank up around here?" said Carlos, shaking his head. Suddenly both of them thought of the same person. Camille then said to Finkel with a weird facial expression, "We don't need to contact teacher now." "Miss Camille, why?" Finkel asked in confusion. "Abel deserves to die. Did he think he has the skills to take my place as the 5th disciple?" Before Camille could even speak, Carlos had jumped up, losing his temper. "Who can you blame for not putting in the hard work? It seems like you will be the 6th disciple in a few months with Abel's speed of progress," said Camille with a smile, mocking Carlos's misfortune. Mr. Abel had ranked up. Finkel could still remember the look on Abel's face when he first entered Eveline's magic tower. Back then, he was still not a wizard, and only in the last few months he had grown from a rank 1 to a rank 3 novice wizard. This speed of progress made Finkel question if he was really as stupid as a pig. Abel just increased his rank. He still wasn't fully awake from the shock of excitement when he felt his identity card vibrating on his waist. In order to avoid people disturbing him when he was increasing his rank, he set a do not disturb on his identity card, who kept calling him. The moment he connected, the Finkel's voice came, "Mister, you there?" "Finkel, what's up?" Abel asked. "Mister, did you rank up?" Finkel sounded very excited. "How do you know?" Abel asked in a puzzled tone. He did not know that when wizards increased their rank, an energy wave would be unleashed. "Abel, come down and have lunch with us, quick." Camille's voice came through. Abel quickly packed up his stuff and hurried to the first floor. The moment he arrived, Finkel stepped up with a face full of joy and said, "Master, you almost scared me to death." Abel took a sit on a chair. He looked at Finkel and said, "Why's that?" Camille said with a smile from aside, "It was time for lunch, but you locked yourself up in your room. Your wizard follower thought something bad had happened to you and was just begging me to connect teacher." "Finkel, don't be like that in the future. It's very normal for a wizard to lock themselves up." Although Abel said it like it was nothing, he was actually very touched in his heart. Abel turned his head, seeing the slightly depressed-looking Carlos. He then asked weirdly, "Carlos, what happened to you today?" "Junior brother, within 3 months I will." Up to this point, Carlos came to a halt. After a while, he changed mind and said, "No, in 4 months." He stopped again. At last, he said with a certain tone, "In 5 months, I will definitely become a rank 4 wizard." "Congratulations, Carlos, you rank up so quickly." Abel congrats him genuinely. "Huh?" Camille was just taking a sip of the soup, but she couldn't help but suddenly spit it out when she heard what Carlos had said. This could only end badly for Carlos. Carlos jumped up. He was about to teach Camille a lesson, but then he was reminded of Camille's rank. So instead, he just stuck out his hand and asked his wizard follower for a towel. Then, he began to rub angrily. No matter what, Camille was still a woman. Although she could be a little alpha sometimes, her face still immediately got red after she spat her mouthful of soup on Carlos's face. She quickly followed, "Sorry, Carlos. Junior brother, are you trying to piss me off intentionally?" said Carlos helplessly, looking at the innocent look on Abel's face. "Carlos, what really happened to you today?" Abel asked again. Carlos seemed very odd today. He was worried that you would take his spot as the sixth disciple since you increased your rank so fast. Camille couldn't stop herself, and she said out was on Carlos's mind in one breath. "Carlos, I had only become rank 3, and you are already well on your way to rank 4. Abel wasn't too sure what Carlos was thinking. "Abel, since you are already rank 3, can Carlos and I invite you to join our gang?" said Camille seriously, looking at the expression of Abel. When Carlos heard the words of Camille, he seemed to forget about everything that just happened and said with excitement, "Yeah, we can do missions together in the future." Abel had no idea what they were saying all of a sudden. He asked, "Camille, Carlos, what gang, what mission?" "Since you are now a rank 3 novice wizard, you can apply for a wizard badge. With this wizard badge, you can apply for missions and gain some credits from the Wizard Union," Camille explained. "Junior brother, the teacher can only give you the spells for novice wizards for free. For official wizard spells, you need to go to the Wizard Union and buy it with your credits." Carlos followed. "How much does it cost to teleport to the Wizard Union every time?" Abel was familiar with the credit system. In his past world, a lot of occupations also had a credit system. Since this world had developed for a long time, also coming up with the credit system was not a surprise. However, if he needed to go to the Wizard Union to apply and finish the mission every time, the teleportation fee might not be cheap. "We did not tell you this before because we were afraid it would affect your training. Now, since you are rank 3 novice wizard, we'll let you know," said Carlos as he dragged Abel in front of the defense circle, in front of the teleportation circle. At that moment, the teleportation circle was shining in white light. Carlos took out his identity card to open the little door between the golden fence. However, nothing happened. He then said in a somewhat embarrassed tone, "Right, I forgot. The teleportation circle can only open this door when no one is teleporting." "Carlos, you are always crude like this," said Camille in a mocking tone. At that moment, the white light began to concentrate. The silhouette of a man emerged from the white light. It was a big-built middle-aged male wizard with a magic robe. "Carlos, Camille, hello. Oh, and this must be Abel," said the big-built wizard with a smile as he greeted them. "Mr. Murphy, hello," said Camille and Carlos together as they bowed. Abel saw the two bowing, so he bowed as well. He knew who that was. He was the owner of another magic tower, Wizard Murphy. "I'll get going now, or else the teleportation circle will tell your teacher I am disturbing him from making money." In a big loud, Wizard Murphy had disappeared from the teleportation circle again. Wizard Murphy also has a teleportation circle in his magic tower, Abel asked in a puzzled tone. If Wizard Murphy was going out or going back, he needed a teleportation circle in his magic tower to teleport. Camille replied, "Both Eveline Magic Tower and Murphy Magic Tower have a closed by a branched magic circle that relies on this main teleportation circle in front of us to operate. Although they have some features of this main teleportation circle, all branched teleportation circles need to go through the main teleportation circle to teleport to places further away. But I never saw a teleportation circle when I was in Eveline Magic Tower," said Abel. "Of course, you've never seen it. Branched teleportation circles don't have a defense circle like this. So normally they are built in a specific room, not in the first floor lounge like this," Camille's replied. Then Carlos pointed towards the golden fences covered in patterns outside of the teleportation circle and said, "Do you think the teacher had made this? Defense circle and teleportation circles are all installed by the Wizard Union. First, this can make sure the magic tower is safe. Second, make sure the person teleporting is safe. The defense circle can separate the person teleporting from the magic tower. This makes sure that they cannot be attacked by the magic tower during teleportation, and they cannot attack the magic tower. A teleportation circle must be very expensive, isn't it?" Abel softly asked Carlos. "The cost is one thing. The most important thing is that only an intermediate wizard can request to install one. Normally, the owner of a teleportation circle won't let a wizard who is a higher rank than they enter the teleportation circle in their magic tower. If they let a wizard who is a higher rank than them to enter their magic tower, it might be very dangerous despite the defense circle. Therefore, the Wizard Union had set this prerequisite. Only intermediate wizards can request to build a teleportation circle. Afterward, Carlos places his identity card on the teleportation circle again. The small door opened, he went inside first, and the small door disappeared. Camille and Abel then followed. Each also entered the teleportation circle with their own identity card. "Let's be quick, let's not take up too much time from the teleportation circle," Camille reminded. "Sure, I'll show little brother how to operate this, so he can operate it himself in the future," Carlos replied in one breath. Carlos took out the 3 Leafs wizard badge from his pocket and placed it onto a gap in the corner of the teleportation circle. The teleportation circle began to shine in white, but much less than before. It shouldn't take up too much energy to ignite this. Only the energy from the magic tower should be enough, so it doesn't cost us anything to do this, Carlos said to Abel with a smile. "What's this?" Abel asked as he saw a beam of white light shoot up from the center of the teleportation circle onto the wall, casting some words moving around in a confined manner. Abel had seen this technique in the Wizard Union before. It seemed like some kind of television generated by the magic circle. Now it also seemed like this technique was much more advanced than he had initially imagined. "This is the mission list. If you see any mission you like, you can just press down directly with your wizard badge," said Carlos, pointing at the words moving around in the wall. "Carlos, accept mission 1473, quick," shouted Camille, pointing at a message on the wall. Abel looked at mission 1470. 3 it wrote. Mission number 1473. Mission demand 500 feather grass. Mission time 7 days. Mission credit 2 points of credit. Abel had seen the feather grass, I'm Morton's observation record before. It was a type of plant grow in the southern part of the country. Normally they grew together with weeds, and it was very hard to differentiate them. Carlos quickly controlled his wizard badge to accept mission 1473. Abel asked hesitantly, "He needs to get that much feather grass. Are 7 days enough?" Camille replied with a smile, who said, "We are the only one getting it. You'll see in a moment." Carlos looked at the mission list thoroughly again and said, "No many good missions. The closest bounty hunting mission is still in Duchy of Kian. The teleportation fee alone was not worth the credit. It's a good time to take some rest. We'll go after little brother got his wizard badge." Let Abel take a look at the selling list. "Stop worrying about the time," Camille suggested. Okay, I just want the best for us," said Carlos as he tried to control his wizard badge to illustrate the shopping record. Merchandise name, Constitution Potion credit required, 1 effect, recover body damage, increase body constitution. Merchandise name, Strength Potion credit required, 100 effect, forever increase strength. Merchandise name, Speed Potion credit required, 100 effect, forever increase speed. Merchandise name, Will Potion credit required, 100 effect, forever increase will. Merchandise name, Crystal Core Reshaper credit required, 2 effect, soften crystal cores for reshaping. Merchandise name, Basic Fireball Spell Guide credit required, 10. Merchandise name, Basic Warmth Spell Guide credit required, 10. Can all of these be exchanged with credit? The first item on the list, Constitution Potion, was very understandable. He had 4 bottles on him, and he even gave Finkel one as a gift. However, the Strength Potion, Speed Potion, and Will Potion down below made his eyes sparkle. According to its description, it seemed to be some good stuff to forever increase an attribute. Abel, you really think such expensive items are good stuff? Carlos's wizard badge can only show items for novice wizards. How good can they be? Camille said in a disdained tone. Camille, but these things can forever increase your attribute, said Abel in a puzzled tone. Although the description here can't be wrong. What the word increase can be debatable, said Camille as she used her thin little finger to make a tiny hand sign. She then followed, let's take the Will Potion for example. Ever since I first saw it, I've always wanted to accumulate enough credit for a bottle. Camille stopped, signaling Carlos to turn of his magic circle. She then took out her identity card and placed it on to the defense circle. She said as she was walking out the teleportation circle, "Back when Brother William was still in the magic tower, he told us that every person could only use one will potion in their life. And the willet increase was extremely low, only around 0.5 points. And both the strength potion and speed potion are just the same." Abel followed behind Camille and exited the teleportation circle with his own identity card. He then quickly asked, "Then how much constitution can the constitution potion increase?" "Every time it can increase around 0.001, and you can only drink one bottle a month, which was around enough to repair the damage a wizard will cause to their body during training. To a wizard, constitution potion are lifesavers," said Camille helplessly. Abel then thought of the crystal core reshaper and asked, "I've just seen some crystal core reshaper. Does that mean the potion we create for the crystal cores was exchanged?" "Yeah, but we can't help it anyway. The teacher doesn't have any potion inheritance, so we can only buy those ready-made crystal core reshaper to soften the crystal cores. This adds a lot to our cost, but at least every bottle can be used 20 times. We would just be losing money by making all those rune signs," said Camille in an unsatisfied tone when she talked about the crystal core reshaper. "Little brother, you have to tell the teacher that you have ranked up as soon as possible. So when you get your wizard badge, we can start our mission immediately," said Carlos, laughing loudly as he exited the teleportation circle. "Carlos, please use your brain. We all felt the energy wave when Abel increased his rank. How could the teacher not know?" Camille rolled her eyes on Carlos. As the two began arguing again, Abel looked at them with a smile. However, in his mind, he was thinking about the constitution potion. It seemed like he had underestimated the potion initially. He always thought it was just something wizards used to recover the damage the mana caused to their bodies. Since Abel had his golden combat kai, he never saw constitution potion as an important resource. But it shouldn't be a surprise anyway. If it really was an important potion, it wouldn't become something novice wizards use every month. However, Abel had a Horadric cube. He could combine these constitution potions, and that could make a drastic difference. If the constitution potion he took in every month was a master's one, he wonders what effect would that bring. If he could also combine the strength potion, speed potion, and will potion into master's potions, it might still be able to increase his ability by a lot despite their one-time use. It was a pity that these 3 potions were too expensive. In order to combine a potion into a master's potion, he would need at least 27 bottles of that particular type of potion. That would be 2,700 credit points, and if he needed to combine all 3 of these potions into master potions, he would need 8,100 credit points. Looking back, the 7 days mission just then would only give them 2 credit points. Seemed like the 1 credit point constitution potion was the most bang for the buck for now. The other 3 potions were unattainable for him. "Abel, come here. I'll let you see how we complete these missions," Camille called Abel out of his thoughts. Coming, Abel quickly followed the steps of Carlos and Camille. The 3 exited the magic tower. All the low-ranking wizards outside of the magic tower immediately stood up and bowed. "I am announcing a mission. Help me get 500 feather grass in 3 days, and I will give out 1 bottle of constitution potion as a reward." Carlos stepped up and shouted. "Mr. Carlos, leave the mission for us," a rank 1 novice wizard shouted. "Mr. Carlos, please give us the mission," shouted another rank 1 novice wizard. "Give us the mission, please, Mr." All of a sudden, there were already around 10 novice wizards fighting for the opportunity for this mission. The students of wizardry could not do a thing as they stood quietly by the side. "Let's do it according to the old rule. The first person to bring us the feather grass will be the one who gets the reward," Carlos announced again without looking at a specific person. "Now go find those feather grass." Afterward, the 40 or so low-ranking wizards who just surrounded Morton Magic Tower disappeared almost immediately. Abel thought this mission must be very boring. But only some words by Carlos, countless people were fighting for this mission. "Little brother, did you see it? If you just make the mission public, it can not only save our training time, and it can also allow low-ranking wizards to have a chance of getting some constitution potion." All of those low-ranking wizards have their own team, and some of them also have powerful families. Therefore, it's much more convenient for them to complete the mission for us," said Carlos, feeling a little proud of himself. "Carlos, you are too clever. How can you come up with such a genius idea?" said Abel in admiration. It was a win-win for both the low-ranking wizards and themselves. This was a perfect way to go about doing missions. "Stop tricking Abel. How can this guy come up with this idea? It was the teacher who did. Therefore, even those wizards outside of the magic tower can still have a chance of getting resources," said Camille, gazing at the embarrassed Carlos. "The teacher was too considerate," said Abel sincerely. "A magic tower is not the only magic tower who do this. Sometimes, the other two magic towers will also give out some small, less time-consuming missions for the low-ranking wizards to join," Camille proceeded to say. "Those black markets are too black. A bottle of Constitution potion can sell for a very high price." Carlos spat out. "There's still black markets here?" Abel asked in a puzzled tone. "Of course. I'm starting to think if it's the 3 disciples in Iveline Magic Tower who are selling all of these Constitution potions in the black market," Carlos mumbled to himself. "Be quiet, don't let anyone hear you." Although Camille was criticizing Carlos, her facial expression showed that she agreed with what Carlos had said. Abel began to think, maybe the 3 disciples of Iveline Magic Tower had gone mad. They could do anything to get benefits or help to rank up to an official wizard. The moment the 3 of them entered the magic tower, they saw that Wizard Morton standing in front of the teleportation circle with a big smile. "Teacher," the 3 of them immediately stepped up and bowed. "Camille and Carlos, you 2 can go first." "Abel, come with me." Wizard Morton nodded, waving his hand towards Abel. "Teacher, where are we going?" Abel asked Wizard Morton as he stood in the center of the teleportation circle. "The Wizard Union branch headquarters in Duchy of Kian. It is the closest Wizard Union branch headquarters from here," said Wizard Morton as he began to start the teleportation circle. In a flash, he had already arrived in another teleportation circle. Although the layout of this teleportation circle was exactly the same from the one in Morton's magic tower, from the decorations outside of the defense circle, he could tell it was another magic tower. "Let's stop here for a while. This teleportation circle can only teleport 5,000 miles at a time," Wizard Morton explained to Abel with a smile. Then he took out his magic gold card again, swiped it in mid-air. The teleportation circle began to work its magic again. They had stopped for 2 times, and every time they needed to pay their fee. At last they arrived at a huge, incomparably luxurious teleportation circle. This teleportation circle was different from any other one Abel had seen in the past. It took up even more space than 10 of the teleportation circles in Morton Magic Tower combined. The surface was scattered with tightly netted dark gold color patterns. From time to time, the pattern would shimmer with light. The teleportation circle was very special. It could be used even when another person was still teleporting. As Abel was still looking, a few groups of people had also been teleported here. They appeared in different areas of the teleportation circle. There were even a few people disappearing from the teleportation circle in a flash of white light. "Follow me," said Wizard Morton as he patted the stunned-looking Abel. "Yes, teacher," Abel replied and quickly followed Wizard Morton's steps. "This is the Wizard Union branch headquarters in Duchy of Kian. Only a rank 3 wizard or above could enter here. The reason why I bring you here today is to help you order a wizard badge," said Wizard Morton as he walked. Camille and Carlos had already told Abel about this, so Abel was not surprised. However, he found the Wizard Union branch headquarters very amusing. The place was all filled with white-colored marble decorations. The wall, the floor, even the 10 huge pillars in the middle of the hall were made of pure white. The wizards are obsessed with white here. Even the wizard behind the counter was wearing an entirely white robe. Wizard Morton stepped up to the counter and said, "I'm here to request a wizard badge for my disciple." The wizard behind the counter was a very young-looking novice wizard with 5 leaves on his badge. He then said respectfully, "Mr. Morton, please wait a moment. I'll contact the wizards responsible for examination." The wizard behind the counter ignited a magic circle on the counter and said something towards it. Afterward, he turned back to Wizard Morton and said, Mr. Morton, please go to room number 3 in level 1. Mr. Blight will be waiting for you there. Blight, said Wizard Morton, frowning his eyebrows. Teacher, what happened? Abel asked quietly. Wizard Blight is a wizard from the Duchy of Kian. We sacked Black Magic Tower last time, and I also had some tension with wizards from the Duchy of Kian in the past. It seems like things might not go as smoothly as I thought, Wizard Morton replied. Teacher, I am not in need of the wizard badge. We can come back again some other time in the future, said Abel quickly, as he didn't want to give Wizard Morton a hard time. They won't go out of their way to give us a hard time. He is only a wizard responsible for examination. He can only do what is in his job description, said Wizard Morton with a smile, waving his hand. In order to get to room number 3, they had to pass through a hall filled with wizards from the counter. Under the powerful sense of Abel, every single one of those wizards felt like a bomb full of danger. There were so many rank 3 and above wizard concentrated in one spot. Abel was in full alert mode. Within room number 3 sat the 30 or so years old wizard Blight with yellowish hair and a darkish face. He was just talking with someone through the magic circle on his desk. Mr. Ston, it is confirmed that Wizard Morton and his disciple novice Wizard Abel is coming here to collect a wizard badge. Wizard Blight said to the intermediate Wizard Ston on the other side of the line in a respectful manner. In the rocky canyon, around 100 miles out, stood 6 magic towers on the tip of the canyon. 2 of those magic towers had more than 10 stories, which signified the power of this group of magic towers were much greater than the ones in Duchy of Carmel. On the top floor of the tallest 12-storied wizard tower, intermediate Wizard Ston was just looking over at the brilliant scenery of the rocky canyon. He demanded through his words, "Help me keep them there. That old bastard Morton just sacked one of our magic towers, as well as slandered Dark Wizard Black. We haven't even settled this, and he already went back to Duchy of Carmel like nothing had happened. I won't let it slide this time. It is what happens when you try to offend the dignity of the wizards from the Duchy of Kian." Wizard Ston cut off the call. The conversation he had was thought the teleportation circle in his magic tower. However, the conversation that followed would be a little more troublesome. He turned around and took out a magic circle board from a cupboard. This magic circle board was made out of all kinds of skeletons. It doesn't look like a thing made by human wizards at all. In the middle of the magic circle board was a white, intermediate magic gem. Wizard Ston placed his hand on the magic circle board and ignited the magic circle. Spooky energy immediately spread around his room. All kinds of negative emotions were rumbling around in the heart of Wizard Ston. "The orc's deity are such a hassle," said Wizard Ston as he added a frozen armor onto his body. The magic circle board slowly unleashed. All of those negative emotions around were quickly sucked into the magic circle, which was just unleashed. The magic circle began to glow in dark red as a skeleton made up of negative emotions emerged from the magic circle. "Click, click, Wizard Ston, why are you contacting me?" The bones on the skeleton rubbed against each other vigorously, making a disturbing sound. "The deity of Gosford, remember you asked me to help you capture Abel a few days ago? Well, there's some progress. He just showed up in Duchy of Kian," said Wizard Ston to the skeleton. "Click, click, wonderful. Now just think of a way to lure him to me. I will capture him personally and turn him into one of my skeleton warriors," said the deity of Gosford with a voice full of hatred. "However, there's a small hassle. He has company, an intermediate wizard." Wizard Ston had no idea how an insignificant novice wizard could offend the orc's deity. However, seeing the hatred of the deity of Gosford, he was sure that an intermediate wizard could not scare him a single bit. "Just say it, what do you want?" The deity of Gosford fully understood the intention of Wizard Ston. Long years of doing business with each other had made them very close. "Besides the reward you said you'll give me last time, you also need to help me kill off that intermediate wizard," said Wizard Ston in a low voice. "It's not hard for both of us to kill an intermediate wizard together. But as you know, it is very hard to stop an intermediate wizard if they are trying to escape." The deity of Gosford was a little shocked by the request. He thought Wizard Ston would just want more resources, but instead, he wanted to kill an intermediate wizard. If intermediate wizards were really that easy to kill, why would every duchy need at least one intermediate wizard to protect them? Intermediate wizards made their name through their powerful fighting ability. as well as their frighteningly long lifespan. Although it was only an intermediate rank, intermediate wizards were comparable to the elite rank of other occupations. I can find 2 more beginner dark wizards from my side to join this mission, said Wizard Ston, his voice sounding even lower. Click click, 2 intermediate, 2 beginners. We might have a chance to keep him. I will not hold back, so it depends on your luck if we can keep him or not. The deity of Gosford was very excited to kill an intermediate wizard. This could not only weaken the strength of the human race, but he could also capture Abel. The deity of Gosford needed to capture Abel, but he had to capture him personally and not let other human wizards interfere. There was only one reason for this: the transformation necklace. Originally, this treasure was made to help him travel between the Orc's empire and the human world more easily. However, one day his favorite child of his first wife needed to come to the human world for trial, so he borrowed him the necklace. However, little did he know, it would be the last time he saw the necklace. Now, all the evidence was pointing towards that the necklace was in the hands of Abel. Not only that, but the Orc's Kong spirit portal bag was stolen by a virgin. And the deity of Gosford also suspected it was Abel who had done it. There was no way the deity of Gosford would let any wizard interact with Abel alone because of the possibility that he might possess 2 super treasures. The few virgins he had sent previously had all failed, and even the most powerful wolf rider captain of Floaling had died in Bakong City. If not for these past failures and the immense value of these 2 treasures, the intermediate deity of Gosford would never come to the human world. He would be risking getting captured by humans. The virgins wouldn't dare to take his treasures even if they had killed Abel, but human wizards were different. They would keep treasure every time they had a chance. Abel was following Wizard Morton when a cool breeze blew upon his heart. It seemed like some kind of danger was going to dawn upon him. He was still very new to his rays of danger sensing ability. He could only try to look around, trying to find where the danger was located. However, he was in the Wizard Union's branch headquarters. Almost all wizards here were able to be a threat to his life, so his senses were basically useless here. Wizard Morton slowed down his steps. He turned and asked Abel in a caring tone, "Abel, are you not feeling well?" "Teacher, I'm fine." Abel shook his head, trying to get the sensation out of his head. Abel quickly followed up with the steps of Wizard Morton. When they walked around the center of the hall, his attention was drawn by a big wall rounded by wizards. The wall was filled with words, swimming up and down. "That's the mission list. In the future, you can use your wizard badge to directly accept missions from the teleportation circle in the magic tower," said Wizard Morton, lightly turning his head after seeing Abel's curiosity looking towards the group of people. "Why are those wizards accepting their missions here? Isn't it more convenient to stay at their own magic tower?" said Abel in a puzzled tone. "Not all wizards like to be locked in one place. Many of them travel around the world to seek chances to increase their rank." Wizard Morton replied. "Then how do they meditate?" Abel thought. Without a magic tower or a place filled with mana such as the dark world which they could enter, those wizard meditate would not have a place to meditate. The parts of the wizarding world you have made contact with are still way too small. You have only seen the surface of it. This world is very big, bigger than you have ever imagined. There are many other ways for wizards to practice. Concentrating magic circles, as well as hunting to get fresh new crystal cores, are some of the common ways wizards go about their training. Especially getting a fresh crystal core, they can increase a wizard's meditation speed by a lot. If crystal cores don't always solidify after 2 hours, all wizards will be much more powerful. Although crystal core solidifying might be a problem for others, it was nothing to Abel. Since he had a Horadric cube, he could even pause the time of the explosion of an exploding big sword, so of course, he could preserve a crystal core. His speed of progress was way too slow. When he was a knight, he was continuously spoiled by his lightning speed of progress. Now, as a wizard, he also felt like his training speed was very slow. Although to other people, he might seem like a genius with a scary speed of progress, Abel knew fully well in his heart that every night he had an extra 10 days to practice. Therefore, it had actually taken him 3 years to progress from rank 1 to a rank 3 wizard. If other wizards knew what Abel was thinking, they might have wanted to strangle him to death. How were 3 years anything to wizards? Many wizards with backgrounds would start using the Constitution potion ever since they were around 10 years old, and start doing training. If they could become a rank 2 novice wizard in 3 years, they would already be considered as a genius. Let's take Carlos, for example. He had been training under Wizard Morton ever since he was very young, and he had only reached the level of a rank 3 close to rank 4 wizard around his 20s. He had been meditating for more than 10 years, and Camille was not too different. Ever since the start, Wizard Morton had cultivated the two of them like they were his inheritance. If Abel did not appear, they would have been the last disciples of Wizard Morton. Abel, we are here. Don't worry, Wizard Blight won't give you a hard time. Wizard Morton comforted Abel with a smile. Seeing the distracted look on Abel's face, Wizard Morton still thought he was worried about the examination. Okay, teacher, said Abel, trying to calm himself down. In front of them was a huge door scattered with patterns. Wizard Morton moved to the side and said, according to the rules, you have to try to open this door yourself until we can see the wizard responsible for examination. Abel nodded lightly and placed his hand on the door. The patterns on the doors began to glow, and he felt his mana being lost. Afterward, the door slowly opened. Nice, only a rank 3 wizard can unpen this door, now let's go, said Wizard Morton, patting the back of Abel. He was not surprised at all. There was only a desk within room number 3. Behind the desk sat a wizard in a white robe. After he saw Wizard Morton, he immediately stood up and welcomed. Welcome, Wizard Morton, said Wizard Blight. This was not how Wizard Morton had expected at all. Wizard Blight was very polite. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, forming an X, and did a wizard bow. Wizard Morton replied with a wizard bow as well and said, Wizard Blight, please examine my disciple. By putting both arms in front of the chest and bow was a type of friendly wizard bow. It showed that the wizard come in peace, as he was putting his hand on a place that the other party could see. This is your disciple. Wizard Blight looked up and down at Abel and said with a smile, actually, an examination won't even matter. I can already feel that your disciple had already completed fulfilling the rank 3 wizard pattern. Abel immediately felt lifted when he heard these words. However, when he thought that the examination would be over in a moment, Wizard Morton was calming, staring at Wizard Blight, waiting for the words that followed. After a while, Wizard Blight proceeded to say, but according to the rule of the Wizard Union, I need to arrange a novice wizard to have a friendly battle with your disciple. From that, I will access your disciple's mastery in his spells. Go ahead, Wizard Morton said, nodding his head. Although this rule did exist, it had often been skipped. Since Wizard Blight especially raised this request, it seems like things wouldn't go as smoothly as expected. Wizard Blight then said with a smile, Wizard Morton, you are so unlucky. All the novice wizards responsible for examination just so happen to not be here today. Can you come back again tomorrow? Wizard Morton darkly thought to himself. The trouble had arrived, as expected. An original examination had pushed down until tomorrow. However, Wizard Morton could not refuse since Wizard Blight was still doing things according to the rules. Okay, we'll come back tomorrow morning. Are you sure there will be novice wizards for battle examination around that time? Said Wizard Morton to Wizard Blight in a deep voice. Of course. You don't need to worry. Just come back again in working hours tomorrow morning, and I will arrange it for you, said Wizard Blight certainly. Seeing there was not much he could do, Wizard Morton turning his head towards Abel and said, Abel, let's go. By that point, Abel had fully understood. Although this Wizard Blight seemed like a nice guy, he was truly trying to give both of them a hard time. Abel was angry in his heart, but he could also do nothing about it. As they were leaving, Abel walked around the mission list again. A message suddenly attracted his gaze. Mission number 388. Mission requirement, soul-catching grass. Mission duration, unlimited. Mission reward, 101 credit point unlimited. However, the portal bag in which he had put his soul-catching grass was in his Kong Spirit portal bag. He could not take it out here, so he could only try to remember the mission number and followed Wizard Morton out of the hall of the Wizard Union. Teacher, ain't we going back today? Asked Abel after he saw Wizard Morton had left the Wizard Union branch to headquarters. We'll stay here for the day and come back tomorrow morning. This place was pretty nice. You just had a taste of it, said Wizard Morton with a smile. It seemed like this entire city was revolving around the Wizard Union. Every shop was selling stuff related to wizards. Abel followed Wizard Morton into a huge door with a hotel sign in front of it. The hotel here was different from the hotel in other cities. The moment they entered, they could feel that the voices of people talking were very soft. There was not a single person talking loudly, which reminded him of one of those luxurious hotels from his original world. Wizard Morton led Abel to an empty table and took a seat. Afterward, a waiter quickly stepped up. He bowed and said, "Your Honor, Mr. Wizard, how I help you today?" Abel was shocked to discover that the waiter was actually a novice wizard. Although he was only rank 1, he was still a real novice wizard. Why was he working as a waiter? "I'll have 2 set meals and an empty glass," said Wizard Morton to the waiter. After the waiter had left, Abel could help but ask, "Teacher, that waiter just then is a rank 1 novice wizard. Why is he working as a waiter here?" Abel knew in his heart some of those low-ranking wizards who sacrificed their comfort to wait outside of the magic tower also had a high status in Bakong City. Most wizards were nobles, and seeing them took what he thought was just some boring missions without hesitation, Abel could truly see the power of wizards. "Because they still want hope," said Wizard Morton, looking at the back of the waiter as he left. He then proceeded to say, "The Wizard Union had attracted a large number of official wizards to accept their missions here, so there are opportunities everywhere. Who knows, one day he might get lucky, and an official wizard will pick him as a disciple." Things like this are very common here, so countless low-ranking wizards had also been attracted here, trying to catch that tiny bit of hope. At that moment, Abel changed his perspective towards that waiter. No one chasing their dreams should be made fun of. If they don't get a job, they cannot sustain their expensive training. That's why you'll see low-ranking wizards doing all kinds of jobs around here. They are all people continuously trying to get on the path of being a wizard. Wizard Morton exclaimed. "Teacher, what are the wizards actually aiming for?" asked Abel in a puzzled tone. Although he had studied spells and already became a rank 3 novice wizard, he still thought the reasons to become a wizard was just to attack people with spells and increase lifespan. However, the Wizard Union commanded every wizard not to get involved in the battles of the world. So what were all those training for? In the past, he knew exactly what he was aiming for with his training. That was becoming a wizard, use mana, unlock the Tome of Town portal, go home. However, reality had smashed this dream. The path to his home was closed, and the Tome of Town portal opened up another gate to a ruined dark world. After undergoing much disappointment, Abel still held a tiny bit of hope within him, but he was frustrated. He didn't know where he should go or what he should do, so he just kept being a novice wizard for now. "Do you think the world you see is the real world?" said Wizard Morton with a smirk. "Real world? Isn't this the real world?" said Abel, looking at Wizard Morton with a puzzled look. "As I said, this world is very big, bigger than you can imagine. If you can break through and become an elite wizard, you can go even further and see even more things," said Wizard Morton with an optimistic expression. "This world is very big. Ever since Abel had entered the world of wizards, the most powerful wizard he saw was an intermediate wizard, his teacher Wizard Morton. He had never even heard of an elite wizard, let alone break through to become one and aim for even higher success. Abel, you are the most gifted disciple I had ever seen. Out of all my disciples, you might be the only one who can walk to the end. Just remember, there are 3 stages of being a wizard: executed, understand, and mastery. This is what my teacher had told me, but I didn't live up to his hope. I can never break through the understanding state," said Wizard Morton with a slightly sentimental tone. Seemed like he had remembered something from his past. "Execute, understand, mastery," Abel mumbled to himself. "Your Honor, Mr. Wizard, please enjoy your meal." At that moment, the waiter said respectfully, holding a platter up to the table. Wizard Morton nodded. The waiter divided the set meals and placed them in front of Wizard Morton and Abel. Afterward, he placed a high-leg crystal wine glass in front of Wizard Morton, bowed, and left. Wizard Morton took out a bottle of red wine from the portal bag on his waist. He poured half of it onto the glass and carefully closed the lid again. Abel recognized this was the bottle of red wine he had given his teacher as a gift. Since nowadays, he only exclusively drank the wine he combined himself. Even the wine made from his own Cotter wine house might be too cheap for his liking. However, seeing how careful his teacher was to the wine, he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Although his teacher never asked for another bottle of wine, He knew his teacher loved wine a lot, but he had never given him another bottle ever since. Abel put his hand in his portal bag. Since an everyday item such as wine could be put into his public portal bag, it was very convenient for him to take it out. When he put his hand in, he realized there were 2 extra bottles of red wine. These unique, out-of-the-world red wines were combined with multiple ultra-luxurious red wines from the Cotter wine house through his Horadric cube. Before Abel could even speak, as he placed the 2 bottles of wine on the table, a voice suddenly came from somewhere. "Morton. Long time no see." Abel was shocked a little. Since he had become an elite knight, his powerful sense was like an instinct already. How could anyone get so closed without him even realizing it? "Johnson, what are you doing here?" Wizard Morton stood up and hugged an old man with a gray robe. When Abel saw the 2 hugged each other, he knew his teacher and Wizard Johnson must be very close friends. Although a hug could also be seen as an expression of close friendship to normal people, to a wizard, a hug could signify both parties were exposing their most vulnerable side to each other. When 2 wizards hug, they were getting rid of every single defense from their body to have an intimate connection. Wizard Johnson sat by the side of Wizard Morton and brushed on his portal bag. A wine glass appeared in his hand. "Give me some, I'm dying of thirst," said Wizard Johnson, tipping his wine glass towards Wizard Morton. Wizard Morton first put the 2 bottles of red wine on the table into his portal bag. He then took out the bottle of half-empty red wine from his portal bag. After he poured half a cup, he closed the lid again. "Old bastard, you are so stingy," said Wizard Johnson, holding up the wine glass in his hand. Seeing his teacher, Wizard Morton, being called an old bastard by the even older-looking Wizard Johnson, he couldn't help but giggle. Wizard Morton did not care about what Wizard Johnson had said. He only stared at Wizard Johnson in pity as Wizard Johnson drank up all of his wine in one sip. "What wine is this?" Wizard Johnson's eyes began to sparkle as he immediately reached his hand towards the bottle. However, all he got was just a bunch of air. The bottle was already in the hand of Wizard Morton. "Seeing how fast you had drunk your wine, any good wine will be spoiled by you," said Wizard Morton, looking at Wizard Johnson in disdain. Although that's what Wizard Morton had said, he still poured about half a cup of wine for Wizard Johnson. Wizard Johnson took a small sip of the red wine and enjoyed himself for a moment. Afterward, he gazed over at Abel and asked, "Is this your disciple?" "Yes, he's my new disciple. I'll just be taking him here to get his wizard badge," said Wizard Morton with a thankful look on his face. "Oh, he must be the one who gave you this red wine, isn't it?" Wizard Johnson asked. "Yeah." The moment he said this, he realized something was wrong. He immediately followed, "Why do you want to know?" "No wonder you had accepted him as your disciple. If I can have such good wine, I will accept him as my disciple as well," said Wizard Johnson seriously while nodding his head. "What are you doing here?" asked Wizard Morton. "Recently, there were a lot more Wurgens appearing around the Duchy of Carmel. Ever since you gave me the dead body of the Captain Wolf Rider of Flawling, the report had stated that the Wurgens are doubling down on their force around here. So I've been sent here to investigate," said Wizard Johnson, sounding even more serious. Abel felt a cool breeze blew upon his heart. He had done too many bad things to the Wurgens and took too many benefits from them. Could this operation by the Wurgens be targeted towards him? However, he didn't have the guts to tell his teacher about this. Some of the benefits he gained include the transformation necklace, Kong spirit portal bag, large amount of potions, as well as the treasures from the Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling. He got the transformation necklace when during his killing of the prince. Although the royals might not know about this, it was still better to keep this as a secret to minimize his tension with the royals. While in regards to the Kong spirit portal bag, it was his largest storage space. It was where most of his assets were stored. After the meal, Wizard Morton called the waiter and requested 2 rooms. He then turned towards Abel and said, "I have something to talk to Wizard Johnson about. You can go back to your room and have a rest, or go for a walk outside. Just make sure you don't leave the city. It is very safe here." "Yes, teacher." Abel saw that since the 2 haven't seen each other for a long time, he didn't want to disturb them anymore. He stood up, bowed, and left. Under the guidance of the waiter, Abel arrived in his room. It was a typical room. However, there was something different about this typical room. There was a magic circle in the corner of this room. In the center of that magic circle was a cushion, and on the left side of the magic circle was a small gap. It seemed like it was for a magic gem. Since Abel didn't know what that magic circle was for, so he did not try it out. Instead, he took out the barrier circle from his portal bag and ignited it. He then took out a bag full of soul-catching grass. However, he was not ready to enter the rogue encampment in a place like this. Although he was protected by the barrier circle, he was still in the territory of the Wizard Union. Who knew if there were any mechanisms sensitive to dimensions? Abel canceled the barrier circle. Since he did not want to waste any of his precious time, he took out his carving knife and started making more rune signs without any other thing to do. All of the crystal cores in his portal bag were already reshaped into a rectangle shape, with the crystal core reshaper his teacher had given him, and most of these crystal cores came from Wizard Black. When Wizard Morton had given Abel the crystal core reshaper, Abel never thought that these things could be purchased with credit. Good thing the rune ink for his magic weapons don't need to be specifically made by a potion maker, else he wouldn't be the Abel he was. When Abel was just getting his carving knife ready, a question popped into his head. According to what his teacher Wizard Morton had said, the runes were slightly different among different schools of wizardry. Does that mean the runes drawn by wizards were not all totally perfect? Suddenly, Abel thought of the dark gold-colored rune pen, the Rakara rune pen. When he was making those exploding big swords, this rune pen had the ability to forcefully correct runes. As long as the mistakes were small, the Rakara rune pen would send out a reminder, as well as forcing the user in the right direction. It seemed like he could use the Rakara rune pen to sketch out a perfect rune first, before etching it down on a crystal core. Abel found a bottle of ink in the room and dipped the Akara rune pen in ink. He was ready to write a rune on the surface of a fire crystal core. He decided to first test it out with the Ral rune. As the number 8 rune, Abel had drawn it many times in the past. Its ability included increase fire damage by 530 points and increase fire defense for 30%. However, one of the finished products Abel had in his portal bag could only have 315 points of fire damage, which meant there was something deeply wrong about the rune. Abel held the Akara rune pen on his right hand and secured the crystal on the table with his left hand. Just like that, he began drawing the rune. Just as expected, the Akara rune pen kept correcting him as he was drawing the rune. Although they were all small mistakes, they could still have a great effect on the rune's performance when they added up. Abel thought his teacher, Wizard Morton, was already expertise in rune sign-making. The runes from his school of wizardry were generally more powerful than others, so most of the runes signs out there must not be powerful at all. This drawing session had deepened Abel's understanding of the Ral rune by a lot. Although he could not remember all the mistakes he made, he was certain he could make a perfect rune sign one day if he continued to practice. However, when Abel saw the ink-drawn perfect rune on the surface of the crystal core, he immediately face-palmed himself. How stupid was he? Wasn't this a model for a perfect rune sign? He only needed to etch out the ink-drawn rune with his carving knife. Then he wouldn't make a mistake. This etching session was perfect. Abel smoothly followed the lines of the ink-drawn rune and perfectly etched out the rune while injecting the mana within it. After a white light flashed upon the rune sign, the rune on the rune sign had entirely disappeared. The rune sign had turned into an empty crystal core sign. The only difference was that it had turned pure white from the original red color. Abel couldn't even believe himself as he held the rune sign in his hand. This rune sign looked nothing like his old ones. Could it actually work? Just in case, he let the Horadric cube to examine it. Abel threw the rune sign in his Horadric cube and focused his power of the will on the rune sign. La rune sign. Plus 425 points fire damage. Increase fire defense 30%. From this, he could see that this rune sign was much better than the ones he made before. Akara used to use this Akara rune pen to write his scrolls on normal lambskin parchment in the rogue encampment, but it could still generate magical effects. That level of skill was much greater than etching a rune on a crystal core with energy. Abel put away that much more powerful rune sign he just made and picked up his Akara rune pen again. He was ready to make the second Ral rune sign. The life of a wizard was boring as hell. Abel did not stop etching until his dinner was delivered by the waiter. He had made 6 Ral rune signs in total. On top of the 20 rune signs he made before, he now had 26 fire attack Ral rune signs on him. In regards to the ice attack Shale rune sign, he had 15. He had 10 of the poison Ral rune sign. He had 3 of the electric attack Ort rune sign. As for the attack rune signs he got from the dark wizard, Black, none of them really caught his eye. So he just gave it to Carlos to help him sell them off. In order to make a defense rune sign, an attribute-less crystal core was required. Abel did not have any attribute-less crystal core, so he only had 5 defense rune signs on him. He got 3 of them from the dark wizard Black. It included 2 no, 1 Ral rune signs and 1 no, 2 Shale rune signs. He also gained 2 of them from the Virgin Prince, which were both no, 12 Thur rune signs. Actually, Abel's favorite was the no, 1 Ral rune sign. Although it was the smallest number of the Ral rune family, its ability was quite strong. Plus 50 hit rate, plus 1 light rate, plus 15 defense. However, the second no, 1 Ral rune signs he had were not as powerful as the true no, 1 Ral rune sign. Still, it could increase defense in general, not only in physical defense, but also in magic defense as well. Abel had made a lot of magic weapons using the rune on the no, 12 Thur rune sign. The no 12 Thur rune's ability was a little bit direct, plus 9 minimum damage, absorb physical impact 7. Actually, the Thur rune signs that were already ready-made were not as strong. Although he didn't know what had motivated his passion for rune signs all of a sudden this morning, he still wanted to start making more of them just in case. He shoved all of the rune signs he had made into his portal bag. If something had happened, he would be able to use it. Afterward, he checked up on his ice magic sword and the magic shield. Then he put them back in his portal bag again. Knock, knock. A knock came from the door, so Abel immediately stepped up to open the door. Teacher, that's right, it was Wizard Morton. Abel, I'm here to see you. Wizard Morton followed Abel into the doom and gazed at the magic circle by the corner. He then asked Abel, didn't you use this magic circle? Teacher, I still haven't tested out the ability of this magic circle, said Abel, touching his head in slight embarrassment. Wizard Morton then turned his head to the table, seeing some small scraps left over by the etching. He gently nodded his head and said, you had made good use of your time practicing making rune signs. That's very good, that's the spirit of a wizard. Keep it up, and you can go even further on your journey as a wizard. Yes, teacher, Abel nodded his head and said seriously. This is a mana gathering circle. It was designed for wizards. If the hotel didn't have this magic array, no wizards would want to live here. As Wizard Morton was speaking, he, too, out an intermediate magic gem and placed it on the gap next to the circle. He then proceeded to say to Abel, I'll get going now. You only need to ignite this magic circle, and you can meditate just like when you were in the magic tower. Actually, the whole reason why Wizard Morton had come to Abel's room was to teach him how to use this mana gathering circle. Abel fully understood his teacher's intentions as a sense of gratitude raised from his heart. After Wizard Morton had left, Abel ignited the mana gathering circle with his power of the will. Waves of mana rushed from the circle. Although the mana concentration was only 70% as dense as the most mana-concentrated area of the magic tower, he was still in shock that he could meditate outside of the magic tower. Abel had not rested in a big warm bed like this in a long time. When he woke up the next morning, the soft mattress and the swan feather sheets kept him so comfy in bed that he never wanted to get out. Hazy sunlight reached from the pale curtains, filling up the room in a misty atmosphere. Had he woken up late, Abel had gotten clear-headed all of a sudden. He had not rested this well in a long time, so well that he had woken up late. He couldn't let the teacher wait too long. He quickly got out of bed, took a shower, and rushed out of the room. When he arrived at the lobby of the hotel, he realized his teacher, Wizard Morton, was already eating his breakfast. Teacher, sorry, I woke up late, said Abel gently, quickly stepping up to Wizard Morton. Take a seat, Abel. I have already ordered breakfast for you, said Wizard Morton, pointing towards a chair by his side. After Abel sat down, Wizard Morton said with a smile, It's good that you can sleep. I haven't had any deep sleep in a long time. If a wizard has a powerful power of the will, they will need less sleep. Seeing that his teacher did not criticize him, Abel let out a breath of relief. At that moment, the waiter had walked up with his breakfast. The breakfast was elementary, only a bowl of porridge and a cup of juice. Abel looked towards the breakfast which his teacher, Wizard Morton, was having. It was a piece of soft bread and a glass of red wine. Wizard Morton slowly tore chunks out of the soft bread and dipped it in the red wine to enjoy. "I'm old, my appetite had gone bad. Only the red wine you gave me can give me enjoyment. Lately, I realized this red wine is very beneficial to how my body functions. It seems like it is bringing my energy back," Wizard Morton exclaimed. Wizards cared about how their body functions a lot. This was because the mana would continuously eat up their body, and they needed to keep taking potions to help them recover. Therefore, every wizard has a deep understanding of their own body, even more than official knights. This must be what the saying of chronic illness is the best doctor meant. "Teacher, if this red wine is good for your body, I'll prepare some more for you after we go back." Abel always thought those combined red wines were only appearing to the tongue. However, now it seemed that the things combined through the Horadric cube were not as simple. They could increase bodily functions as well. What I actually meant was, don't let the public know about this red wine. Red wine with such power can drive the entire Duchy of Carmel into chaos, said Wizard Morton gently as he dipped more bread into the wine. Although Abel knew what Wizard Morton had said might not be totally serious, he was still reminding him. He had underestimated the ability of these red wines. "Yes, teacher, I've only given 2 bottles of this red wine to my grandparents. Other than that, only you have them," said Abel after he thought for a while. Early in the morning, the hall of the Wizard Union was already filled with a large number of wizards. Although wizards normally don't talk loudly, the place was still crowded with voices coming from all directions. "Wizard Morton, I have already organized the examination for you. The Wizard Blight today was not as friendly as the one yesterday. He looked like he was just doing his job." "Okay, Wizard Blight, let's get started," said Wizard Morton. He saw that Wizard Blight was sick of pretending, so he spoke directly as well. Wizard Blight then turned to Abel and said, "Novice Wizard Abel, I will now officially examine your ability in regards to your application of the Wizard Badge on behalf of the Wizard Union." "I accept my ability examination," Mr. Abel replied. "You wait here for a while," said Wizard Blight, pointing towards a room next to the battle stadium. Wizard Blight ignited the communication circle and spoke at it. "Let Jason come here." After a while, Abel saw a 2.2-meter tall man walking towards him. It was extremely rare to see a wizard of this build. The strong man stopped in front of Wizard Blight and bowed. "Jason is happy to see Mr. Wizard Blight then said, pointing at Abel, "Your mission today is to battle with him. I need to test his fighting ability." Now both Wizard Morton and Abel had already realized that Jason was a rank 1 novice wizard. Still, rank 1 at such an old age made it seem like he would remain this way till the day he dies. Looking at Jason's build, it seemed like he was one of those late power of the will possessor. Only these kinds of people would maintain such a build after becoming a wizard, since they had only discovered that their power of the will had reached the standard of a wizard after they became an adult. Although normally people like these won't get accepted by a wizard, there were outliers. Jason was one of them. Although Abel had already reached the height of 1.9 meters, he still looked like a kid as he stood next to Jason. A deep smile emerged from Jason's face as he said, "Little guy, it's nice to be a wizard, isn't it? I bet you'll have a nightmare every time you think about what happened today." Wizard Morton frowned. This Jason guy should not even be considered as a wizard. He was only a thug with a rank 1 novice wizard ability. Wizard Blight wanted to use Jason's huge body to directly oppress Abel. He could fail Abel for unleashing the rank 3 wizard spells for too long. Up to this point, a cold smirk emerged from Wizard Morton's face. He knew his disciples very well. Although the mana did impact Abel's body, he was still a knight. A strong man like this shouldn't be a threat to Abel. Wizard Blight looked the two of them at the stadium and said, "No rules. Whoever knocks down the other first will be the winner. Don't worry, and I'll be here to protect you. You guys won't get hurt. Now let the examination begin." As soon as the words of Wizard Blight landed, Jason was already rushing towards Abel at full speed. His steps were very quick, seemed like he had undergone some specific training. Abel did not move on the spot. He merely flicked his fingers in mid-air, mumbled some spells, and a pattern quickly emerged in mid-air. The speed at which Abel was able to unleash the spell was a little beyond Jason's expectations. In a flick of a hand, Jason sent a string of red flame towards Abel. Rune sign. Abel immediately stopped the pattern he was drawing to dodge the red flame attack like a flash of lightning. He cursed to himself in anger. Abel didn't want to show his true ability. He was in the Wizard Union, and if he had shown his true ability, he would attract way too much attention. Therefore, he had tried to slow down the speed in which he unleashed his spells, so he seemed more like a normal rank 3 wizard. However, Jason's use of a rune sign was beyond his expectation. Although rune signs were a method of attack, it wouldn't show a person's true ability. On top of the high value of rune signs, they would never be used in a normal examination battle. Wizard Blight. How can you use a rune sign during a rank 3 wizard examination? Wizard Morton asked angrily. That rune sign was made by Jason himself, so it was still part of his ability. Wizard Blight explained. I will report what happened today to the Wizard Union, Wizard Morton said with a deep voice. Whatever, Wizard Blight said like he didn't care at all. This was because he thought to himself darkly in his heart, do you think you could make it back alive? As the two were talking, Jason had already thrown out 10 rune signs. It was all fire attack rune signs, which meant that during this short period of time, Jason had thrown out 200,000 gold coins. By this point, Abel already sensed something was very wrong. This was only an examination. If it was a life and death battle, throwing out that much rune signs could be understandable. However, under these circumstances, it was clear that someone was intentionally trying to give him a hard time. Normally, a wizard who had just reached rank 3 might not even be able to withstand 5 rune signs, let alone 10. Luckily, since Abel had become an elite knight, his speed was doubled. Although Jason had undergone some specific training, his speed was still far behind an official knight. These rune signs had been thrown out by Jason like dark weapons. It had nothing to do with his rank 1 novice wizard ability at all. Even Abel still did not show his true ability, and he could still successfully dodge all of these attacks. How could you dodge all of my attacks? Jason was stunned as he shouted. He had already used up all of his rune signs, and Abel had dodged all of them. Abel couldn't care less if Jason was stunned. However, he was sick of trying to use spells, so he directly kicked Jason right in the stomach. As Abel was not using his combat kai, he could unleash around 4,500 pounds of force. Since he had learned close body kickboxing, he drew the force from his foot on the ground and delivered it from his shining waist to the leg in which he had strike out horizontally. Just like that, 4,500 pounds of force had almost entirely landed on the waist of Jason. Also, Abel had used a technique when he was unleashing his force. The purpose of this technique was to send people flying with the kick, not directly penetrate them. These were 2 different ways of using force. The first one was used to send people flying, and the second was to give people internal damage. Of course, his knight's training did not teach him anything about these physical kickboxing techniques. These techniques were all derived from the experience of his previous world. Since his strength had increased massively, these techniques improved drastically. Jason was struck by this horizontal kick. His 2.2 meters tall body was stopped for a while by this massive force and flew out towards a side afterward. As Jason was screaming, his body directly flew towards Wizard Blight, who was still arguing with Wizard Morton. By the time Wizard Blight had realized Jason was flying towards him, it was already too late for him to dodge. He could only quickly pad his portal bag, and a shield made up of white light emerged in front of his body. Jason's body viciously struck upon the shield. In a flash of an eye, Jason was already slowly rolling around the floor, red bubbles coming out of his mouth. Mr. Blight, did I win? Said Abel innocently, looking at Wizard Blight. Wizard Blight felt extremely angry, not because of Jason. He couldn't care less if Jason died. He was angry because of the fact that he had wasted a defense rune sign in the Wizard Union branched headquarters. Wizard Blight, so what now? The battle had ended. Are you going to give my disciple a wizard badge? Said Wizard Morton in a deep voice. He was already extremely irritated by the fact that Wizard Blight was trying to give them a hard time. He had decided that he would report this to the Wizard Union. What Wizard Blight had done was clearly taking advantage of the Holy Wizard Union. Wizard Blight didn't say anything. He coldly gazed towards the Jason twitching around on the floor and returned to his office desk. He ignited a magic circle white lights began to swirl, and a badge with 3 leaves appeared. Novice Wizard Abel, I will now officially give you your wizard badge on behalf of the Wizard Union, said Wizard Blight as he walked in front of Abel. He coldly looked at him for a second and placed the wizard badge on his hand. The way Wizard Blight had treated Abel could already be considered as a huge offense to Abel's dignity. According to the rules, if Wizard Blight was giving Abel the wizard badge on behalf of the Wizard Union, he had to put the badge in front of Abel's chest to signify the Wizard Union qualified his hard work. Wizard Blight, you no longer have the right to represent the Wizard Union, said Wizard Morton in a deep voice. As they were walking out of room number 3, Abel held the badge with 3 leaves in his hands and closely examined it. Although the leaves on the surface of the badge was for decoration only, the badge itself was made with many tiny magic circles. They walked around the mission list in the hall. Abel remembered mission 388, a mission about gathering soul-catching grass, so he quickly asked, "Teacher, can I accept a mission?" "Already, if you want to accept a mission, you have to go with Carlos and Camille, never go by yourself," Wizard Morton warned Abel. "Teacher, I don't need to battle in this mission. It is a mission I can complete immediately, which I saw yesterday," Abel explained. "Well, that's lucky. I remember I spent an entire month to complete my first mission." "Fine, let's go submit your mission," said Wizard Morton with a smile. The two of them walked towards the mission list, and Abel placed the wizard badge on his into one of the empty gaps in the line of magic circles in front of the mission list. The gap fitted perfectly. Abel used his power of the will to control the wizard badge. What he saw was similar to using a mouse in his past life, and the mission list was similar to a screen. As he stared at the missions quickly moving up and down, he quickly selected mission 388. Afterward, the details of the mission appeared on his wizard badge. It was a good thing everyone who accepted these missions were wizards. It would be impossible for a normal person to select anything with the speed at which the mission messages were moving. Abel retrieved his wizard badge and turned his head back to Wizard Morton. He asked, "Teacher, does that mean I had accepted the mission?" "Yes, I never thought you'd are so good at using it already," said Wizard Morton. Abel wanted to say that although this mission list was very advanced in this world's standing, it was very outdated compared to the things in his previous world, from was the interface or its practical use. This mission list was very simple, and the way it was controlled was not too different from a computer from his previous world. "I've seen Carlos used it before," Abel could only think of this explanation. "Oh, you can go that way to submit your mission," said Wizard Morton, pointing towards an area on the right side of the hall. Abel arrived in the service desk. The place felt fresh, and there was nothing stacking up. It looked nothing like a place to submit things. "Are you here to submit a mission?" The person serving Abel was a low-ranking female wizard wearing a white robe. She didn't look too old. Instead, she looked kinda like Lorraine. So you could basically call her a beautiful woman. Yes, Abel followed. The low-ranking female wizard then said with a smile, "Please show me your wizard badge." Abel gave his wizard badge to the low-ranking female wizard. The low-ranking female wizard then placed Abel's wizard badge on a magic circle in front of her and said, "It is your first time submitting a mission. If you had complete the mission all by yourself, your mission credit rate would increase by 20%. "Teacher, you never told me about this," said Abel, turning his head back towards Wizard Morton in a puzzled expression. "My teacher didn't tell me back in the days as well," said Wizard Morton in a strong voice. The low-ranking female wizard looked for a second towards Wizard Morton, who was standing behind Abel. She immediately knew this was an official wizard teaching his disciple, so she said with a smile, "Please give me your mission requirements." Abel took out a decent-sized badge from his portal bag and placed it on the counter. Many wizards standing by the side couldn't help but tensed up their gaze and stared at Wizard Morton with a frightened look. They all thought this rank 3 wizard's portal bag was given by his teacher, since the only way to get a portal bag without being investigated by the Wizard Union was to kill an official wizard. The low-ranking female wizard opened the bag, seeing that it was filled with soul-catching grass. She then asked suspiciously, "Did you finish this mission all by yourself? If there were other wizards who had helped you, you wouldn't get the 20% increase." The low-ranking female wizard could not believe a rank 3 wizard could get such a large amount of soul-catching grass by himself. These soul-catching grass were exclusively grown in the Orc Empire. It was very hard to get in the human world. Also, since these grasses were also a key component to a knight's rank increasing potion, they were even harder to get. Yes, I completed this mission all by myself. Abel repeated himself in a certain tone while frowning his eyebrows. Okay, I'll give these souls catching grass a check. The low-ranking female wizard dumped all the soul-catching grass out and randomly selected 2 of them to place on a magic circle by the side. Weird, really no other wizards who had touched them. The low-ranking female wizard mumbled to herself with her head pointing downward. This magic circle could detect the scent of a wizard. It was responsible for examining missions that required wizards to complete all by themselves. In order to be qualified, the magic circle needed to show the scent of the wizard completing the mission. If there was another scent beside the wizard examining the mission merchandise, it would mean that this mission was not completed by that wizard alone. The low-ranking female wizard counted up all the soul catching grass in detail and said, "You have 2,520 soul catching grass in total. Please take back 20 of them. You had gained 25 credit from this mission, and since it was your first mission and you had completed all by yourself, you will get 5 extra credit. That's 30 credit points in total. Do you want to deposit it in your wizard badge? Please help me exchange it into 23 bottles of Constitution Potion and deposit the rest of the credit into my wizard badge." After Abel had put away the 20 soul-catching grass, the first thing that came to his mind was to get some Constitution Potion for combining. He had 3 bottles of Constitution Potion on him. Currently, if he got 23 more, it would just be enough to combine a Master's Constitution Potion. The low-ranking female wizard put all the soul-catching grass back into the bag and placed it onto a magic circle behind her. She operated it for a while, and the bag of soul-catching grass disappeared into thin air. After a while, a wooden box appeared from the magic circle. Afterward, the low-ranking female wizard placed the wooden box and Abel's wizard badge on the counter and said, 7 credit points had been deposited into your wizard badge, and your 23 potions are here as well. Please take it. Abel put away his wizard badge and opened the wooden box to quickly counted the potions. Afterward, he nodded his head. Once again, they stood in the middle of the huge teleportation circle. Wizard Morton said with a smile, "From now on, you are officially a member of the Wizard Union. You can no longer get involved with the customs of the world, so just let the others take care of the business in your family." Yes, teacher. Abel rarely questioned about his family's business anyway. Both the Harry family in Harvest City and the Abel Castle were occupied by his uncle Marshall. As for all of the assets under his coat of arms in Bakong City, his trusted steward Ken took care of it. It had been a long time since he had cared about his family business. He would only take a look at the income and spending records every month. "Please teleport us to the Morton Magic Tower," said Wizard Morton to the flashing white light in front of him. The white light was a sign confirming the teleportation array was ready for teleportation. In the Wizard Union branch headquarters in the Duchy of Kian, there were many wizards wearing white robes controlling and accepting the request from the teleportation circle. Since this huge magic circle could teleport multiple people at a time, it was always operated manually. When a wizard in the white robe had heard the words Morton Magic Tower, his eyes began to sparkle. He immediately took the right to control the teleportation circle and changed the destination. Then, he ignited the teleportation circle. It was the first time this white-robe novice wizard had done this. Afterward, he was so nervous that his face had gone badly pale. Bling, an intermediate wizard appeared in the middle of the teleportation circle operation room. His gaze brushed upon the few white-robe beginner wizards and said, "Stop what you're doing." The few white-robe beginner wizards stopped what they were doing. After seeing an intermediate wizard, they had to step up and bow. Someone just took the right to control without permission. Whoever did it, come out immediately. Don't make me search for you, or else even your family will be dragged into this, said the intermediate wizard in a calm voice, with waves of imposed pressure coming out of him. The few beginner wizards in white robe exchanged gazes. Afterward, they all looked back towards the badly frightened, pale-faced beginner wizard. The intermediate wizard doubled down on his imposed pressure, directly locked down the beginner wizard. He grabbed his robe, and in a flash of white light, they had disappeared from the spot, leaving only some words behind. All of you get back to work. As soon as the teleportation circle began to glow, Abel immediately sensed an immense danger. It was vicious, and it was much greater than anything he had felt before. However, it was too late to leave the teleportation circle. The frozen armor immediately appeared on Abel's body, as his golden combat kai began to unleash. At the same time, 5 defense rune signs had also appeared in Abel's left hand, as well as the magic shield on the right. He put the shield in front of him. Wizard Morton saw Abel's reaction, so he immediately put on his frozen armor as well. This was the most powerful defense spell he had mastered. The white light of the teleportation circle had stopped, and both Wizard Morton and Abel had vanished from the teleportation circle. In a valley a few hundred miles out, a simple and worn-out teleportation circle began to flash in white light. The shadows of 2 men emerged from the teleportation circle. This was the first time Abel had remained totally conscious throughout the entire teleportation journey. Most of it was thanks to his powerful golden combat kai protecting him. Soon as Abel stepped foot on the ground, his elite knight spirit immediately sensed a great threat in front of him. The white light still had not totally faded yet, so it had the ability to protect the person being teleported. Only after those white light had totally faded could the person being teleported could be attacked by external forces. The moment before the white light faded, Abel gazed back at Wizard Morton. This long-distance teleportation still had some effect on Wizard Morton. Although he was used to teleportation, his body was still weak. He could help with vertigo brought in by teleportation. Secure defense. Abel roared as he plunged his shield towards the ground, facing the direction of the threat. His golden combat kai was rushing around, entirely surrounding Wizard Morton and himself. Bang! That simple and worn-out teleportation circle had shattered, and the white light protecting the two had completely vanished. Immediately, 3 huge fireballs ignited upon Abel's shield. His golden combat kai could not even stand half a second against this force until it was completed scattered. In a flash, the shield in which Abel had used to counteracted countless attacks had also been struck into pieces. Abel did not move at all. His teacher, Wizard Morton, was right behind him. If he left now, his teacher would be directly attacked. It didn't matter if this was coming from a place of love for his teacher, or the fact that he could only have a chance of survival if his teacher also survived. He was not willing to step aside. One by one, he began to ignite the defense rune sign in his hand. At the same time, those weak little souls had also ignited the last defense rune sign. His body was shining in 2 beams of white light. However, in the face of these powerful magic, everything was useless. As the 3 firebombs exploded at the same time, the white light on his body was scattered, and his frozen armor had faded away. Just like a paper wrapping a rock, Abel's body flew out along with the massive shockwave. There were 3 wizards who were responsible for the attack, and there was only a 10% chance that Abel could survive these massive attacks, so they didn't care about Abel being blown away. Since Abel had taken all the blow of the 3 firebombs, Wizard Morton's frozen armor was still intact. When he woke up from his vertigo, he was just in time to see Abel flying out from the shockwave. Wizard Morton shouted. The 3 wizards' second attack was well on its way again, but by that time, the clear-headed Wizard Morton had already disappeared from the spot. "Ston, I want you all dead." As Wizard Morton roared in anger, he speeded towards a beginner wizard in a flash of lightning. Lighting spells were the most difficult spell to learn and the most difficult to unleash its power. The only pro of these spells was its speed, not its attacking power. Normally, intermediate wizards would only learn the move and the flash from lightning spells, and rarely other ones. The beginner wizard could not do a move in the flash, and the speed of lightning was too quick for him, so he didn't have time to dodge. He could only take out a defense rune sign to directly combat this strike of lightning. The lightning viciously struck upon the beginner wizard. The force of the lightning was totally beyond his imagination as the beginner wizard got knocked to the ground. That strike of lightning did not stop as it switched its target towards the body of another beginner wizard. Chain of lightning, Wizard Ston roared in shock. In order to learn the chain of lightning spell, one must first master both the electric spell charging bolt and lightning. Just imagine if the chain of lightning had the power to knock down a beginner wizard in one strike. There would definitely need to have great mastery in both the charging bolt and lightning. Wizard Stan was shocked because he always thought Wizard Morton was a wizard expertise in fire magic. He could never have guessed he was hiding so much electric power. Just think about how much effort and time that would take. Wizard Morton didn't just know these two types of magic, he was expertise in both of them. Wizard Stan was expertise in fire attacks. It was not that he didn't want to learn other spells, but that he didn't have enough power of the will. Power trumped diversity, so if he tried to learn other spells, none of his spells would be powerful enough to counteract such a powerful opponent in a battlefield. The second beginner wizard also didn't escape the fate of the first beginner wizard. The chain of lightning had the same ability as move in the flash. Once it successfully struck its first target, would almost immediately transfer to the body of another target. Seeing the two beginner wizards being knocked to the ground, Wizard Stan immediately unleashed his own white lightning and moved to a spot 40 meters out with the move in the flash. "Gosford, if you still don't come out now, your deal will end here," Wizard Stan roared. The heart of Wizard Morton suddenly shook. Although he had already destroyed two beginner wizards, it didn't affect his opponent too much. In a battle between two intermediate wizards, beginner wizards were used for dragging the time. If Abel did not take up the entire blow, the 3 firebombs unleashed by 2 beginner wizards and 1 intermediate wizard was supposed to kill Wizard Morton. This seemed like this was the first plan of Wizard Stan. He didn't want other wizards to know that he had connections with the Orcs' empire. Therefore, only after his first plan had failed, he let the 2 beginner wizard drag on so he could summon the deity of Gosford from the Orcs' empire. Wizard Stan was only a business partner to the deity of Gosford. If Wizard Stan could not save himself during the battle, there would be a big chance that the deity of Gosford would find a chance to kill them both. Wizard Morton looked at Wizard Stan with a pair of sharp eyes and said, "No matter who you called, you must die today." Despite Wizard Morton being only a rank 11, and Wizard Stan being a rank 12 wizard, Wizard Morton was much more powerful than Wizard Stan in terms of spells. Wizard Stan did not know Wizard Morton's age. If he did, he would definitely not want to pick a fight with a wizard who was about to reach the end of his lifespan. These type of wizards had spent their entire life practicing spells, and they wouldn't leave their enemies behind. They were going to die soon anyway, so they might as well give it all they got and drag their enemy to hell along with them. Seeing his disciple sacrificing his life to protect him, you could just guess how angry Wizard Morton must be. At this point, he had decided to kill Wizard Stan no matter what. Click, click. A wave of spooky ear-piercing laughter emerged. Afterward, a patch of dark and cold red light filled the battlefield. "Weaken. Stan, I can't believe you are collaborating with a deity of Orcs." When Wizard Morton realized that he had been struck with the weaken spell, he roared with anger. His scattered ice armor could not withstand the force of the weaken spell. Wizard Stan is a great friend to the Orcs' empire. He has exchanged countless military resources and training potions with us. He was he who requested me to kill you this time as well. The deity of Gosford's voice kept changing direction in mid-air, making it impossible to pinpoint where he was. "Shut up, Gosford," Wizard Stan quickly shouted. After what the deity of Gosford had said, Wizard Stan knew fully well that the only choice he had now was to give it all he got and kill Wizard Morton. If Wizard Morton escaped, he would be in big trouble. Ling, ling, ling. Suddenly, 6 skeleton wizards holding sharp axes and 5 skeleton wizards shining in fire and ice emerged from all directions. They slowly surrounded Wizard Morton. "The deity of Orc, you had used the dead body of wizards to cultivate skeleton wizards. The Wizard Union will definitely not let this one slide," Wizard Morton shouted as he saw so many skeleton wizards emerging. Skeleton wizards were forbidden, although they could get away with it within the Orcs' empire. As soon as they bring it to the human world, they were basically picking a fight with the Wizard Union. Then, it would be a battle to the death. "Human, do you think you still have a chance to go back to the Wizard Union to report us?" The voice of the deity of Gosford scattered from all directions in the sky. The moment before the huge battle was about to take place, Abel had slowly woken up. Many layers of defense minimized the damage his body actually took to the limit. However, he was still badly burnt. He could feel his golden combat Kai continuously repairing some of his damaged organs. Abel felt like he was going to die. His strong body was like a broken bucket filled with water. Blood continued to gush out. As the blood in his body kept decreasing, the speed of which the blood gushed out had also begun to slow down. At that moment, he was truly in a life-and-death situation. He gently opened a slit in his eye. His body had landed under a huge tree far away from the battlefield. There was a huge hole next to the place where he was lying, which was probably made by his body's initial impact. He remembered he had gotten rebound from the initial impact, hit the huge tree, and landed where he was now. His teacher, Wizard Morton, was okay. Joy filled Abel's heart. His teacher, Wizard Morton, stood in the middle of the battlefield. Above him was another human wizard, and there were skeletons surrounding them from all directions. Since no one was looking, Abel moved the Kong Spirit portal bag and the Tome of Town portal to his personal storage space in the Horadric cube. Afterward, he used his power of the will to take out his personal storage space and directly hide it in the big hole in front of him. After Abel finished what he was doing, he carefully looked at how the battle was going again. At that time, Wizard Morton had already started his battle with the human wizard. However, a dark red glow would often emerge from the sky, making Wizard Morton lose his dominance again. Wizard Morton had thrown out 4 rune signs onto his body. They were attribute-increasing rune signs. They could increase the 4 main attributes of one's body temporarily. It was very rare to see a wizard who could inherit these type of rune signs, and they would rarely appear in wizard exchange grounds. These rune signs couldn't be underestimated. After Wizard Morton had unleashed them, his speed had multiplied. And his mana also increased a tremendous amount. He let out a cold smirk looking at Wizard Ston. He didn't seem to care about the skeletons surrounding him at all. Those skeletons moved slowly at first, but they suddenly speeded up. 6 of the skeletons formed into 6 black shadows in mid-air and rushed towards Wizard Morton. Black sharp axes struck through the air. It was surrounded by something similar to combat kai, but it was black. If a person had been struck by these axes, they would not only be physically impacted, they would also be attacked by core venom. Afterward, the patch of spooky dark red glow in the sky above the battlefield struck towards Wizard Morton. This was the damage-increasing curse. This type of curse could double the physical damage of the skeletons. Wizard Morton felt helpless since it was impossible to counteract a curse. Therefore, he could only let the damage-increasing curse land directly upon his body. His body was shining in blood red and returned to normal again. Actually, Wizard Morton had a very simple way of dealing with the attacks of the skeletons. He threw out 6 ice attack rune signs to slow down the skeletons by frosting their bodies. During this time, he quickly dodged the spell attacks of the other 5 skeleton wizards. Afterward, he threw out a fire rune sign to ignite the firebomb of Wizard Ston. Wizard Morton had effectively taken care of all the attacks that sent his way, despite barely unleashing any of his own spells. Wizard Morton knew fully well that the most dangerous part of this battle was the 6 close body attack skeletons. If he was struck by the close body attacks of these 6 skeletons, there might be a big chance a chain reaction might occur, making him lose his spell ability. At that moment, the spooky dark red glow emerged from the sky again. Suddenly, everything went black in front of Wizard Morton. He could not see anything around him beyond 5 meters. Darkened vision, Wizard Morton darkly called. He knew in his heart that his hidden opponent was a summoned deity of orcs who was expertise in curses. During the time Wizard Morton's vision was affected, the 6 close body battle skeletons had already recovered their speed. With immense speed, the axes in their hands struck down. The spell unleashed by the 5 skeleton wizards was also getting closed. Wizard Storm's firebomb had also locked him down. In that slip of a second, Wizard Morton's body vanished. He dodged all these attacks with the move in the flash, sending him to the edge of the battlefield. Wizard Morton's experience in battle had stunned the entire battlefield for a moment. After he made sure no one was watching him, Abel took out 3 bottles of Constitution potions from his portal bag, placed it in his Horadric cube, and pressed combined. He then continued to take out more and more Constitution potions to combine. Afterward, 27 bottles of Constitution potions had turned into 9 bottles of Greater Constitution potions, shining blue light. Then, they had turned into 3 bottles of Greatest Constitution potions, shining in gold. At last, they had turned into a bottle of Master's Constitution potion, shining in dark gold. Now let's see if this Master's Constitution potions could really save his life. This was Abel's last hope. He could not even lift his arm. He could only directly use his power of the will to pour the potion from his Horadric cube to his mouth. He couldn't care less if he would cut himself. As he viciously bit down on the crystal bottle, some of the softest skin in his mouth was penetrated, blood leaking out from the side of his mouth. But nevertheless, he did not waste any of the master's constitution potions. The entire bottle had been poured into the mouth of Abel. The master's constitution potions immediately acted like steroids in Abel's body. In almost no time, all of the functions in Abel's body was triggered as it began to repair his wounds. The repair process was much quicker than his golden combat kai. In a flash, his organs had also begun to recover. After a while, Abel felt his energy rush back to his body. His golden combat kai also seemed like it had gotten denser from this almost dying experience. He still had a lot of wounds outside of his body. Although his burnt skins had healed up a little, he still looked very scary. It seemed like that master's constitution potion would try to heal the internal damage first. It would start to heal external damage once the internal damages were healed. But by this point, the effect of the potion was wearing off. It only got the chance to heal some large external wounds before its effect was all used up. Abel used his power of the will to drag his personal storage space into the Horadric cube once again. He let out a deep breath of relief. He survived nevertheless. His external wounds were not a problem. His golden combat kai would slowly heal it up after some time. Now it just came down to if his teacher, Wizard Morton, could win this battle. If Wizard Morton had lost, maybe he couldn't preserve his little life. At that moment, he saw a dark shadow from a near distance. It was a shadow of a body wearing an entirely black robe. That body looked too tall to be a human's body, and it was ruthlessly sending out some unknown spells to the battlefield. Abel was sure in his heart that this was the deity of the orc that was controlling the skeletons. Therefore, he held the 6 fire attack rune signs he made yesterday in his hand. Those were the most powerful rune signs he had. They were much more powerful than any spells he could do. Then, he reached his power of the will in his portal bag, and a magic cane appeared on his hand. Actually, Abel knew fully well that the rune signs he made yesterday, and the magic cane with the spirit transfer spell in his hand would not do much damage to the deity of the orc, especially the spirit transfer spell. It was mostly used for picking up things from a distance, and its attacking ability was basically nothing. However, he was waiting for a chance to let his teacher gather up all his strength and focus on killing one of his opponents first. Currently, his teacher was being attacked by 2 opponents simultaneously, so it was impossible for him to focus on a target. That kid still didn't die after all the attacks. So lucky. The deity of Gosford looked at Abel on the ground. His power of the will could sense Abel's life force, and seemed like Abel's life force was very strong as well. After Abel heard the voice of the deity of Gosford, he knew it was too late for him to just attack him directly. He had to find a chance. Attacking an intermediate deity head-on would be suicide. Since the deity of Gosford was distracted, it gave Wizard Morton a chance to attack. The weakened spell in his body had faded, and he regained all of his spell power again. The chain of lightning he had not used for a long time was unleashed once again. After the chain of lightning had knocked down 2 skeletons, it flashed in the body of Wizard Ston. He let out a scream, and the 2 layers of defense on his body were destroyed immediately. However, the moment before his layer defenses were destroyed, he used the move in a flash and dodged. By this point, Wizard Ston felt his mana was about to be used up after all the vicious attacks he had sent to Wizard Morton. If he continued like this, he might not even be able to preserve his life, let alone killing Wizard Morton. "Gosford, what are you doing? I can't hold it anymore." Wizard Ston screamed as he was ruthlessly using up his mana on the move in a flash. The deity of Gosford was standing in front of the body of Abel. He was just about to bend down and search for his lost treasures, but suddenly he felt the 2 chains of will disappear from his mind. Afterward, he heard the scream of Wizard Ston, so he had no choice but to turn around and said, "Humans, you have the guts to kill my skeletons. I'll turn you into a skeleton wizard." As the deity of Gosford was speaking, he pointed his blood-red magic cane towards Wizard Morton, and a beam of red light began to shine from his magic cane. In the flash of the moment, Abel suddenly grabbed his right leg with one of his hands on the floor. His massive force quickly dragged the weak body of the deity of Gosford, directly onto the ground. Since Abel had wounds on his mouth, he could only mumble, "Knight's outbreak technique." Knight's outbreak technique could increase one's strength by 3 times, but the person who had used the technique would get a little weaker for the next following hour. This was a secret Knight technique from the Bennett family. This technique had immediately used up almost half of his golden combat kai, but what he got was 3 times his strength. On top of the support of his golden combat kai, Abel had now had the strength of a human T-Rex. Now, Abel was bashing up the deity of Gosford on the floor in the most ruthless techniques imaginable. Stabbing the eye, stabbing the throat, punching the groin, striking the nose, basically unleashing all the most frowned upon fighting techniques in his past life. Other than physical attacks, his weak little souls also kept igniting the fire attack rune signs on his right hand. Waves and waves of flame blew upon the deity of Gosford. It had also burned Abel as well, but he couldn't care less at that point. The deity of Gosford was struck with so many unexpected attacks, he didn't know how to react to all of a sudden. But still, he was an intermediate deity. He still has some life-saving methods apart from his defense, which was about to be shattered by Abel's massive force. A rock monster made by mud appeared from the tip of his right finger and quickly merged with the deity of Gosford. Just like that, a new armor made with mud had formed on his body. In a flash of an eye, all of the attacks from Abel became useless. A murderous instinct emerged from the cold eyes of the deity of Gosford. A little novice wizard had almost pushed him towards a crisis. A blinding white light began to flash from his finger. A spell was about to be unleashed, since Abel was holding up the deity of Gosford during this time. The skeletons were not supported by any spells. Therefore, they could no longer form a threat to Wizard Morton, especially after losing 2 of the skeletons. Wizard Stan was not looking too well either. His mana was almost fully drained. All of a sudden, Wizard Morton decided to surrender. He had completely disappeared from the battlefield after a few moves in a flash. Wizard Morton did not chase after him. Instead, he sensed a battle happening. So he quickly arrived beside Abel with a move in a flash. By that point, the deity of Gosford's spell had completed, and he was just about to unleash it to kill Abel. Suddenly, he saw Wizard Morton appeared out of thin air, so he quickly did some shameless rolls on the ground to drag out his distance with Wizard Morton, waiting for the support of the skeletons. However, there was no way Wizard Morton could give him a chance to escape. A strike of lightning stuck on his body. But due to his mud armor, the damage he actually took was largely minimized. The strength and weakness of a deity were very obvious. They could not do a move in a flash, so they basically had the speed of a turtle. However, if you were talking about their stamina in battles, they would be miles ahead of any wizards. As long as a deity could summon their skeletons, they could just let them battle forever without using up a single bit of their own mana. The defense spells of a deity were also extremely strong. They could counteract countless physical or spell attacks. The deity of Gosford and Wizard Morton began drawing their own patterns at the same time. The deity of Gosford had drawn a white bone armor defense pattern. Although this was only rank 1 spell, it was still very complicated. On the other hand, Wizard Morton had unleashed the Hellfire spell. This was not a high-rank spell as well, but it was the perfect match for the mud armor in the deity of Gosford. Its ability was unleashing a ball of flame and burning people to death. Although these 2 spells only needed a second to unleash, it felt much longer to the 3 of them on the battlefield. These spells could dictate the result of the battle. If the deity of Gosford could unleash his white bone armor first, then he would have enough time to regroup with his skeletons. Deity with its skeletons was a whole other level compared to a deity by itself. However, if Wizard Morton could unleash his Hellfire spell first, then he could turn the deity of Gosford into a burnt white potato along with his mud armor. As the 2 of them were still drawing their magic patterns, suddenly, a worn-out short cane-looking magic cane was lifted by Abel's left hand. A white pattern immediately emerged from the front of the magic cane and soon disappeared. Afterward, a beam of white light appeared on top of the deity of Gosford's head and soon engulfing his entire head. Abel mumbled the wounds in his face, could not hide the smirk on his face. The deity of Gosford felt dizzy all of a sudden. Although the fighting ability of the spirit transfer was very low, it had a special ability, which was the break spell. As long as this spell was directly cast on someone's head, their spell would break. A stream of relentless fire shot out from Wizard Morton. By the time the deity of Gosford had woken up, he was already surrounded by the flame. All they could do now was to scream in agony. Afterward, the scream slowly gets softer and softer. The support was here, but when the skeletons were just meters away from Wizard Morton, they suddenly came to a halt. Afterward, he let out an ah, and all fell to the ground in pieces. The battle had ended. Wizard Morton lowered his head to look at Abel and asked in a full heart of worries, "Abel, what happened?" By this point, Abel had finally relaxed after an intense battle. Now, the immense pain in his body began to register in his brain. Especially his mouth, there were still bits and pieces of crystal glass sticking inside it. The pain was unbearable. And nothing. Abel could barely speak these 2 syllables before fresh blood began to pour out his mouth again. "Yeah, sure, this is some medicine for your wounds. Just take it first, I'll find some better options for you when we get back," said Wizard Morton, taking out a bottle of medicine from his portal bag, opened Abel's mouth and poured it inside. Abel swallowed the medicine at once. A numb, itching feeling emerged from his mouth, and soon he began to cough out a few mouthfuls of blood and crystal chips. The wounds in his mouth had healed up a lot as well. "Let's get going now," said Wizard Morton. "Teacher, the thing's on that wizard," said Abel, trying his best to speak. "You greedy bastard, don't worry, I won't forget." In a few flashes of light, Wizard Morton had ripped the portal bags off the 2 beginner wizards and shoved their dead bodies inside. Then, he returned to Abel's side. How about him? Abel knew the deity of orcs were very powerful, so how could he not have anything good on him? "Abel, according to the rule of battle, those are your spoils of war. You had counteracted the first attack to protect me and used your wounded body to hold up an intermediate deity. Most of all, you broke the deity's spell in the most crucial moment," said Wizard Morton, looking at Abel with the most serious expression. Abel looked back at Wizard Morton in a puzzled look and said, "Teacher, isn't this what a disciple's supposed to do?" "Why are your thoughts so weird? A disciple is a disciple. They don't need to risk their lives for their teacher." Although this was what Wizard Morton had said, he was deeply touched, and the expression in his eyes was filled with gratitude. "Teacher, I could only survive because of you. You are the one who truly risked your life for me," said Abel honestly. "Abel, not many people can do this. Anyway, let's pack up the dead body of the deity. We need to get back quick to help you treat your wounds," said Wizard Morton, looking at the wounds-filled face of Abel. Abel searched for a while on the dead body of the deity of the orc. He didn't find any portal bag. That was weird. However, when he was about to shove the deity of orcs' dead body into his own portal bag and give it a more detailed search after he got back, he realized it was impossible to do so. "Teacher, how come I can't put his dead body into my portal bag?" Abel turned to Wizard Morton and asked. "The deity of orcs have some very weird dimension tool. They don't trust anyone, and they like to keep their best stuff inside their body. Therefore, they will often swap out a part of their bones into a dimension tool," said Wizard Morton. At that moment, Abel realized why he could not put the dead body of the deity of the orc into his portal bag. A portal bag could not let any other dimension tool be put inside, so he had to find where the deity of orc was storing its dimension tool first. It seemed like the only way now was to use his power of the will to examine. But suddenly, Abel remembered when he was unleashing his most vicious attacks. The deity of orc had sent out a mud monster from the tip of his right finger, which had become a mud armor afterward, making his attacks useless. That's right, it was on its right finger. Therefore, Abel used his power of the will and did the most detailed examination on the deity of orc's right finger. He was correct. A joint in one of his fingers was different. Abel took out an ice magic big sword from his portal bag. In a flash, a little joint from the deity of orc's finger was perfectly picked out. The tip of the sword frosted the chunk of flesh on the joint. Then, with a flick of the sword, the flesh fell onto the floor. Seeing the sword skill of Abel, Wizard Morton couldn't help but exclaim, "If you weren't a wizard, you would definitely be a powerful knight. It's a pity for your gift as a knight." Of course, Abel would not tell anyone about the secret of his golden combat kai. He merely held the finger joint in his hand and rushed his power of the will inside. There was no resistance. The wealth of the deity of orc was exposed in front of his eyes. The space of the finger joint was not big, only about a square meter. There were some bottles on the side, some lambskin parchment, 2 books, a pile of magic gems, but most of all, there was a human puppet made entirely out of gold. "Teacher, what are all these things used for?" said Abel as he handed the finger joint to Wizard Morton. Wizard Morton didn't refuse as he gave out a little smile. He then began to examine the finger joint. Meanwhile, Abel was putting the dead body of the deity of Orc into his portal bag. Then, he noticed the deity of Orc's magic cane on the ground not far from him. This was the first magic cane he saw in this world. Therefore, he quickly stepped towards it and directly shoved it in his portal bag. He didn't have time to examine its attributes currently. "Abel, be careful of the crystal glass in here. Don't ever open it without consideration. Only start messing with it once you learn potion study. Deities are experts in making poisons, so I speculate that most of the things in here are poisons. In regards to the deity's knowledge, just take a look at it. Don't learn it for no reason." Although they have the same origin as the human wizards, after countless years of changes, we are now nothing alike. Wizard Morton warned Abel after seeing the things inside. "Teacher, how about that gold puppet?" asked Abel. He was very curious towards the puppet. "If I had guessed correctly, this golden putter is a stone metal monster from an elite deity," Wizard Morton explained. Stone metal monster. After Abel had heard this word, he was reminded of the skeletons the deity had summoned today. It seemed like the deity of Orc's occupation was a bit like the necromancer in Diablo. According to legends, sometimes an elite deity will forcefully rip their elite, stone metal monster spell from their body before they die to protect their offsprings. This allowed the stone metal monster to live on forever. Although Wizard Morton didn't like deities too much, he still respected this action quite a lot. If this is the case, wouldn't the Orcs' empire have a lot of stone metal monster? This was a thing summoned by an elite deity, so if what the teacher had said was true, every elite deity will rip their stone metal monster out of their body before they die. Then, there should be a lot of stone metal monsters roaming around. "Of course not," said Wizard Morton, shaking his head with laughter. He then followed, "Let's not talk about the pain an elite deity needs to go through to rip their spells off their body. I don't even think 1 out of 10 elite deities can successfully do so. So your biggest takeaway from this battle is this stone metal monster." "Teacher, why didn't the deity just use this monster just then?" Abel asked curiously. What else could he do? He had already summoned an altered mud monster spell on his body. "I'm not sure what the reason is, but mud monsters and stone metal monsters could not be summoned at the same time." After Wizard Morton had answered Abel's question, he waved his hand and said, "I'll answer more of your questions later. If you still don't treat your wounds soon, you might be in big trouble." As he was speaking, Wizard Morton grabbed Abel's hand and unleashed the move in a flash continuously. It was the second time Abel had the privilege to enjoy this service. He had gained his experience from last time, so he surrounded his head with his golden combat kai under his skin. The dizziness had soon disappeared. Under the continuous teleportation, Abel could truly feel the power of an intermediate wizard. What power could this be? He had reached a few hundred meters in almost no time afterward, another few hundred meters. There were a 200 meters long river in front of him. It was considered as a decent-sized river in their world, but under the lead of Wizard Morton, a second ago, he was still in the left shore of the river, but now he was on the right shore. Just like that, he moved through countless obstacles. The scariest thing was that Wizard Morton had just finished an intense battle. However, he still has enough energy to unleash that much move in a flash. The speed of the spell was crazy too. It was almost like a quickened spell. You would rarely see people with the guts to use spells around here in the Wizard Union branched headquarter in the Duchy of Kian, but today, every wizard could feel an intense magical wave. An experienced wizard would know that this magical wave was brought on by the move in a flash spell. In the hall of the Wizard Union branch headquarter, a beam of white light flashed. Wizard Morton and Abel appeared in the middle of the hall. Every single wizard around was disturbed. This seemed like a direct offense to the Wizard Union. Around 2 seconds after Wizard Morton and Abel appeared, 5 beams of white light flashed from every single direction around them. 5 beginner wizards with red shirts had been teleported. One of the red shirt wizards said in a dark tone, "No matter who you are, your offensive behavior today will be punished by the Wizard Union." Wizard Morton smirked and looked around. He then shouted, "Johnson, do you really want me to tell everyone what happened?" The expression of the red-shirt wizard suddenly changed. Wizard Johnson was one of the most powerful wizard of justice sent by the Wizard Union's main headquarters. It was not someone the Wizard Union branch headquarters could mess with. Retreat, Wizard Johnson appeared in the hall. His pale old face was filled with surprise. He stepped up, hugged Wizard Morton, and said with a big laugh, "I knew a bastard like you would be okay. You're still that immortal crow back in the days. No one can kill you." When Wizard Morton heard the word immortal crow, he could help but remember back in the days. But soon his face returned seriously again. "You need to give me an explanation about what happened today," said Wizard Morton, gently pushed away Wizard Johnson. "This isn't the right place to talk. Let's go inside," said Wizard Johnson to Wizard Morton. It seemed like he didn't want the crowd to know about what happened today. "Okay, go." Wizard Morton placed his arm on Abel. The two of them disappeared into a flash of white light, along with Wizard Johnson, leaving behind the 5 speechless red-shirt wizard and a crowd of confused wizards in the hall. Wizard Johnson, Wizard Morton, and Abel appeared simultaneously in a big room with the round ceiling. "Thank you so much for not telling everyone what happened in the hall," said Wizard Johnson with eyes full of appreciation. "I'm a member of the Wizard Union too," said Wizard Morton in a deep voice. "We have captured the low-ranking wizard who had taken advantage of our teleportation circle and teleported you to the temporary teleportation circle. However, he had already killed himself during the time he was locked up." Wizard Johnson then turned and took out 2 bottles of potion from the drawer behind him. He then handed the potions to Wizard Morton. Wizard Morton didn't show any respect as he took the potions directly off Wizard Johnson and gave it to Abel. He said, "Abel, let's treat your wounds first. One is for damage and one is for international damage." Abel took the potions. The 2 bottles of potions were red, but he was not sure what kind of potions they were. It definitely shouldn't be anything simple, considering Wizard Johnson's status in the Wizard Union. Therefore, he threw one of them directly into his portal bag, while only leaving on to whip on the wounds on his body. Wizard Morton didn't say much about his disciple's action. Since his disciple was an official knight, he must be very familiar with his own body. Therefore, Wizard Morton knew Abel's internal damage probably wasn't too bad. Afterward, Wizard Morton turned to Wizard Johnson and said in a mocking tone, "Do you really believe the low-ranking wizard had killed himself when he was locked up? I know a problem had occurred in the Duchy of Kian's branch headquarters, but I'm still investigating. Do you know who had attacked you today?" said Wizard Johnson after he sighed. "Take a look at yourself," said Wizard Morton as he took out 2 beginner wizards' dead bodies from his portal bag and threw it onto the ground. Wizard Johnson bent down and examined the body in close detail. After a while, he stood up again and said, "They are documented dark wizards. The Wizard Union wanted to capture them many times, but always failed. Of course, the Duchy of Kian's branch headquarters couldn't capture them," said Wizard Morton with a mocking tone again. "What do you know?" asked Wizard Johnson seriously. "Guess who their leader is?" said Wizard Morton in a somewhat playful tone. "Who?" Wizard Johnson quickly followed. "Wizard Ston," said Wizard Morton. "How could it be?" Wizard Johnson mumbled in slight disbelief. "If this wasn't enough, I got another dead body that you will definitely be interested in," said Wizard Morton looking at Wizard Johnson. "Who's it?" By this point, Wizard Johnson felt his mind cluttering up. An intermediate wizard trying to hunt down another intermediate wizard was already an extremely rare and massive case within the Wizard Union. After he heard there was another dead body, he began to get worried. "Abel, give the dead body to Johnson," said Wizard Morton to Abel, who was rubbing his potions by the side. "Yes, teacher," said Abel as he threw the dead body of the orc's deity on the floor from his portal bag. "That is, the Virgin deity of Gosford," Wizard Johnson shouted in shock and disbelief after he took off the hood on the dead body's head. Afterward, Wizard Johnson turned his head back to Wizard Morton and said in a slightly distracted tone, "Old bastard, you really are an intermediate wizard, not only surviving the attacks of an intermediate deity and 2 beginner wizards, but also brought their corpses back. That's unbelievable." Wizard Morton looked at Abel, who was still applying his potions, and turned his head back to Wizard Johnson. He said, That's because I have a stupid disciple who was willing to risk his life to help me take up the attacks of 3 wizards. Wizard Johnson also turned his head to look at the burns all over Abel's body. They were oil scars left over by fire spells. Wizard Johnson could help but turn his head back to Wizard Morton again and said, "You really have a good disciple, a very admirable one." Abel was really enjoying himself. Wizard Johnson's potion was amazing. Even the naked eye could see his wounds healing by the second. Other than some deeper wounds, all the other ones just basically turned into some small red marks. It looked like all his wounds would be healed in 2 days. At this moment, Abel was lamenting that he only have so little potions like this. If he had enough of them, as well as the Horadric Cube's combination, its ability would definitely be neck to the healing potion from the Dark World. It seemed like potion study was a must for him in the future. If he didn't have a healing potion in the Dark World, it would be very dangerous. If he could combine something similar to a mana potion after he learned potion study, that would be perfect. The biggest challenge he had encountered when battling in Blood Moor was not enough mana. No matter how powerful your wizard weapons were, if you had no mana, they were basically useless in a battle. On the other side, Wizard Morton was criticizing Wizard Johnson. He asked a locked-up convict had killed himself in the Wizard Union branch headquarter in the Duchy of Kian. Wanted dark wizards were following the most powerful wizard in Duchy of Kian, and this most powerful wizard could partner up with an orc's deity to kill a human wizard. Is this what the Wizard Union has become? Is the Wizard Union still the Wizard Union back in the days? Wizard Johnson said with an extremely serious tone, "I will definitely give this case a clear investigation. I will not only give you an explanation, but I will also give the Wizard Union an explanation. I will definitely remove this evil parasite from the Duchy of Kian. Since we've known each other for so long, I let you take care of this, but if it was not done correctly, I will definitely ask my teacher to give this a justification despite all costs," said Wizard Morton, lowering his voice. Wizard Johnson quickly replied with a scared look on his face, "Don't worry, I definitely won't bother the old man." Let's hope, of course. Wizard Morton knew an intermediate wizard would need to have a massive background. In order to become an intermediate wizard, they must have a full inheritance and a huge amount of resources. The full inheritance made sure a wizard would not go down the wrong path, and the huge amount of resources was what builds them up. Therefore, every wizard who could break through to the intermediate rank must have a massive background. He was no exception. "I will let the main headquarter know that you had killed a dark wizard and an orc's deity, then I will directly transfer you your merits," said Wizard Johnson, looking at the dead bodies on the floor. "I'll take the merit of killing the dark wizards, but the merit of killing an orc's deity belongs to my disciple. You should directly transfer to him," said Wizard Morton coldly. In Blood Moor, Abel was unleashing the charging bolt like a walk in the park. He could now unleash the rank 5 charging bolt, which included 7 electric arcs simultaneously. 10 fallen were rushing towards him, and 7 of them had been struck to halt but the electricity. Afterward, he unleashed 4 charging bolts again and filled the ground with electric arcs. The 10 or so fallen were knocked over immediately. The fallen shaman kept reviving the dead fallen, but they could only revive one at most. The soul of all the other dead fallen was directly sucked into the Horadric Cube. In regards to all the fallen who were still alive around him, they were all screaming for their lives, scattering towards all directions, leaving only the fallen shaman, who was just preparing a fireball to attack Abel. Abel lightly patted Black Wind. After Black Wind got the signal, he quickly dashed around left and right, dodging all the frightened fallen, and arrived in front of the fallen shaman. Fireball flew directly towards Abel from the fallen shaman's hand, so Abel took out a fire rune sign. The fire rune sign exploded the fireball in mid-air. At that moment, he was trying to fight like his teacher, Wizard Morton. Afterward, 2 fireball spells had ended this fallen shaman life. Abel then jumped down from Black Wind. He picked up the fallen shaman's magic cane and threw it into the Horadric Cube for examination. It's a fireball spell again. Abel blamed it on his bad luck and shoved the magic cane in his portal bag. It had been a week since he was attacked in the Duchy of Kian. Throughout this entire week, he had stayed at home to heal his wounds. Most of his time was spent in the Dark World. This was the 8th fallen shaman he had killed, and it was located in one of the smallest fallen camps. There were only around 500 fallen were there. He gained 8 fallen shaman magic canes. 2 of them had been damaged during the battle, and 4 of them didn't have any special abilities. After all, he only got another fireball magic cane, so must be very lucky when he got that magic cane with an official wizard ability form that first 3 fallen shaman he killed. Ever since he realized the Horadric Q had the ability to suck up the soul of those creatures from hell, he began to use Black Wind speed, as well as applying the guerrilla tactic to slowly drag those fallen to death, since the fallen shaman couldn't do much to revive them. Anyway, Abel checked his mana, and there was not much left. Abel began to use the fireball spell to kill off those fallen who had regained their will to battle one by one until his mana had depleted. Black Wind, let's go out, Abel commanded as he gently patted Black Wind on the neck. It was time for him to go back to the rogue encampment to restore his mana through meditation. He had only made this decision after he learned his lesson. In the past, every time when his mana was depleted, he would always direct Black Wind to someplace that he thought was safe for restoring his mana through meditation. He thought he could save some time this way. But a few days ago, when he was restoring his mana through meditation, he suddenly woke up. What he saw was a ground full of zombie corpses surrounding him. Black Wind was covered in blood. If Black Wind didn't risk its life to protect him, Abel would lose his life in his meditation journey just like that. Ever since then, he would return to the rogue encampment for meditation. Luckily, at the time, he still had that leftover healing potion, so Black Wind's wounds didn't affect too much of its performance the following few days. Nevertheless, they weren't playing a game. It was very dangerous to meditate in the wild without any strong self-defense strategies. There was no revival here, so he only had one chance. When Abel was thinking about his self-defense strategies, he thought of that stone metal monster left over by the orc's deity. Originally, that would be the best defense puppet, but in order to make that thing listen to Abel's command, Abel would at least need to be an official wizard. Therefore, he could only admire it for now. In regards to the lambskin parchment in the orc's deity's dimensional finger joint, it was filled with notes about potions. However, those notes were too complicated for Abel to understand at the time. They were not notes for basic potion study. They were notes for some extremely elite complicated stuff about potions. On top of that, they were all written in the orc's language. If Abel wasn't fluent in orc's language, they would be hopeless looking at it. There were 2 books in the dimensional finger joint. One was called Skeleton's Summon Spell Guide. The other was a scripture. When Abel first saw the Skeleton's Summon Spell Guide, he thought he could learn another new spell. However, only when he opened the book did he realize that he bear using skeletons. This was what the so-called deity-altered spell. The power of the skeletons depends on the skeleton's original owner's power. Therefore, the more powerful the owner of the skeleton was, the more powerful the skeletons would be. In order to attain these skeletons, one would need to drain and torture the will of an elite warrior for a long time in the harshest manner. On top of that, they would be injected with all kinds of poisons to corrupt their flesh, so their power could be transferred to their skeletons bit by bit. Afterward, the broken-down soul of the elite warrior would be locked in their skeletons. Just like that, a skeleton with the same ability as the original owner was born. Abel could not tolerate this, so he decided not to learn it. Even if he could tolerate it, he would still be frowned upon by other wizards if he had really learned it. However, through this skeleton summon spell's description, he could try to find a way to counteract the spell. Of course, his optimism was in the soul potion. Throughout the past week of the massacre in Bloodmoor, Abel gained 5 bottles of soul potion. However, he did not use them on himself. Instead, he tested it out on Black Wind to see how it would go. Since Wind Black would need to be prepared for battle at any moment in the rogue encampment, Abel was not ready to let it use the soul potion yet. If something had gone wrong here, he could only pray to the Lord. But if he was outside, he might be able to find Marcy for help or ask a pope to unleash some holy spells. Although Black Wind was Abel's mount, it was not a member of the wizards. Therefore, if it got hurt, it could still seek the pope and the shrine for help. Abel could not do that. Although his wounds were healing very slowly these past few days, he still didn't find the pope for help. The reason was simple, and that was because a wizard could not accept the holy spell by a pope. Holy spells and mana had too many conflicts, so it would only damage his wounds even further. The worst part was that his wounds would heal very fast every time he enters the rogue encampment, but every time exited back to the Holy Continent, his wounds returned to how they originally were. Originally, Abel thought this was the best way to heal his wounds, but it was only until now he realized it would be his downfall. Before Abel exits the rogue encampment, he would always meditate to recover his mana. This was because he had almost gotten killed by a wolf rider captain one time, when he exited the dark world with a depleted mana store. After Abel's mana was fully recovered, he looked at the sky and calculated the time for a while. It was time for him to leave. He opened the portal and disappeared with black wind from the rogue encampment. After Abel took a shower and put on some new clothes, he ran into Steward Ken, who was just looking for him. Steward Ken said, "My lord, your follower Finkel had just delivered a message. Wizard Morton invites you back to the magic tower." "Go order a carriage, I'll get going soon," said Abel, nodding his head. Since Wizard Morton was looking for him when he was healing his wounds, there were most likely had some updates from the Wizard Union. The moment when Abel had got off the carriage at Morton Magic Tower, he sensed a constricting atmosphere. All the low-ranking wizards surrounding the magic tower seemed depressed. Something must have happened. "Mr. Abel," when the low-ranking wizards saw Abel, they immediately stepped up and bowed. Those low-ranking wizards were expertise in spreading the news, so when they heard that Wizard Morton really respects Abel, Abel's status in their heart had shot straight up as well. Abel bowed back to the crowd and entered the magic tower with his identity card. The moment he entered, he heard the voice of Wizard Morton. "Abel, go straight to my place now." Abel suddenly felt his heart dropped. Something big must have happened. Otherwise, why would teachers need him so desperately? He quickly stepped up the stairs 3 stairs at a time. Soon, he had arrived at the 11th floor. He pushed open some doors with all kinds of weird birds and beasts on them. At last, he arrived at the hall on the 11th floor. Camille and Carlos were already standing in front of Wizard Morton in the hall. It seems like they were reporting something. "Abel, you had arrived," Wizard Morton said to Abel with a smile while nodding his head. His expression didn't indicate what he was thinking at all. Wizard Morton's face did not change much, but Camille and Carlos forcefully gave out a little smile. By this point, Abel was sure something had happened. "Teacher, are you looking for me?" said Abel as he greeted Wizard Morton. "Abel, go with Camille and Carlos to investigate the mines," Wizard Morton commanded. "What happened?" Abel asked with a heart full of confusion. "The 2 magic gem mines in the Duchy of Carmel had been attacked today, and all the low-ranking wizards guarding the place were killed," said Wizard Morton, lowering his voice. When Abel first saw those low-ranking wizards surrounding the magic tower, he just thought they were here to suck up the mana leaked out by the magic tower. Only recently, he had discovered, those low-ranking wizards would also often accept some missions given out by the magic tower in exchange for training resources and spell practice. The wizards who were qualified for guarding missions would need to be at least rank 1. By that point, they already had a decent amount of fighting ability, so it should be very hard to attack a gem mine on top of the gem mine's defense circle. Originally, I was planning to tell you about another case, but now it seems like these cases are connected, said Wizard Morton. Abel turned his head up towards Wizard Morton. It had been a week, so the Wizard Union must have some updates. The Wizard Union will soon throw Ston in the Dark Wizard list and send out an arrest warrant throughout the entire human world, said Wizard Morton with a dim expression. They still haven't captured Ston. Will he come to the Duchy of Carmel to seek revenge? Abel felt his heart drop. That guy was an intermediate wizard. He must have some massive revenge coming, considering all of the hatred between them. Don't worry, it's very hard for Ston to come to the Duchy of Carmel. Every single teleportation circle had banned him from using it, and the Wizard Union's information system is already looking for him. As soon as he shows himself, they will know where he is. After that, he will be welcomed by a ruthless hunt from the Wizard Union's redshirt guards, said Wizard Morton after seeing that Abel was worried. Could this attack be set up by Ston? Abel asked. It might be revenge set up by the wizards from the Duchy of Kian. They had taken too much damage this time by losing an intermediate wizard. As well, the cleanup by the Duchy of Kian's Wizard Union branch headquarters. The Duchy of Kian's power decreased a lot, and it's not looking good for them. If they continue like this, they can no longer preserve their resources, said Wizard Morton with a somewhat laughing at people's misfortune tone. Wizard Morton gazed at his 3 disciples and proceeded to say, "This time, we official wizards will not leave the magic tower. We will be responsible for igniting all the magic circle in the magic tower. Your identity cards can be used throughout the entire Duchy of Carmel, so if another official wizard appears, the magic tower will know. This is a battle between novice wizards, and no official wizards will get involved." There were 15 low-ranking wizards being trapped in the Duchy of Carmel in total. Since all the branch teleportation circle towards the 4 nearby duchy had been closed off, let's go hunt them down as revenge for our dead wizard. "Yes, teacher," said the 3 of them simultaneously as they bowed. As they were coming out of Wizard Morton's room, Abel asked Carlos, "Do you know how powerful the 15 low-ranking wizards are?" Carlos slightly nodded and said, "When they were passing through the Duchy of Thunder's teleportation circle in groups to detour over our border, the Duchy of Thunder's teleportation circle had recorded who they were. 10 of the 15 of them were rank 3 and below, while the other 5 were official disciples from the Duchy of Kian's magic towers. Why isn't the Wizard Union getting involved with this?" Abel couldn't help but ask. The Wizard Union is a scattered organization. They can't control what wizards are doing. The most they could do was to warn wizards for the things they do. They will only get involved if a wizard had harmed the Union or the well-being of humans, Carlos explained. Camille added on the side, "The reason why the teacher didn't get involved in this fight is that an official wizard cannot fight in a battle between novice wizards, or else it will escalate into a fight between official wizards. This is a hidden rule of the wizard world. Those low-ranking wizards could never have guessed in a million years that we have installed an alert circle in the gem mine's defense circle. Ever since the teacher came back last week, he had installed an alert circle on every important resource. So when they were attacking the magic gem mine, the magic tower was alerted. Although it was too late to save the wizards, he had immediately closed down all the teleportation circle towards through the 4 Duchy Alliance. There's no way they can escape now, said Carlos laughing coldly. Did we lose a lot of resources? Abel asked in a caring tone. The magic gem mine can return to operations once it was fixed. The biggest hit we took was losing those low-ranking wizards. But they will not die for nothing, said Carlos, clenching his teeth. Abel, Carlos and I prepared some rune signs for you. Keep them well, said Camille. She took out 5 rune signs. There was a defense rune sign in the 5 rune signs. In order to make a defense rune sign, you need an attribute-less crystal core, and those things are very hard to get for a novice wizard. Every single defense rune sign would be the last life-preserving method for a novice wizard in a novice wizard battle. Camille, these things are too valuable. I still have some of my own rune signs, said Abel, waving his hand. Just do what I said and keep it. There might be a chance he will face an official disciple from the Duchy of Kian. Our opponent is not normal low-ranking wizards, but the rank 5 wizards from other magic towers will be responsible for taking them down, so we'll mostly just focus on the rank 3 and below. Ever since Brother William had left, second brother and a third sister had locked themselves up, so there aren't any rank 5 wizards sent out by our magic tower, Camille said as she shoved the 5 rune signs towards Abel's chest. Abel felt deeply touched in his heart. Suddenly, he was reminded of the fireball spell magic cane he had. Although these magic canes with ability might be very valuable to others, they weren't too important to Abel. All he needed to do was to kill a few more creatures from hell. He had 3 of the magic canes with the fireball spell ability and could already do a quicken fireball spell. These magic cane could only raise his spell by 1 rank. Up to this point, Abel took out 2 magic canes from his B-portal bag and gave them to Camille and Carlos. He then proceeded to say, I'll give these 2 magic canes to you guys. They are my spoils of war. That's some good stuff. It can raise the fireball spell by 1 rank, said Carlos after he examined the magic cane. Let me try. After Camille heard what Carlos had said, her eyes began to sparkle. He pointed with the magic cane in her hand, and a fireball dashed out. Camille, you idiot. Do you want to burn down the magic tower? Wizard Morton's voice came from the staircase. Afterward, a flash of white light surrounded the fireball, and just like that, the fireball vanished. Yikes, I forgot, said Camille as she stuck out her tongue. The staircase did not have a defense, which was why Wizard Morton would rarely use it unless he was trying to save some money. Just keep the magic cane Abel had given you. Once you have Abel's things, I am less worried about your mission. Wizard Morton's voice came out from somewhere once again. Although Wizard Morton didn't know where Abel had got these magic cane, he seen him used one with an official wizard ability spirit transfer I'm a battle before. Considering that Abel was a blacksmith master, there was a big chance Abel was researching how to make a magic cane. And these two fireball magic canes were just his prototype. Thank you so much, junior brother. This magic cane is very nice, said Carlos in excitement, waving his magic cane around. What do you know, dum-dum? This magic cane has the ability to unleash a quicken fireball spell, said Camille as she rolled her eyes on Carlos. She then turned her head back to Abel and said, Abel, this magic cane is too valuable. I will definitely return it to you after the mission is done. That's not right, Camille. I just took your rune signs and you still want to return this little gift from me, said Abel in a concrete tone. Then I'll keep this magic cane, junior brother. When I have some good stuff in the future, is definitely share it with you, said Camille playfully as he continued to wave around his magic cane like it's nothing. Camille had gone to prepare herself. Carlos was just about to do so as well, but suddenly he was dragged by Abel. Carlos, do you have the map for that attacked gem mines? I have a Mount Wolf. It's very speedy, so I want to rush there to have a look at the condition first, said Abel. Well, little brother, you must be a rich guy. I heard a Mount Wolf is the number I land mount. When are you going to let me ride it, huh? Said Carlos. The moment he heard that Abel had a Mount Wolf, his eyes immediately lit up with admiration. Let's talk about the Mount Wolf later. Just give me the map first, said Abel, slightly irritated by Carlos's careless attitude. There's no way Black Wind could let other people ride it. Even if Abel had commanded, it wouldn't let anyone get close to his back for even a second. That was the nature of a Mount Wolf. They were an extremely loyal bunch and would only identify one person as their owner. If Carlos was not afraid of getting thrown to the ground, then he could go for it. Here's your map. Since you have such a fast Mount Wolf, you will definitely get separated from us. Just remember, never force any attacks in 1,000 years. The rune signs you have are enough to kill off those rank 3 and below wizards, but those rank 3 and above are a whole other league. You must be careful, Carlos said with a worried tone as he took out a map from his pocket. Understood, Carlos, said Abel as he snatched the map and threw it into his portal bag. He then immediately turned and ran downstairs. Ah, a portal bag. If I can also get one, that would be amazing. Carlos mumbled with admiration, seeing Abel go off without needing any preparation at all. After half a day, Abel arrived at the magic gem mines, marked on the map with Black Wind, since there would be a lot of low-ranking wizards joining. This battle, Abel did not summon White Cloud. He only arrived riding on the back of Black Wind. One of the magic gem mines was located 500 miles west from Bakong City, and another was located 600 miles around the east-west direction from Bakong City. The map also marked all the places with resources that had not been attacked yet. They were all very close to Bakong City, which he could see why the magic towers were built around here. Firstly, Bakong City was the biggest city in the Duchy of Carmel, so it could bring about large amounts of top-quality day-to-day stuff for the wizards. Secondly, since all of those important resources were concentrated near Bakong City, wizards also needed to be concentrated just outside of Bakong City. Abel rode Black Wind straight up towards a road on the mountain, which was reinforced by humans. He did not see anyone along the way. It was only after he took a turn on the mountain road he saw a decent-sized mine. Around 10 miners were moving the scattered rocks away from the tunnel. When they saw Abel, he stood up in shock. An old miner stepped up, looking at the intimidating Black Wind, and said, "Mister, what do you want?" The old miner sounded so brave. It was almost like he knew how to fight. "I am a wizard from the Duchy of Carmel. I was sent here to take a look at the damaged condition of the mine," said Abel as he took out his identity card and held it in front of the old miner's face. "Mister, 2 out of the dead bodies of the 4 wizard was there." The old miner let out a breath of relief, but he was still looking a bit nervous as he pointed towards a shed. He then proceeded to point towards a hole and said, "There are still 2 wizards' dead bodies being trapped. We are already trying to get them out as soon as Possible. No rush, were you there when the attack happened? Abel gazed at the old miner, then towards the 10 or so other miners standing on the spot. The only survivors were another 2 injured miners and me. They had already been sent down the mountain for treatment, said the old miner in sorrow. They killed ordinary people as well, said Abel in disbelief. Yes, after those wizards arrived, the first thing they did was blown off the defense set up by the Mr. Wizards. Afterward, they just kill anyone they saw. I stood on a rock, but I was so scared that I slipped and hit my head. When I woke up, I realized everyone was dead other than us 3. Wizard Morton arrived not long afterward and organized people to help us repair the mine. As the old miner was speaking, fear emerged from his eyes. It seemed like he was reminded of the demon-like wizards of the other day. Up to this point, Abel had understood that only Wizard Morton could have speed like this in the Duchy of Carmel, so he could rush here in almost no time. But since those wizards had killed miners as well, it seemed like they were trying to slow down the magic gem production in the Duchy of Carmel. Therefore, they decided to attack the core resource of wizards in the Duchy of Carmel. You can continue your work. I'll take a look around, said Abel, saving his hand towards the old miner. At the entrance of the mine, there were some marks of a damaged defense circle. Although Abel didn't know too much about defense circles, he could tell this was a simple defense circle. The normal red lamp, a magic gem that the defense circle used, was scattered into countless small pieces on the ground. The surface of the magic circle was intentionally damaged as well. There were some pieces of used-up rune signs on the ground. It seemed like those wizards came here to attack was very well prepared. Simple defense circle was mostly used for defending against physical attacks. If it was hit with a magic attack that exceeded its limit, the defense circle would be destroyed immediately. Those wizards prepared many rune signs to directly destroy this defense circle. Abel kept looking as he walked. He marks on the ground reflects how the battle was fought at the time. It was an unfair battle. There were no signs of fighting back, only the blood of the defenders. Abel arrived at the place where the dead bodies were placed. The dead bodies of the 2 low-ranking wizards were placed separately on one side, while the dead bodies of the 10 or so miners were lying on the other side. The power of the fire attack was too great. Most of the dead bodies were so burnt, and their faces were basically unrecognizable. After a close examination, Abel stood up with disappointment. The attacking wizards basically left no evidence behind. Woof woof, Black Wind began to call next to a big rock. It must have discovered something. Abel quickly walked towards Black Wind and took a look at where its paw was pointing. There was a small crack between 2 rocks. There was a faint light coming out of the crack. From this, Abel could see it was a corner from a gray shirt at the bottom of the crack. It seemed like that corner of the shirt was ripped off by some sharp rocks and landed at the bottom of the crack. That crack was around a meter deep, but extremely small, so it was basically impossible for a human to reach their hand in. This could very well be the reason why that corner from a gray shirt was not taken out by anyone. But that's not a problem for Abel. He took out the magic cane with the spirit transfer ability from his portal bag, unleashed the spirit transfer spell, and in a flash of white, that the corner from a gray shirt appeared in his hand. Come here, Black Wind, give this a smell. See if you can find this person, said Abel as held up the shirt corner towards Black Wind's nose. As far as he knew, even dogs, the descendants of wolves, have a strong sense of smell, so a spirit beast Mount Wolf should have no problem. Abel was right. After Black Wind 2 gentle sniffs, it told Abel through the soul chain that it could find out who this piece belonged to. In a rush of excitement, Abel hopped on the back of Black Wind and sped down the mountain. After Black Wind went down the hill, he sniffed a few more times in the air. It no longer walked on the main road. Instead, he entered into a small road when it came across a dissect road. At last, he stopped in front of a house. It was an ordinary house made of mud and stone. The front door was opened wide. The moment when Abel jumped down from Black Wind and got close to the house, the stink of blood rushed towards him. Abel put the frozen armor on his body and carefully entered the house. The moment he entered, he saw the dead body of a farmer and his family. There was even the dead body of a 2-year-old kid. The 3 dead bodies were just lying still next to the corner of the wall. It was clear that the 3 of them were dragged here and struck to death with a sword. It seemed like those wizards didn't even want to waste their mana on ordinary people. Abel stared at the dead family of 3 on the ground, especially that 2-year-old kid. He felt a fiery rage burning within him. Of course, Abel had killed a lot of people in the past as well, but he had never harmed an innocent. What those wizards had done was beyond Abel's comprehension. They wouldn't even spare the life of a 2-year-old child. Abel walked through the rooms and arrived at the backyard. There were footprints of horses, which showed the reason why the family was killed. Those low-ranking wizards needed a place to put their horses, and this house just so happened to be close to the mine. So that's why the family was killed. Black Wind, let's go. Abel turned and hopped back on the back of Black Wind. Those wizards had only settled here for a while. He had to keep the investigation going. Black Wind sniffed the air again. After he confirmed the direction, he sped towards it. This time Black Wind did not even go through roads, it just ran straight through the farms. Abel could see there were horse footprints on the fields, which confirmed the direction that he was going was correct. Suddenly, the identity card on his waist began to vibrate. A wizard wanted to contact him. Abel took out his identity card from his waist. After he connected with it, an unfamiliar voice came through. "Is this Abel?" "Who are you?" Abel asked in confusion. He never heard this voice before. Why was he contacting him? "I am Eveline's disciple Carol. What are you now?" said the voice. "Rank 5 novice wizard Carol." Of course, Abel had heard this name before. He lived in Eveline Magic Tower for a few days. Although he had never seen novice wizard Carol before, he met his follower. That follower's name was Ethan, and his attitude was horrible. Abel didn't seem to have much connection with wizard Carol. Why did he want to know his location? Abel couldn't help but feel like something was odd. But he didn't think of it much anyway. This was the first time all the magic towers had sent out their low-ranking wizard for a mission together. So Abel thought there might be some special arrangement that required his location. "I just left the mine in Tezcuca Mountain. Did something happen?" Abel followed. "Wow, that was fast. You already arrived at Tezcuca Mountain." Novice Wizard sounded a little shocked as he proceeded to say, "We had discovered some trace of the enemies, so we were just trying to gather everyone up. We'll be waiting for you at Lenida Mountain." Lenida Mountain. Abel took out the map from his portal bag to look at the location. Then he replied, "Okay, I'll be there in a moment." "Quick, we are waiting for you." Novice Wizard Carlos added and cut off the identity card. Abel closely examined the location on the map again. Suddenly, he felt his heart moved. It was exactly where Black Wind was heading. He took out his identity card again and began to call Camille. After a while, their identity cards were connected. "Camille, it's Abel." "Abel, where are you?" The sound of Camille emerged. "I am heading towards Lenida Mountain," said Abel. "What are you doing there?" Camille asked in a puzzled tone. "Where are you now?" Abel was scared in his heart that things might turn out like how he had initially imagined. But he didn't want to tell Camille just now. He hasn't fully understood what was going on, so it was still better for him to go take a look first. "I'm only just got out and Carlos as well. The teacher ordered us to investigate separately, so if you have news, just let us know. Never attack when you discover an enemy. Contact us first and we will attack together," said Camille in worry. "Okay, I'll let you when I have news." Abel cut off his identity card, and a mocking facial expression emerged. He then began to mumble, "Carols, I hope you have enough money to buy your rank-increasing potions." As far as Abel knew, Novice Wizard Carol was not like Novice Wizard Sam, who was also stuck at rank 5. Novice Wizard Carol had always been madly obsessed with money and those rank-increasing potions for official wizards. Abel just did not expect he would sell his information this time. That was just nasty. But he could not blame Carol for this nasty thing he did. Carol was not close to Abel. If he could successfully lure Abel into the place he had stated, the Duchy of Kian would accept his condition. The action of sacrificing the life of a novice wizard in exchange for the chance of becoming an official wizard himself made total sense in his heart. Abel was already certain in his heart that those attacking wizards would be waiting for him in Lenida Mountain. He just didn't know how many of them would be there. Black Wind's speed was very quick. He was already close to Lenida Mountain after around 30 minutes. When there was still some distance, he took out his telescope to examine the tip of Lenida Mountain in detail. Lenida Mountain was medium-sized rocky mountain with almost no trees. Abel knew it was perfect for an ambush at first glance. In the left of the mountain, there was a cave filled with rocks. Through this telescope, he could see a white-robed wizard desperately looking around in the cave. It was novice wizard Carol. He seemed like he was waiting for someone. Abel turned his telescope to examine his surroundings, but he was not expecting Black Wind to arrive at the destination this quick. He could already see the hidden wizards behind rocks. Inside the cave, he had seen 5 of them poking out so far. It seemed like they really couldn't risk the chance of losing against Abel this time. A cold smirk emerged from Abel's face as he took out Harry's bow from his Kong spirit portal bag. This bow could shoot very far. If his opponent did not have a frozen armor to protect them, one shot was more than enough to kill a low-ranking wizard. Horus was a rank 5 novice wizard, and his teacher was Wizard Ston. Ever since Wizard Ston became wanted by the Wizard Union, his life had been flipped upside down. He had turned from a respectable intermediate wizard's disciple to a hated by many dark wizards' disciples. On top of that, the Wizard Union had come to him multiple times and asked questions about his teacher Wizard Ston's condition, which made his life very miserable. This revenge operation was set up by another rank 11 wizard from the Duchy of Kian, Wizard Stanley. The team was almost entirely made up of Wizard Ston's disciples. The highest-ranked Horus was one of the main forces. Wizard Stanley agreed to Horus. As long as he could kill Abel after the attack, Kian's information system would help him return to Kian. Afterward, he could become a disciple of Wizard Stanley. In regards to the other 14 wizards, their chance of returning to the Duchy of Kian would be very small from the perspectives of Horus. After they had divided themselves into 2 teams and separately attacked 2 mines, they realized the alert circle had been triggered. Although their actions were quick and didn't get captured during the attack, the teleportation circle to go back had already been closed down. There was no way the Duchy of Kian would spend that many resources on sending those low-ranking wizards back, so Horus truly believed that he might be the only survivor of the team. All the other wizards would be sacrificed. To Horus, this operation was a good chance to turn his life around. He just needed to kill a rank 3 wizard, and especially after he got insider information from Wizard Carol, he was certain that Abel couldn't escape. As he was casually sitting on a rock, joy filled his heart. Those glorious, respectable days would soon return to him after he became the disciple of Wizard Stanley. But there was one thing he did not know, and that was all the other 14 wizards, low-ranking wizards, had also gotten their own individual promise. Some were promised large amounts of resources, some were being kept as a disciple. They were all told that an official path was left for them to retreat. These 15 low-ranking wizards were already thrown into the dark wizard situation because of Wizard Ston, so there was no way the other wizard form, the Duchy of Kian, would accept them. They were all being used like trash. This attack operation was created to not only impact the resource of the Duchy of Carmel, but it was also created to officially get rid of these wizards with unclean names. The moment the teleportation array was shut, the fate of these 15 wizards were already set. There was no way they could escape the search of the information reporting system of the 4 duchies. Horus was still innocently dreaming about his bright future as he sat on a rock. He suddenly heard a scream, followed by groans of agony. Horus quickly hid behind the big rock and shouted, "Attack!" "Nice job, Carol. You had gathered all of them together. I will definitely let the Superior know about your good work." Abel's voice came from outside the cave. "Carol, you betrayed us." Horus was not surprised at all, since Carol would betray his fellow wizards from his own duchy. Of course, he was more than capable of betraying wizards from other duchy. No, that's not true. Don't trust him," Carol shouted. By that point, he no longer knew where to run. One side of the cave was blocked by an uncertain amount of wizards, while the other hand was filled wizards from the Duchy of Kian, who believed he had betrayed them. "Don't worry, Carol, we have a lot of wizards on our side. All the exits of the valley are surrounded. They cannot go anywhere, so all you need to do now is to try and force them out," Abel shouted again. "Go to hell, Carol. I know we couldn't trust this bastard. Filthy pig. Kill him." At that moment, low-ranking wizards had thrown a fireball straight towards Carol. Carol quickly jumped towards the ground. Afterward, a scream of agony emerged. An arrow had penetrated that low-ranking wizard. Even though Carol had dodged the fireball attack, he still hurt himself pretty badly on some rocks as he jumped towards the ground. He was now laying on the floor with his mouth wide opening, relentlessly trying to breathe in oxygen. "Nice job, Carol. Another killed. Just keep up the good work, force more of them out." Abel's shout had filled the cave again. "Let's drag Carol to hell with us." After seeing two fellow members being shot to death, those low-ranking wizards realized one thing. Their enemy was a supremely long-distance bow, shooting them down from someplace they couldn't see. Even if they had a frozen armor to protect them, it would still be very hard for them to run out the cave in one take. For all they could know, countless wizards might be waiting for them outside. All of a sudden, the wizards in the cave had become hopeless, and the idea of dragging Carol along with them to hell came into their mind. The second most powerful wizard in that ground wizards in the cave was a rank 4 wizard. He put on a frozen armor and peeked his head out to attack Carol. An ice bolt shot out from his hand. The moment Carol began to dodge, he threw out 2 extra fire attack rune signs straight towards where Carol was dodging. Carol was sick of being attacked again and again at that point. He got no choice but to fight back. He began to despise those stupid bastards in the cave. Couldn't they see those people outside was intentionally trying to trigger them? At that exact moment, he also threw out 2 fire rune signs himself. The 4 rune signs collided in midair and exploded. Ice Bolt normally moved very slow, so Carol could just dodge them easily. Since the wizards in the cave had already made their move, there was no way they will let Carol go this easily. 2 low-ranking wizards stuck their bodies out again and shot 2 fireball towards Carol. By that point, Horus had also poked his head out with a frozen armor on his body as he unleashed a charging bolt attack. Electric arcs flashed the gaps of the rocks. To his surprise, Horus realized that it was way harder to dodge a charging bolt attack on these rocky surfaces than flat ground. The charging bolt was almost completely hidden between the rocks as it moved towards Carol. As Carol was still dodging the ice bolt, he saw another 2 fireball coming his way. He immediately threw out 2 more fire rune signs to ignite it. From his face, Carol was very, very hurt in his heart as he threw those dire rune signs out. However, at that exact moment, an electric arc emerged from under. The strike was on point. The electric arc hit Carol directly on his feet and traveled up his body. Carol let out a scream of agony. Although the charging bolt was not powerful, it had a numbing effect as he fell on the ground, his whole body vibrating in electricity. Afterward, a fireball hit his body. The greedy Carol had finally got what he deserved. As he lay on the ground, he mumbled to himself, "I still have a defense rune sign, I still have a defense rune sign." Another low-ranking wizard in the cave without a frozen armor was shot dead by Abel with his Harry's bow. By this point, he had not used a single spell, and he had already killed 3 low-ranking wizards, as well as letting Carol die in the cave. There were still 4 low-ranking wizards in the cave. They hid behind the cave, wouldn't dare to come out at all. It was already afternoon by that time. Once the sky gets dark, they could use the dark break out to escape. Abel sat on the back of Black Wind, standing on a huge rock above the valley exit. As he looked towards the cave in the distance, a cold smirk emerged from his face. "Black Wind," Abel gently whispered, but Abel understood what he meant immediately. It began to viciously run towards the cave. Its speed was crazy fast, yet it made no sound. Black Wind had arrived at the mouth of the cave, which was about a few hundred meters from the 4 low-ranking wizards. It was only by that point a low-ranking wizard had heard a sound. He carefully poked out his head, but the only thing he could see was an arrow flying directly towards his eye. He let out a scream of agony as the arrow penetration directly through his skull. Upon hearing the scream of that low-ranking wizard, the other 3 low-ranking wizards were certain that someone else had entered the cave. They knew they had no choice at that point. They had to fight for their lives. Horus put on his frozen armor again behind the big rock and got his charging bolt pattern ready. The moment before his charging bolt was ready, he dashed out from behind the rock. He unleashed the charging bolt, and electric arcs filled between the gaps of the rocks again. At the same time, another rank 4 wizard had also unleashed his frozen armor and threw out the fire rune sign in his hand. However, Horus was not as fast as Abel. The moment when Horus dashed out from behind the rock, Abel's fireball was already flying right towards him. Abel's quick and unleashed fireball landed on Horus's frozen armor with intense speed and directly shattered it. But it didn't stop there. It continued to drill into Horus's body and exploded. Ugh. Horus was rolling around on the ground, screaming in pain. He wanted to stop the flame on his body, but those frames from a fire spell were no joke. There was no way it could be stopped that easily. Slowly, Horus's scream got softer and softer in the burning flame. The moment before Horus died, he still thought to himself, why is this fireball spell so powerful? It doesn't seem like it was from a young wizard at all. Instead, it was more like an old novice who had been in a plateau for many years. Of course, the frozen armor had its limit, but it definitely wouldn't be shattered that easily by a single fireball. Only a rank 5 or above fireball could do this. The electric arcs on the ground and the fire rune signs were getting close to Abel. But the speed of these spells was nothing compared to the speed of Black Wind. It hopped back 10 meters in a flash and easily dodged all the spells. Since Abel had fought against many official wizards, he realized the biggest difference between a novice wizard and an official wizard was that they could not focus on their power of the will. All they could do was use their eyes to aim, which was almost useless against a speedy mount like Black Wind. This speed was impossible to touch him. Afterward was another easily killing. It was impossible for that rank 4 wizards to dodge. The quickened fireball. The fire rune sign he threw out afterward could not match the speed of Black Wind at all. He could only passively try to ignite Abel's fireball. But don't forget, Abel's fireball was quickened, so he could unleash 4 of them continuously. By that, the rank 4 wizard had given up, as he became engulfed in flame in a flash. "Come hour you are last," Abel called. After some time, there was still no reply, so Abel rode Black Wind to the back of the rock. He discovered that low-ranking wizards had died already. It seemed like he had been scared to death. His lifeless-looking face was filled with terror staring at another wizard who had been shot through the head by Abel's arrow. Abel signed to himself, how could people like this be a wizard? Killing unrelated ordinary citizens was okay, but scared to death the moment he saw his mates getting killed. If this kind of wizard needed to fight against the orcs, they might surrender before they even have the chance to fight. "Camille, it's Abel." Abel ignited his identity card and connected with Camille. "What's up, Abel?" The voice of Camille came from his identity card. "I discovered 7 low-ranking wizards in Lenida Mountain," said Abel to Camille. "Hold up, wait for me. I'll call Carlos and the others to go there immediately," Camille quickly replied. "No need, they already died," Abel said. "Abel, you said you would wait for me before attacking." The voice of Camille was so loud that Abel couldn't help but move his identity card away from his ears. "Wait for us. Carlos and I will be there in a second." "Don't leave, okay?" Camille gently asked Abel after screaming at him. "No worries, I'll wait for you guys here." Abel did not have a single bit of information in regards to the other wizards from the Duchy of Kian. It was already late, and the sky would be completely dark by the time he reached the other mine, so he thought to might as well wait for others here. After Abel disconnected with Camille, he ignited his identity card again. "Uncle Sam, it's Abel," said Abel as soon as he got connected again. "Abel, I've been worrying about you. Why didn't you go together with your teammates?" The voice of Wizard Sam emerged from his identity card. "Uncle Sam, there's something I want to talk to you about," said Abel hesitantly as he gazed at the dead body of Carol on the ground. "Abel, what happened?" Wizard Sam quickly asked. He could hear that Abel's voice sounded a little weird. "Carol died. He died in a civil war with the wizards from the Duchy of Kian," said Abel after thinking about how he should structure his words. "Carol died?" Wizard Sam had known Carol for 10 years. A cold sensation dawned on his heart when he heard that Carol had died. But then, he thought of what Abel had said again and called civil war. A civil war with the Duchy of Kian. Yeah, he called me on his identity and told me to meet up with him on Lenida Mountain. However, when I arrived, he and 7 wizards from the Duchy of Kian was already there waiting for me there. Abel lowered his voice and gave a simple description of what just happened. "Carol was such an idiot, how could he do that?" said Wizard Sam with a mixture of anger and sadness. "Uncle Sam, please come here and take away the dead body of Carol. He had got killed in battle, and I don't want Mr. Eveline to be sad." Abel heard that Wizard Eveline cared about him a lot, though he didn't want to affect his status. "Thank you, Abel, of course." Wizard Sam knew that Abel didn't have to do this. What he had done was showing respect to him and his teacher, Wizard Eveline. After the call was disconnected, Abel moved the dead body of Carol to a side. He didn't search him. Instead, he found a shirt and covered the dead body. Afterward, he stacked the other 7 dead bodies to the side and took out all the things on their body. "Peasants," Abel exclaimed as he threw the things in his portal bag. There was not a single defense rune sign among these. 7 wizards, only 10 fire and ice rune sign. He gathered up the magic gold cards into a pile. These things were useless, you couldn't get the money out of them. Let's just bring it back to his teacher and see. Abel found a slightly smoother rock, took out a high-leg crystal glass, and poured half a glass of red wine in. He then sat on the rock, slowly enjoying the wine while looking over the view on this rocky mountain. Even without the dead bodies, the view here would still be unique. In the past, Abel would rarely drink red wine, and he always just drank fruit juice. However, ever since he realized the red wine combined through the Horadric cube was good for his body, he was hooked on it. As Black Wind was looking at Abel enjoying sip and sip of red wine by his side, its curiosity got the best of him. It leaned its head towards Abel and gently rubbed against him. However, its eyes were fixed on the wine glass on its owner's hand as it stuck its tongue out, enjoying the aroma of the red wine in the air. Seeing the look on Black Wind's face, Abel helplessly poured the rest of the wine in his glass into its mouth. Seeing the glass was empty, Black Wind happily run. With a heart full of satisfaction, it laid on the ground, enjoying the aftertaste. Abel took out the Ankara rune pen and a piece of ice crystal core. He then shifted his attention towards the shale rune he was carving on the crystal core. It was so enjoyable to see the Ankara rune pen fixing up all the little mistakes of his shale rune. Not long after, the Abel, who was deep in his carving state, was woken up by a sound of horses running. He put away his Ankara rune pen and his crystal core as he held Harry's bow in his hand. He was almost sitting at the peak, so he could get a good view of the valley below. When Abel saw the face of the man, he retracted his Harry's bow and jumped down the big rock as he shouted towards the man. "Uncle Sam!" Abel, Wizard Sam, arrived at Abel's side with his horse. He then jumped down from the horse and gave Abel a hug. "I just had a call with the teacher. He said thank you," said Wizard Sam as he let go of Abel. "Uncle Sam, at first, I was not planning to let Mr. Iveline know about this," Abel said softly. "Teacher has to know about this. Layden and Taurus are in a similar situation with Carol, so if teacher didn't pay closer attention, we might end up with a second or third Carol." "Thank you so much," said Wizard Sam after he sighed. "You are my uncle, and I am a member of Iveline Magic Tower. So no need to say thank you," said Abel. He still had his Iveline Magic Tower givings identity card on him, and every month Iveline Magic Tower would give him givings. "Yeah, that's clear in my heart. Anyway, I'll bring the dead body of Carol back first." Wizard Sam's heart sank as he saw the dead family's body on the ground, covered with a shirt. So many years of friendship had ended just like that in one mistake. "Let's go home," Wizard Sam mumbled to the dead body as of Carol as he placed it on the horse. Abel did not disturb Wizard Sam. He watched as the shadow of Wizard Sam and his horse disappeared from a turn down the valley. As the sound of the horse running gets fainter and fainter. Suddenly, Abel was woken up from his thoughts by his vibrating identity card. After he ignited it, the voice of Carlos came from within. "Haha, Abel, your magic cane is too good." Carlos laughed loudly and said from the other side of the identity card. "What happened, Carlos?" Abel could tell that Carlos was very excited just by his voice. "Camille and I had also ran into 7 wizards from the Duchy of Kian. After a big fight, we're okay. And all the 7 wizards from the Duchy of Kian died," said Carlos with a voice full of pride. It was almost like he had just become an official wizard. "Why don't you mention how many rune sign you had used, Carlos, you money waster?" The voice of Camille came from the other side of the identity card. "So what, didn't I get all of them back from the body of those bastards?" Carlos tried to justify himself. "Are you comparing the rune signs of those bastards with the ones we make?" Camille asked again. "Let me speak. I am also holding the identity card. Can you show me some respect?" Abel was irritated by Camille and Carlos's argument. However, he could also tell from this how they were able to kill the 7 attacking wizards so easily without a single injury. It was through Carlos' rune sign wasting strategy with the enhancement of the magic cane. There were 2 rank 3 wizards in that 7 wizards. The rest of them were below rank 3, so their fighting ability was not strong at all. It was a bad day for them to run into Camille and Carlos. Camille and Carlos had just got their new supreme magic cane today, and since both of them were rune makers, they would carry around a lot more rune signs than normal wizards. From that point on, the fate of those low-ranking wizards was set. "Where are you guys? I'll go to find you." Abel knew the two wouldn't be able to make it back themselves, since there were 7 dead bodies they needed to be taken care of. Carlos reported to Abel his direction. It was not far from where he was. He gazed at the 7 filthy dead bodies on the ground. He didn't really want to throw them into his own portal bag. After a bit of consideration, he decided to throw them into the space finger joint. He rarely used that thing anyway. The only thing inside it was just some useless poisons. By the time Abel reached the spot where Carlos had reported with black wind, the sky was red. It would be completely dark in a moment. Carlos was sitting on a rock frowning at the dead bodies on the ground. When he saw Abel, he immediately jumped up with excitement, waving his hand. On the other hand, Camille acted like she didn't know Carlos as she said to Abel with a smile, "Abel, you arrived at last." "Camille, you guys are too good. Not a single wizard had escaped," said Abel as he stared at the 7 dead bodies on the ground. Of course, there were some burned-up bodies of horses as well. Yeah, sure, this Carlos guy was crazy. He even burned the 7 wizards along with their horses, said Camille angrily. "I'm just afraid that if they had a horse, they would be able to escape." The more Carlos spoke, the softer his voice became. "Teacher just said, we need to bring these dead bodies back ourselves, so how are we going to do that?" Camille asked. "We have Abel, don't we?" Carlos was no longer as stressed as before as he spoke to Abel. "What do you want me to do?" Abel asked. "Don't you have a portal bag? You can help us carry the dead body back," said Carlos as he pointed towards the dead bodies on the ground. "Abel, don't listen to him. You can't make your portal bag dirty like that." Camille followed. "Don't worry, Camille. I got another one," said Abel after hearing the both of them make their jokes. "Another one? Where did you find all these portal things?" said Carlos. He immediately jumped up and held Abel on the shoulders. "It was a spoil of war from the last time I fought alongside teacher. I only got one. The teacher got 2 portal bags, I think." Abel emphasized when he talked about the 2 portal bags, which made Carlos's eyes wide open like a ball. Abel took out the space finger joint and shoved the 7 dead bodies inside. Camille stuck out her hand curiously, so Abel playfully placed the space finger joint on her hand. "That thing is so disgusting." Although this was what Camille had said, she still rolled around the space finger joint on her hand and admired it. "Camille, what would you say is the teacher's favorite thing?" Carlos asked out of the blue. "What?" Camille did not understand what he meant by that all of a sudden. "What's the teacher's favorite thing?" Carlos asked again, this time in a more serious tone. "How do I know? Lately he's been holding a glass of red wine every day, so maybe he really likes red wine," said Camille hesitantly. She then asked Carlos back, "Why are you asking this question?" "No, nothing," said Carlos, sounding a little forced. "Ooh, I know now. You want the teacher's portal bag." Camille knew Carlos all too well after living with him for all these years. So, of course, she knew what Car was thinking by seeing his facial expression. "No, I'm not." Carlos made an excuse and then proceeded to say, "Where you think they sell the best red wine. If I remember it correctly, the brand of red wine teacher normally drink is from Coder Wine House. You can go buy some," Camille said after thinking for a bit. "Camille, you have such a good eye. I'll go to Coder Wine House to buy some when we are going back," said Carlos in excitement. "Dree." Cough, cough. Abel coughed twice and said in a somewhat embarrassed tone, "The Coder Wine House you seem to be talking about is under my name." "Oh, you're too rich. I know the wine from Coder Wine House is always in high demand, so I'm not even going to spend a single cent now. Just give me 2 bottles, said Carlos, with eyes fixed on Abel. Camille face palmed herself. She could not stare at Carlos directly anymore. "Okay, I'll give you 2 bottles, said Abel as he took out 2 personal bottles of red wine from his portal bag and placed it on Carlos's hand. Carlos took the red wines and hugged them close to his chest, as though he was holding a portal bag. "Let's go back," said Camille. She didn't even bother to look at Carlos as she turned her head directly towards Abel. On the way back, Abel and Camille exchanged knowledge on etching. Black Wind had also held back its impose and walked side by side with Camille's war horse. Carlos told his war horse to follow behind them, not sure what that guy was thinking. Both Black Wind and Camille's war horse were familiar with the road back home. Therefore, even though the sky was dark, they still decided to make their way back to the magic tower other than finding a hotel somewhere. It was already midnight when they got back to the magic tower. They hopped off their mounts in front of the magic tower, but Abel suddenly heard Black Wind howl in dissatisfaction. That was weird. So he connected to the soul chain to hear what Black Wind had to say. Whine, whine. Black Wind had been repeating this word all this time. Read more chapter on our vipnovel.com. Abel turned his head back. Under the light of the magic tower, he could see Carlos holding 2 empty wine bottles, shaking unstably. Good thing he didn't fell off his horse during the ride. Carlos, you drank up all the wines you were going to give to the teacher. How are you going to get your portal bag now, huh? Camille asked with a smile. What portal bag? Wine good, wine good. Carlos mumbled to himself as he held up the empty bottle, laughing like an idiot. That's it. Carlos will not have a good time tomorrow if the teacher sees him like this. Before Camille could even finish her sentence, a big smile had already covered her face. Abel stepped up and helped Carlos to get off his horse. He snatched the 2 empty bottles from Carlos's hand and threw it on the ground. With one arm holding Carlos up, Abel said to Camille, I'll get him to his room. You can go rest first. Abel knocked on the big door on level 3. Carlos's wizard follower page opened the door just to see a drunk Carlos, sloppy as a puddle of mud. He couldn't help himself but called Mr. What happened? Nothing, he just drank too much. The kind of wine he drank was not harmful. He should be fine after a good night of sleep, said Abel as he transferred Carlos on to the hands of Paige. Abel was very confident in red wines. It would definitely not hurt the body even if you drink too much. So he only casually remained Paige before returning to his room. Abel didn't have the guts to go into the rogue encampment here, so that was another night wasted. But still, the meditation session could not be missed. Early the next morning, when Abel and Finkel were just walking towards the first floor, and they could already hear Carlos's huge voice. Haha, I ranked up. The ear-shattering laugh of Carlos filled the peaceful magic towers. Camille sat far away on the other side of the table, quietly eating her breakfast. Abel, Finkel, I've ranked up. When Carlos saw the two, he immediately ran up and gave them a hug. Abel gently turned his body, casually dodging the hug of Carlos. However, Finkel was not as lucky. He already deep in the hug of Carlos. Come, and I'll tell you about my rank-up experience. It's good for you. Carlos enthusiastically dragged Finkel to a seat and began to rant about how he was able to increase his rank so quickly. How did Carlos rank up over the night? Abel softly asked Camille. When I woke up this morning, he said it was because he drank too much yesterday. He woke up in the middle of the night, realizing his mana was full, so he didn't sleep and slept the night finish filling in the rank for wizard pattern, said Camille in a somewhat confused tone. Abel was not surprised that Carlos could fill in a rank 4 wizard pattern in one night. He had been trying to figure that out since he became rank 3, so it should be easy for him to fill it in. But what Abel was surprised about was that Carlos said it would take months before a person could rank up after they filled in the pattern. How could he rank up just like that? Suddenly the shadow of a human flashed in front of their eyes. Wizard Morton appeared on the first floor. They immediately stood up and bowed. You guys can go back to your rooms, said Wizard Morton to the few wizard followers. After the few wizard followers left, Wizard Morton said to Abel in the slightly dark facial expression, I told you not to share your red wine with others. Did you forget? Yes, it's my mistake, teacher, said Abel with his head down. Teacher, that? Carlos stood up but didn't know what to say all of a sudden. Carlos, speak clearly. Stop chalking on your words, Wizard Morton criticized Carlos. Yes, teacher, that red wine was not for other people. Abel gave it to me to give it to you. But halfway, as we were coming back yesterday, I wanted to taste what kind of wine do teacher you like, so I took a sip. The taste was too wonderful, so I couldn't stop and drank all of them. Carlos told Wizard Morton everything that happened yesterday in one breath. He could not let Abel take the blame for no reason. Do you think you are gifted enough to rank up a few months earlier? said Wizard Morton, staring coldly at Carlos. He, Carlos scratched his head in embarrassment. The wine Abel gave you was made personally by himself with a secret formula. It has the ability to adjust your physical ability. You drank too much yesterday, so your body was subconsciously meditating. The red wine adjusted your physical ability and delivered all your excess mana for your meditation. If I didn't help you find relief from it yesterday, you would already be dead from excess mana, Wizard Morton roared at Carlos. Carlos's face immediately went white. He then stood up and quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, teacher, for saving my life. Now listen up, never mention Abel's red wine again. Those things are very good for the body of wizards, even for high-ranking wizards," said Wizard Morton, gazing at the three of them. "Yes, teacher," Camille and Carlos quickly replied. "Teacher, since my red wine such an ability, how about I provide some of them for the magic tower every month?" said Abel after the thought for a bit. "All right, Abel, I know you love your friends. Can you give them 1 bottle a month?" Of course, Wizard Morton wanted his disciples to have the best resources, and Abel's red wine was perfect. "No problem, I'll prepare some when I got back," Abel nodded his head and said with certainty. "Oh, also, if you have some extra red wine, give a few bottles to both Warren and Yuri first. These red wine really are good for ranking up," said Wizard Morton after a bit of hesitation. "Teacher, I can give out my portion to the two of them," Carlos quickly disrupted. "Teacher, me as well," Camille followed. "Don't worry, guys, I can provide the red wine for everyone," said Abel, waving his hand in front of Camille and Carlos. The teleportation circles, which had been closed up due to the Duchy of Kian's attack, had been reopened again. Although there was still one wizard who was not found, the teleportation circle could not be closed for too long just for a single low-ranking wizard. The investigation department had already doubled down on their investigation, but that low-ranking wizard was still able to vanish from Bakong City. Some unknown forces might be at play. Morton Magic Tower had gained a lot of publicity from this attack. 14 out of the 15 low-ranking wizards were all killed by 3 rank 5 and below wizards from Morton Magic Tower. This news spread beyond the Duchy of Carmel to the surrounding duchies, which put a smile on Wizard Morton's face every day. Before the night fell, Abel had gone back to his mansion in Triumph Boulevard. He had dinner with Lorraine and went back to his room with Black Wind. The first thing Abel did wasn't igniting the Tome of Town portal. Instead, he took out a bottle of soul potion from his Kong Kong spirit portal bag. He then asked Black Wind through the soul chain, "Are you sure you want to drink it?" Black Wind stared at the soul potion, then replied through the soul chain, "Drink, drink." Abel thought since he had drunk the soul potion before, Black Wind should be fine. What was the worst thing that could happen? This thing only had benefits. Black Wind opened its mouth, allowing Abel to pour the soul potion in. Suddenly, Black Wind made a yearning noise and fell directly to sleep on the floor. However, as Black Wind was sleeping, Abel noticed some electric arcs popping out from Black Wind's body from time to time. These electric arcs continued to disappear and appear among the hair of Black Wind. Could the soul potion allow Black Wind to gain a spell? According to the Morton observation record, a normal soul beast did not have the ability to do spells. Only an official rank soul beast can. These official soul beasts almost had the same attacking ability as a wizard. It was simple for them to unleash their spell, as the spell originated from within. They didn't need to say any spells or draw any patterns. The pattern of their spell existed within their crystal core. Therefore, every single official beast had a crystal core, unlike normal soul beast. You might not find a single crystal core from those normal ones, even if you kill 100 of them. Seeing what was happening to Black Wind, it might be able to rank up to an official soul beast. Abel did not think about bringing Black Wind to the rogue encampment. He only quietly sat by its side, carefully looking after it. The electric arcs got less and less, in the end. Disappeared completely. The moment all the electric arcs disappeared, Black Wind opened its eyes. He looked at Abel and gently leaned against his side. Abel asked Black Wind through the soul chain, "Did you grasp any spells?" "No, I didn't grasp any," Black Wind replied through the soul chain. Abel was shocked. Black Wind had gotten smarter. His sentences were a lot more well-structured now. It seemed like he still needed more soul potion if he had enough. Black Wind might not only be able to grasp a spell, but also get a lot smarter. Not only black wind, but white cloud would also get more powerful if it had taken the soul potion. Abel had always felt like he had done too little for white cloud. It was impossible to use the mount enhancement spell on it since it was so huge, but now he finally found a rank increasing potion that was suitable for it to use. Therefore, Abel would need a lot more soul potions, although it was already midnight. Abel did not waste any time. There was still enough time for him to go into the rogue encampment to kill for a few days. In the next 10 days, Abel spent his day etching rune signs while practicing multitasking with its frozen armor. At night, he would go into the dark world to kill. Ever since Abel had woken up from his flash of realization through the soul potion, it took him 8 more bottles of soul potion until he could finally revert the skeleton summon spell to its original version. All the soul potion he got these days from whipping clean those infernal creatures in Blood Moor was in his stomach. Other than 4 bottles, his power of the will had expended to 27, while his mana had also reached 270. After 8 realizations, the skeleton summon spell had become a new spell, Skeleton Reborn. It stripped out all the torture and pain the owner of the skeleton's body needed to go through. He only preserved the part where the skeleton was able to summon from a dead body. As long as that skeleton still had life in them, it could be summoned. Abel had simulated this Skeleton Reborn spell many times during his realization session. He realized that this spell was different from any other spells he had learned so far. The Skeleton Reborn spell used his mana to draw a magic pattern. Then it could control the Death Kai to unleash the spell. However, all the other spells he had learned before used substances to unleash the spell. It seemed like these were completely different systems. Maybe that was why it had taken him 8 bottles of soul potion to achieve this low-ranking Skeleton Reborn. Spell, Black Wind, let's go, said Abel to Black Wind, who was resting at the side. As soon as Black Wind heard a command from its owner, it knew it could fight again. It immediately stood up with enthusiastically and rushed to the side of its owner and lowered its body, begging its owner to get on. Black Wind speeded out of the rogue encampment with Abel on its back and entered Blood Moor. Blood Moor was no longer filled with inferno creatures like before. After these days of mass killing and clean-up, the inferno creatures could no longer be seen anywhere in the patches of land around the rogue encampment. After around an hour of charging, Abel had arrived on the place where he had cleaned up those inferno creatures last time. If he just continues going forward a bit more, he would arrive at the place where those inferno creatures had formed. A single zombie had attracted the attention of Abel. In a flick of his finger, a firebolt flew out. The zombie was directly struck into flame and fell on the ground, but it didn't die immediately. Abel couldn't help but shake its head. His low-ranking spells were still too weak in the dark world. He followed up with another fireball to finish off the zombie. After he saw its soul fly towards his Horadric Q, he began mumbling the simplified spell Skeleton Reborn. A black beam of light suddenly shot out from the burnt body of the zombie. The surrounding spooky Death Kai began to gather around the dead body. At that time, Abel also felt his body being affected by the Death Kai. There was too much Death Kai in the air world, a lot more than he had expected. Abel felt his whole body getting cold, seemed like the Death Kai was eating at his body. He thought of that deity of Orc's dead body after it was surrounded by a magic robe by many years. At first, he thought that Wirgin was born this ugly, but now he knew the reason. Dead air could consume the body of a wizard. This harmonized their body with the Death Kai, which turns them into a ghost-like zombie. A horrific chill ran down his spine. If Abel knew this would happen to him by using the Skeleton Reborn spell, he would not even try to practice it. As Abel was regretting this horrible mistake, his golden combat Kai had an effect. It ignited itself all of a sudden and filled his body with golden light. It began to ablate the Death Kai, which gave out sounds of something screaming. Under the influence of the Death Kai, the dead body on the ground began to vibrate. Suddenly, bang! The flesh flew out from the body, leaving only the skeleton. Click, click, under the clicking sound of the joints, skeletons could hardly drag itself up from the ground. This was skeleton without weapons, so Abel felt like he could just heat it up with a single hand. It was too weak. Abel really began to doubt if he had done the Skeleton Reborn spell correctly. He had drunk up 8 bottles of soul potion and almost became a zombie because of this weak little skeleton. Was this it? Was all his sacrifice just for this weak chicken skeleton? Why not let's just take out the Horadric and test it out? A new skeleton sign already appeared on the skill tree. He focused on the sign with his power of the will. Some data appeared. Skeleton reborn. Allow you to revive a skeleton from a dead creature to fight with you. Mana consume 5. Skeleton amount 1. Attack 1-2. Defense 15. Lifeline 21. Current ability rank 0. Next rank 1/5000. This skeleton only had 1-2 attack. What was he going to do with that? Use its bone to bang it on a drum? Abel face-palmed himself. But since the skeleton was already summoned, why not test out its actual fighting ability? Since this skeleton didn't have any weapons, Abel decided to take out a magic big shield and magic sword from his Kong Kong spirit portal bag. This skeleton was very easy to control. After the skeleton reborn spell was completed, a little bit of power of the will was taken out of Abel and casted on the skeleton. With the 27 power of the will that Abel had. Currently, this skeleton could not go beyond 270 meters from Abel. Once it did, the skeleton would get out of control and attack on its own. Of course, this out-of-control skeleton would still fight alongside the person who summoned it, but it would attack any enemy that got in its way. Through this little bit of power of the will, Abel could control this skeleton to do some simple tasks. Just like now, for example. Abel handed the magic big shield and magic sword to the skeleton and controlled it to hold the sword in the right hand and the shield on the other. Move forward. Abel was already riding Black Wind very slowly, but the skeleton was even slower. That was the main problem right now. There was a sea of red in front of them. Abel was so sick of killing those fallen lately. Luckily, he still had the Horadric cube to suck up their souls, so he wouldn't have to kill them over and over again. As soon as Abel entered the fallen camp, the fallen began to roar. The fallen rushed towards Abel, but just before he was about to unleash his charging bolt, which was almost automatic at this point, a weak little shadow had already started running with immense bravery towards the sea of fallen in front of him. The fallen saw a weak little opponent running towards them, so they roared even louder and surrounded the skeleton. Seeing the weak little skeleton being surrounded by a sea of fallen, Abel basically gave up on the skeleton's existence. However, this might be a good time to unleash a charging bolt. Abel unleashed 10 quickened charging bolt spells in a row, forming a sea of electric arcs. Afterward, those electric arcs rushed forward like a wave of the ocean. Screams filled the air. 10 fallen had been knocked down, while all the other ones scattered towards all directions screaming for their lives. To Abel's surprise, that the skeleton was still alive. It seemed like the electric arcs recognized the skeleton. Although a few electric arcs had flashed upon the skeleton, it did not damage it a bit. The electric arcs just continued to move forwards. The skeleton often chased a fallen with its shield at the front and sword at the back. This was a perfect knight technique and a very familiar one to Abel. Wasn't this the Bennett family's knight's charging technique? The skeleton counteracted the fallen's strike with its big shield and gently moved its body. The big sword in his hand horizontally slashed towards the waist of the fallen. The fallen did not have any fighting techniques. After it was rumbled off by the rebound of the big shield, and the big skeleton sword opened up a long stream of blood mark on the fallen's waist. Before its blood even had the chance to spill out, the fallen was froze up by the ice margin. The skeleton did not miss this opportunity as it continued to strike. Just like that, the skeleton had directly struck the fallen to death. No wonder why the skeleton didn't die just then. It was protected by the big shield, as well as its perfect knight's technique. It seemed like the skeleton could still survive for a short, while battling against those skill-less fallen. Could the skeleton reborn spell inherit the close body fighting style of the summoner? That was such a joke. Other than an abomination like Abel, both the body of wizards or deities were consumed by mana. Especially deities, they also needed to withstand the consumption of Death Kai. There was no way they would have any close body fighting abilities, so no wonder they needed to alter this spell to inherit the ability of the owner of the skeleton. The skeleton was a little bit more powerful than Abel had expected, although it could only dash out 1-2 points of attack. With every strike, the mana of unleashed by the magic sword on top of the Death Kai of the skeleton's attack allowed the skeleton to completely dominate a fallen. Fallen were not immortal beings, so it had to withstand the impact of the Death Kai as well. Too bad, if the attack of the skeleton was just a little bit higher, it could be a good helper. The skeleton reborn spell was too much of a hassle. Although it was not hard to find a freshly dead body in Blood Moor, which was a key ingredient, it was very hard to recover mana here. Nowadays, Abel spent most of his time traveling between the rogue encampment and battlefield. Although he could use the portal door, it could only last for 5 seconds. It was definitely not enough for Abel to meditate and return. It seemed like he also needed to spend some time practicing the skeleton reborn spell. If he had a few skeletons and black wind by his side, he might be able to meditate in the wild. Even though Abel was deep in his thoughts, he kept using black wind speed to unleash his charging bolt in the places where most fallen were concentrated. In regards to the singled-out fallen, he left it for the skeleton to practice on. Abel still used his old technique of rounding up the fallen with black wind speed, then unleashed a charging bolt towards them. This would not waste a single electric arc. Since he was already low in mana, every single bit of attack mattered. After unleashing 40 charging bolt continuously, there was not much mana left for Abel. That skeleton had also knocked down a few fallen. That was not a big reward, but it was something, so he urged Black Wind to go back. These days he had been ruthlessly battling. His mana had almost been used up, and the rate of recovery was very slow. Although the wild had been cleaned up a lot, there might still be some leftovers, so Abel didn't want to put his life on the bet. The portal door opened. Black Wind was used to getting into a portal door, so it rushed towards it after Abel. That skeleton also noticed Abel was getting in the portal door, so it immediately stopped the battle on hand and rushed towards it as well. At the last second, the skeleton stepped its foot in. After Abel returned to the rogue encampment, he opened his Horadric cube. Just when he thought he was about to examine the skeleton. Reborn spell in detail. He was surprised to discover skeleton reborn spell's experience had grown from 1/5000 to 7/5000. Could the skeleton gain its own experience by killing enemies by itself? If this was the case, then the skeleton reborn spell could really be practiced while killing. After the skeleton reborn spell got more powerful, he could summon another skeleton. Then, the rogue encampment would be more lively. Although they could not talk, at least they could move. Things were way too lonely here. "I'll call you Rib Bone," said Abel, looking at the skeleton in front of him. Since it was his fighting partner, it still deserved a name even as a summoned object. At least it could signify this skeleton existed in this world. After seeing the color of the sky, Abel decided that it was time to leave the rogue encampment again. This past 10 days of battle and recovery went by extremely quickly. Abel was so grateful, but when he looked at Rib Bone, he gave out a little sigh. If he brought Rib Bone outside, everyone would know he had learned a deity spell. He didn't know if it would bring him a lot of trouble, but he was sure that every wizard absolutely hated the deities to their bones. He would create too much tension if he brought Rib Bone outside. Could he put it in his portal bag? Suddenly, something struck his mind. He reminded of the deity the other day. It had exactly just put a summon object in his space joint. Rib Bone was also a summon object, so it should be able to be put inside as well. Abel took out space joint and flicked with his power of the will. Just like that, Rib Bone was thrown into the finger joint. His power of will also came into its space finger joint. He saw that Rib Bone stood in the middle, surrounded and nourished by Death Kai. At this point, Abel knew a feature of the space finger joint, a feature that even Wizard Morton might not know. In the past, he only thought it was just a normal dimension object, but it had the ability to nourish dead creatures. Abel had just put away his barrier circle in his room, and the moment he stepped out of his front door, he saw Steward Ken running towards him. "Master, please come outside." What happened? Abel saw that Steward Ken looked very desperate, so he could only have guessed something might have happened. The city palace just had news. Harry Castle had been attacked by a wizard, said Steward Ken in a depressed voice. What? Harry Castle had been attacked by a wizard? Is Uncle Marshall okay? Abel was shocked to his core. His voice almost broke as he asked. "The Lord of Marshall is okay. But we lost 10 knights and 5 people were injured." Steward Ken saw that Abel was losing it, so he quickly replied. After hearing Uncle Marshall was okay, Abel calmed down a bit. However, it was still a pity that there were 10 knights who lost their lives. They were all old followers of the Lord of Marshall. After hearing this, Abel asked angrily, "Who's the wizard?" According to the news from the city palace, When that wizard appeared, it was wearing an armor made out of ice. He then ran into Harry Castle and murdered anyone he saw. The knight servants rushed up to the wizard, sacrificing their lives. In the end, they struck off the wizard's ice armor, and he was killed by the Lord of Marshall with one arrow. Duchy of Kian, how dare you? Abel knew where this wizard had come from now. He was one of the 15 low-ranking wizards. What Duchy of Kian had done had irritated Abel to his core. Family was the most important thing to him in this world, no matter if it was his stepfather or the knight servants that fought alongside him. Ken, prepare a large amount of top-quality iron for me. I need it, Abel commanded. Yes, master. Due to Abel's prestige state, Ken was also recognized by many nobles in Bakong City. If he wanted some top-quality iron, all he needed to do was to make a few calls. Black Wind will get back the magic tower, said Abel, patting Black Wind. Throughout the morning, an incident had been escalating. A low-ranking wizard had attacked the family of an intermediate wizard's disciple. Every wizard in the Duchy of Kian was angered by this behavior. It was no longer a situation involving a single wizard. What the Duchy of Kian had done would trigger every single wizard. Just imagine what would happen if a wizard had murdered the entire family of another wizard. Someone had to pay for this, otherwise a similar event might happen again in the future. The elites of the Wizard Union's headquarters in Duchy of Kian had a meeting with their only intermediate wizard, although the outcome of the meeting was not disclosed to the public. Afterward, the family of that low-ranking wizard who attacked Harry Castle was whipped out from the face of the world by that intermediate wizard from the Duchy of Kian. Abel, it seems like you are the target of that 15 low-ranking wizard. That's my mistake. At the time, I did not consider the Duchy of Kian's revenge when I submitted your good work to the Wizard Union. This might be the key reason why they are coming after you, said Wizard Morton in a somewhat guilty tone. Teacher, don't say that. You are very good to me. Abel quickly followed. Those low-ranking wizards were divided into 3 teams. The first 2 teams were responsible for attacking our resources, but their actual goal was to lure you to come out. The last team was for support. Luckily, your mount is fast, else you would be facing not 1 but 2 teams of low-ranking wizards. The second team had a bad day. They ran into Carlos and Camille, so they all got slaughtered. Wizard Morton analyzed. Teacher, you are right. Now, as I think about that, I do seem like the actual target of those low-ranking wizards, said Abel, nodding his head. The worst part was that they organized a rank 3 wizard to attack Harry Castle. Those Duchy of Kian bastards always come up with cheap tactics like this. Every time we Duchy of Carmel has a good seed, they will try to destroy it. Wizard Morton angrily exclaimed. The wizards from the Duchy of Kian had done something similar in the past, asked Abel, looking at Wizard Morton. Yes. Wizard Eveline was exactly attacked by the wizards from the Duchy of Kian. He was badly injured in that attack, and that's why he's been stuck as a beginner wizard, sighed Wizard Morton. Abel couldn't help himself. He clenched his fist until his joints started cracking. Abel was very surprised at the time he saw the young appearance of Wizard Eveline. Wizard Eveline was a genius as well. How come he had been stuck as an intermediate wizard for all these years? Now Abel knew the answer. Abel, give me your wizard badge, said Wizard Morton. Abel confusingly placed his wizard badge in the hand of Wizard Morton. Wizard Morton gently tapped his own wizard badge on Abel's wizard badge and handed it back to Abel. Abel, the reward for the Virgin's deity had arrived. I had just transferred 1,500 credit points to your wizard badge. Thank you, teacher, said Abel. Finally, he heard good news today. I contacted Wizard Johnson. The Duchy of Kian had agreed to repay the victims and promised things like this will never happen again in the future. That should be an end to this, said Wizard Morton helplessly. Although his disciple's standing looked calm on the surface, Abel actually felt like he was about to explode like a volcano every second deep within. Yes, teacher, Abel sounded very monotone. It was like he doesn't care about this outcome at all. Read more chapter on our vipnovel.com. Let's go have a rest today, don't think too much, we can only guess at this point, this event might be a rare incident, said Wizard Morton. Abel left the room of Wizard Morton. He felt anger burning inside him. Did the Duchy of Kian really think a little bit of money could fix this? As Abel was walking down the stairs, he ran into Carlos. Carlos stepped up and asked, Junior brother, I heard your family's castle had been attacked. Are you okay? I'm okay, the Duchy of Kian had solved this situation peacefully, said Abel in a stale voice. That's great, next time we'll teach the Duchy of Kian a good lesson, said Carlos viciously. Thanks, Carlos, I'll get going now. Abel forced a smile and said goodbye to Carlos. Black Wind had been lying outside of the magic tower throughout all this time. Everyone knew this was Abel's mount, so no one was dared to disturb it. When it heard its owner coming out, it immediately jumped up and ran towards Abel. Black Wind, go. Abel did not go home. Instead, he speeded out the city. In a deserted little hill, a few hundred miles beyond. The city, White Cloud, had swooped down from the sky to welcome them. Long time no see, White Cloud. Abel's mood had immediately lightened up when he saw White Cloud. Black Wind, White Cloud, and him were like family members. This time he found White Cloud was to see if he could increase its rank. White Cloud was not a predator, but it had an enormous body. That was a clear reflection that it stood at the top of the beast's hierarchy. On top of its flying ability, even a soul beast would not attack it for no reason. Goo goo goo. White Cloud rubbed its enormous against Abel's chest. It seemed like it was expressing how it was missing him. I brought you some good stuff today, said Abel, lightly patting White Cloud's feather. White Cloud didn't seem to understand what the word good stuff means, but it knew its owner was good to him, so he began to goo-goo again. Abel took out a dark gold-colored soul potion from his Kong Kong spirit portal bag. That was exactly what he was going to give White Cloud today. He had neglected White Cloud way too much. He always just left White Cloud alone to find food by itself, and only call it when he needed it. White Cloud widened its eyes and fixed at the soul potion. The soul potion had deeply attracted it. It couldn't help itself, but made some more goo-goo sound. It seemed like he was asking its owner to give it to it quicker. Abel twisted open the lip of the soul potion and poured it into White Cloud's mouth. The moment when all the soul potion was poured into White Cloud's mouth, it closed its eyes and lay motionless on the floor. The feather on its body flashed in quick sparkles. It was not glowing. Instead, the light reflected on its body would sometimes disappear and appear again. It was also almost like parts of White Cloud's body had become transparent, or a moment with each flash. Not only its feather, but the body under the feather as well. After a while, Abel realized the changes were wearing off. It seemed like one bottle of soul potion was not enough to evolve. It was just like Black Wind, but this time Abel did not stop. He took out another bottle of soul potion, opened it, and poured it in White Cloud's mouth. The stale changes had speeded up once again. White Cloud's enormous feather disappeared and reappeared. Abel looked at it with closed attention for half an hour. Seemed like it still needs more soul potion as the changes became stale once again. Abel clenched his teeth, took out another bottle of soul potion, and poured it in White Cloud's mouth. This time White Cloud feather flashed quickly. In the end, its entire body disappeared in front of Abel's eye. After a while it appeared again. Just like that, it continued to appear and disappear. In the end, good, White Cloud called, but this time its impose was many times stronger. Did it rank up? Abel happily looked at White Cloud. It seemed like this rank up gave White Cloud a new ability. Unlike Black Wind, who naturally grew into a soul beast, it didn't have any special ability. That was the difference between a normal beast and a predator. For a predator, it was easier to become a soul beast, since it was very hard for a normal beast to rank up. However, once a normal beast successfully ranked up, they would most likely gain magical ability. Predators would need to rank up again to get that. Abel commanded White Cloud through the soul chain, White Cloud, unleash your ability. After White Cloud made some goo-goo sound, and its enormous body disappeared. It seemed like White Cloud completely mastered this ability during his process of ranking up. Abel curiously stuck his hand forward to touch. He felt White Cloud's feather in his hand. Although his hand could sense White Cloud's presence, all his power of the will could see was a field of nothingness. Abel was extremely shocked. He had always trusted his power of the will deeply, but now he realized what he felt could be so different from what his power of the will sensed. He had once again gained more knowledge of the wonder of this world. As Abel was still shocked that the body of White Cloud had disappeared, he noticed the carriage on its body had also disappeared. If Abel sat on the back of White Cloud, would he also disappear as well? Up to this point, Black Wind irritatedly bumped Abel with its head. It seemed like it was jealous that White Cloud had a special ability, and it didn't. Abel was not a stingy guy. Both Black Wind and White Cloud were his most loyal partners. He knew they would never betray him, so increasing their ability would be like increasing his own ability. He took out his last bottle of soul potion. Through the soul chain, he said to Black Wind, "This is the last bottle. I hope you can grasp an ability. If not, you will have to wait a while." Afterward, Abel opened the bottle and poured it into Black Wind's mouth. After the soul potion was poured into Black Wind's mouth, he yearned and laid on the floor to sleep. As soon as Black Wind fell asleep, its body began to flash in electric arcs. Every strand of fur began to release electric arcs relentlessly, so Abel couldn't help but step back. The electric arc shot out from Black Wind's body to the floor. The dust on the floor struck up by the electric arc, covering Abel in dust. Abel intensely looked at the dust swirling up in front of him. Although Black Wind was tiny compared to the size of White Cloud, its process of ranking up was 2 times as dramatic as the one of White Cloud. That's the difference between a predator and a normal beast. After a long time, Abel was getting desperate. But suddenly the dust settled, and Black Wind woke up covered in dust. Black Wind's features did not change, only his impose was a little stronger. Black Wind stood up and irritatedly shook off the dust on its fur to the ground. Abel quickly asked through the soul chain, "Black Wind, did you succeed?" Black Wind gently tipped its big head. It looked so proud of itself. Maybe it was because he needed less soul potion than White Cloud to rank up. Black Wind, what ability? Abel followed. Electric spells could numb the enemy if you decided to attack, but not enough for defense. Abel was just not certain what specific spells did. Black Wind acquired. Black Wind kneeled down, allowing its owner to get on its back. Abel hopped on. The moment he settled himself, the shadow of Black Wind disappeared on the sport and reappeared in a place a few hundred meters away. "My God, Black Wind, is this move in a flash?" Abel couldn't help but called in shock. Seemed like move in a flash was Black Wind's natural ability. It could travel a little bit further than normal wizards. It was almost at the level of Wizard Morton. Afterward, Abel asked Black Wind about the limit of this move in a flash. According to the description of Black Wind, this move in a flash could continue for 2 times in a roll. It could only do it again after 1 hour of rest. Of course, it was not like Wizard Morton could do a move in a flash for an unlimited amount of time. But this ability was still the best life-preserving method for an unexpected attack. "Black Wind, jump on the back of White Cloud. We'll head off to the sky," Abel commanded. In a flash of light, Abel disappeared with Black Wind as he was sitting on its back. Afterward, both of them reappeared on White Cloud. "White Cloud, let's fly," Abel called. White Cloud had almost been exclusively living in the sky during all this time. After it heard Abel's word, its enormous body gently lifted off the ground and escalated towards the sky. After they had become stable in the sky, Abel lightly patted White Cloud's feather and said, "White Cloud, let's try out your new invisible ability." "Goo goo," White Cloud replied. Afterward, weird energy surrounded its body, even Abel, Black Wind, the carriage and everything on its back was surrounded as well. Abel looked around. Everything looked the same, but some kind of energy shielded them from the intense wind of the sky. This had made flying a lot more comfortable, as it was no longer as cool. Wizard Bernal was a rank 11 wizard of the Duchy of Kian. He had been feeling extremely heavy in his heart lately. Originally, he only wanted to whip the trace of Wizard Stan, who had been labeled as a dark wizard in the Duchy of Kian, from the face of the world while getting revenge for the Duchy of Carmel. However, this kill-2-bird with 1 stone plan was flipped upside down by a low-ranking wizard trying to do the operation by himself. He could have never have guessed that there was such a loyal wizard. Among that 15 low-ranking, that wizard was so loyal to Wizard Stan, he would even put his family in the bet. Every wizard knew the outcome of attacking another wizard's family. Since that low-ranking wizard had died, the Duchy of Kian would need to take up all the responsibility. Throughout the day, Wizard Bernal had been receiving criticism from the Wizard Union and wizards from all the different duchies. He had also gotten some news from the Blacksmith Union. The Blacksmith Union was protesting against the Duchy Kian since the Duchy of Kian had attacked the family of a blacksmith master, Master Abel. In regards to the criticism from the Wizard Union, he could ask the elites from the Wizard Union to give him some face due to their connections. In regards to the critics from the wizards of different duchies, Wizard Bernal did not care. Just give it some time, and the buzz would settle. However, Wizard Bernal was very stressed in regards to the protest from the Blacksmith Union. Although the Blacksmith Union was only protesting, those hammer-holding bastards had the support of an entire race. The dwarfs were not battle-thirsty race, but their fighting ability was not bad at all. The dwarfs were known for protecting their members, and they always thought of the Blacksmith Union was a part of them. Luckily, nothing too major had happened this time, so they had only protested. If an important member had really died or was badly injured, scary revenge and consequences would definitely dawn on the attacker. In the rocky canyon in the Duchy of Kian, there was a cave 300 meters beyond where the 6 magic towers stood. Wizard Stan sat inside the cave next to a simple mana-gathering circle. He came out from his meditation state, seeing the intermediate gem supporting the mana-gathering circle shattered. Wizard Stan could help but twitch his lips. Meditating using an intermediate gem every day was such a luxury. He would never do it if he had another choice. Idiot, how could a wizard fail in attacking a castle? Wizard Stan mumbled to himself in anger as he walked out of the mana-gathering circle. It was Wizard Stan who ordered that rank 3 wizard. That rank 3 wizard did not attack the castle to avenge his teacher like how everyone thought. He did it for resources. Since Wizard Stan promised to give him resources, that rank 3 wizard decided to risk his family's life. That was cold. Abel returned to his mansion. His mood had lightened up a little since both of his chained soul beasts partners had gotten a new ability, but his desire for revenge did not subside a single bit. Instead, he was a lot more certain about it. Master, the top quality iron ore you requested is ready. It is now in the storage space, said Steward Ken as he bowed to Abel. Lead me to it. Abel had plans for these irons, so he was a little desperate to see it. Please follow me. Steward Ken led the way, and they arrived at a storage space in the mansion. It was not small storage space, and it was filled with large amounts of iron. Abel stepped up and picked up a piece of iron. Its quality was top-notch. It was almost better than any other iron ore he had seen before. As a blacksmith master, he knew full well that these types of iron ore could only be found in a large-scale mine, and they were selected from the best of the best. Ken, how did you get these iron ores? And asked. Master, after I asked a few close families about iron ores. Both the Harry family in Bakong City and the Benson family gave us some. Steward Ken bowed and replied. Ken, say thank you to them for me, and make sure you give them every cent they requested, Abel commanded. He did not want to owe any family a favor because of some iron ores. Yes, Master, Ken replied. Abel surrounded the mountainous amount of iron ore with his power of the will, and just like that, they were all transferred to his Kong spirit portal bag. Ken was so shocked by what just happened in front of his eyes, he almost jumped. However, he had grown excited afterward. This legend-like ability signified that his owner was getting more and more powerful, so their family would also get richer and richer. When Abel returned to the living room, Lorraine was already waiting for him. Brother Abel. Lorraine, you didn't go train Lilac today, Abel said with a smile to Lorraine. I also know you were not in a good mood, Brother Abel, so I want to stay with you, said Lorraine, staring at Abel with its big eyes. That's already in the past. The teacher had taken care of it for me, Abel spoke softly. He didn't want to explain too much about the scams and conflicts between humans. It was better for Lorraine to have less association with it. But there's nothing I can help you with, Brother Abel, said Lorraine. She felt a little useless, so her eyes began to get red. Lorraine, you had helped me a lot. You taught me elves' language, helped me train a horse, that's all very impressive, said Abel as he stuck out his hand and pushed upon Lorraine's head. Really, said Lorraine as she lifted her head, trying to hold back her tears as she looked at Abel. Of course, it was all because of you. My mood had always been very good at home, said Abel gently with a smile. Dinner time, Lorraine returned to her carefree look as she joyfully spoke about all the funny things that happened in the mansion. Heart-lifting laughter flew around in the dining room of the mansion. After dinner, Abel returned to his room. But this time he did not bring Black Wind. After he set up the barrier circle, he opened the portal door and entered the rogue encampment. The rogue encampment was calmed as always. Its sky was just starting to light up. A fresh morning wind blew at the face of Abel, waking him up immediately. He walked towards the place where the female blacksmith Charcy's shop used to stand. The equipment fixed up by Abel was glowing in a dark color. Abel needed to make something special today. He took out a black circular rock with a diameter of 1 meter from his Kong spirit portal bag and put it on the floor. It was the iron meteorite he found in Marshall Castle's secret chamber. Too bad, Abel was a little soft-hearted as he placed his hand on the iron meteorite. It's a pity. This was such a rare treasure. Originally, he was planning to turn it into a full body of the toughest armor once his body was fully developed, but now he had to use it earlier. It would be very hard for a normal fire to melt the iron meteorite, but there was natural fire from the ground here. That's why Abel was so confident about forging this iron meteorite. In a flick of a finger, a full body of armor made out of ice appeared on Abel's body. He had increased the toughness of the frozen armor around his arms this time. This was also thanks to the soul potion. After he realized the frozen armor pattern, he grasped the core of this spell. Therefore, it allowed him to easily manipulate the shape of the ice to protect important areas. Abel placed the black iron meteorite with both of his hands onto the opening of the ground fire. This iron meteorite was too heavy. There was no equipment around here to move such a big and heavy thing. Therefore, Abel had used a defense circle to separate himself from the heat. It was the only way he could put the iron meteorite on to the opening of the ground fire. Although the frozen armor was not good for non-physical impact, it was made out of ice, so it could still withstand heat for a short period of time. The nightmarish flame of the ground fire had turned half of the iron meteorite red in almost no time. Abel stuck his hand in the ground fire again and grabbed half of the meteorite that had turned red. He needed to withdraw it quickly as soon as half of it turned red. If he had waited until the entire thing turned red, maybe the whole meteorite would melt into liquid iron into the ground fire. That was scary. SSSS. The ice on Abel's armor made contact with the flame, sending steam rushing up above. Just like that, Abel had successfully lifted the 1,000-pound iron meteorite up from the ground fire opening. He then put it on his operation bench. Before the iron meteorite had cooled down, Abel had used a chisel. He chopped the half that had turned red into a lot of little pieces. Every single little piece of this iron meteorite was enough to make a weapon. Abel put the other half to the side to cool down. He was only planning to use half of it for testing. First, he wanted to prepare a combined weapon for himself. The ice magic sword he had could no longer match his ability. Since he had better materials, he was ready to make a more suitable big sword for himself. The process of forging was very easy, but this iron meteorite could only be forged into 100 skills. Abel sensed with his power of the will. This iron meteorite was definitely higher quality than normal iron ore, but there was a limit to how far it could be stretched. It was already 3 times better than the 130 skills iron base he made before. But of course, it was not easy to increase the quality of your material by just a little bit. Abel was all too familiar with forging a big sword. Since the material he used this time was so good, he had a new idea. After the shape of the big sword had been forged, he opened up a small hole on both sides of the sword handle. Yes, Abel was ready to make a double rune big sword. He already picked out which rune he wanted on the big sword. That would be the Tur rune he had just learned. Gain 2 points of mana every time an enemy was killed. He had this idea of applying this rune on a magic sword ever since the first time he saw it. Mana was the most important thing to him in a battle. If every enemy killed could give him 2 points of mana with a single Tel rune, he would be able to gain 4 points of mana if both the Tur runes were drawn successfully. Abel had 270 points of mana, so he only needed to kill 67 enemies to fully replenish his mana storage. This might be a bit of a challenge in the Holy Continent since there were not many enemies to be killed there, but in the rogue encampment, infernal creatures could be seen everywhere. If a magic sword could unleash its power without physical impact, Abel would really want to turn this magic sword with the Tur rune into a magical cane for a try. The double-holed Knight big sword was placed in front of Abel's eye. Now it was time to etch the rune. Although the Tur rune Abel had learned was specifically altered for making rune signs, he had studied the magical weapon forging guide from the dwarfs, giving him rich formulas and fundamental knowledge. Abel had altered runes many times in the past, but most importantly, he had the Akara rune pen. This pen could recognize mistakes in the drawing process and direct him to the right path. Abel dipped the Akara rune pen into the intermediate rune ink he had combined through the Horadric cube last time. Just like that, he had perfectly drawn the Tel rune on both sides of the sword, as well as directing energy into the rune path. Abel was not planning to proceed to the next step, in the rogue encampment, so he took the Knight big sword he had just completed out of the rogue encampment. Abel arrived at a spot 1 mile from the encampment. He took out 2 delicate diamonds from his Kong spirit portal bag. Of course, only Abel had called these gems delicate diamonds. For wizards, they were known as attribute-less magic gems. He held the Knight big sword in his left hand and jammed the delicate diamonds in the small holes. After it was secured, Abel began to guide it with his power of the will. It was the first time he had used a delicate gem in a magic sword, but he was very confident. With the knowledge of a blacksmith master, this meteorite could definitely withstand the force of this delicate gem. But just in case for the worse, Abel still decided to guide this magic sword's rune with his power of the will in a while. The rogue encampment was like his home at this point, and he didn't want it to have any damage. The first side of guiding had completed very quickly. It was almost no challenge at all. In a flash of white light, the knight's big sword had transformed into a magic sword. Now he needed to guide the other side with his power of the will. It was just like the first side. No challenge had got in his way. It flashed in white light again, and just like that, this meteorite magic sword had perfectly formed. Abel threw this magic sword into his Horadric cube and focused on his power of the will. Winner's big sword, normal. Single-handed damage, 820. Sustainability, 50/50. Plus 4 mana every time an enemy is killed. Plus 300% damage to immortal monsters. Of all the magic sword Abel had forged, he was the most satisfied with this one's magical ability and striking power. Due to the 2 delicate diamonds, the perfect etching of the Akara rune pen, as well as a top-notched meteorite as the material, this magic sword had reached an extremely high standard of attacking power. The most eye-catching thing to Abel was that it had an attribute of plus 300% damage to immortal monsters. All the gems he had used in the past were normal gems, so an attribute had never appeared. He always thought that a gem would supply energy to the magic sword once it was installed, so the original attribute of the gem would never appear. It seemed like he was wrong. The most probable explanation would be that those normal gems could no longer have enough energy to ignite its original attribute, since it had supplied all its energy to the magic sword. However, this magic sword had 2 delicate diamonds as a source of energy. The energy required for runes was the same, so the leftover energy had ignited the damage to immortal monsters' attribute of the diamond. When Abel was guiding the Ter rune with his power of the will on the big sword, the weak little soul in his mind did not rest as well. It was ready to ignite the Tome of Town portal in Abel's chest to escape at any moment if the process of guiding the big sword had gone wrong. Abel felt very gratified in his heart as he stared at the winner's big sword in his hand. If magic weapons didn't need to make physical contact with the enemy to unleash its power, Abel would make full body armor and shield out of the Ter rune. Just imagine how much mana he would regain with every enemy killed after that. Abel could help but giggle, but he was only dreaming. He knew the winner's big sword in his hand was already very impressive. Now that he had this big sword, he could unleash even more spells, making his fighting stamina a lot stronger. After Abel returned taught he blacksmith guild in the rogue encampment, he picked out another iron ore. He first forged it into 100 skills, forming 100 skills iron base. Afterward, he forged 100 skills iron base into a ball. He opened up a small hole on its surface. It was the best solution Abel could think of after some detailed planning. The ball could more easily distribute the force of an impact. It was the most desirable shape Abel could think of. Afterward, Abel began to draw the fire attack Ral rune on the surface of the bowl. It was very hard. If he didn't have the dark gold Akara rune pen to correct him, he would definitely need to practice for a long time, until he could learn how to draw on a ball. However, since he had the Akara rune pen, the steps were a lot easier. After the Ral rune was drawn out, he guided the energy through a rune path into the small hole. Abel left the rogue encampment once again and entered Ludmoor. This time he went even further and stopped 5 miles from the rogue encampment. Took out a perfect red gem from his Kong spirit portal bag. Abel did not know the true value of these perfect red gems before he became a wizard, but now he knew. Especially after reading the Morton observation record, he had gained a lot more knowledge on this red gem. A perfect rank gem was a large-scale magic circle source of energy. Their scarcity was a unique characteristic of the perfect rank. It seemed like all the huge defense circle protecting. A city needed a perfect rank gem to support it. Therefore, perfect rank gems would almost never be found among the transactions of wizards. These perfect rank gems could be compared to nuclear energy. Although it was not as powerful, it was a lot more friendly to the environment and a lot safer. Now Abel's job was to turn this extremely safe and stable perfect red gem into an extremely unstable explosive energy. The only purpose of those super exploding big swords he had made in the past was to drag his enemies to hell along with him at his last moment. They didn't have any actual use in real life. Abel wanted to extend his super exploding big sword's time of explosion for more than 3 seconds through the use of better higher quality material and charging its composition. If he could really increase it for more than 3 seconds, then he could actually use it. Abel took a deep breath, focused all his power of the will in one spot. He placed the perfect magic gem in the small hole with a steady hand. During the process, the montage of some TV science program from his past life about installing nuclear energy flashed in front of his eyes. He felt nervous just like that. The most important step was about to take place. Abel began to get serious. His power of the will was ready to guide and ignite the rune. The energy within the perfect red gem rushed towards his power of the will like a hurricane of fire. He carefully controlled his power of the will, firmly trying to control this uncontrollable energy. 2 seconds before the power of the will guiding and ignite was complete, the weak little soul had ignited a scroll of town portal in Abel's chest. A portal door appeared in front of him. The ball had been ignited, but at the same time, Abel's elite knight instinct had sent out an immensely strong alert. It was the strongest alert he had ever felt. Without even thinking, he dashed out his body and ran straight towards the portal door. His body disappeared on the spot just like that. Golden combat Kai surrounded his entire body, so he wasn't affected by vertigo brought on by teleportation. He could still count steadily in his mouth, 1, 2, 3. The moment he counted to 3, the portal door disappeared. When he counted to 6, an earth-shaking bang occurred. He felt the ground shaking. A smirk emerged from Abel's face. He had increased the time of the explosion to 6 seconds. It was twice as long as before. Although it was not the most desirable time, it was still enough for him to make use out of it. Abel wanted to see the result of the explosion, so he ran out of the rogue encampment once again. It didn't take much time for him to run 5 miles. Abel was deeply shocked when he arrived at the point of explosion. The perfect red gem had unleashed all its energy in an instant, giving birth to a 10 meters deep hole outside of the rogue encampment. This explosion had only occurred in an open field, so Abel didn't even want to imagine what atrocity it would bring if it had occurred in a closed environment. But Abel was going to use this on his enemies anyway, so he couldn't care less. He then gave up on investigating the result and began to search around for the scattered pieces. Since Abel had used the shape of a ball, the explosion had covered a large area. However, the main impact was still coming from the shock waves of the explosion. The damage caused by the scattered pieces were almost nothing compared to the damage caused by the shock wave. There were way too little scattered pieces. It was definitely not enough to kill all his enemies from all directions. If he really wanted to kill his enemies this way, he would need to add a big metal cover around the ball. The Horadric Cube and his personal storage space had the ability to freeze time. Therefore, this metal cover for his ball-shaped exploding device could be applied through this power of the will afterward. The next task was to create enough ball-shape exploding devices. Abel decided to call these things super exploding balls. Abel threw out another one of them and hurried into the portal. Another huge explosion had occurred, but this time Abel did not go and take a look at the result. His main task right now was to make super exploding balls to fill up his just emptied out personal storage space with it. Abel carefully put the other half of the meteorite he had not used away. He was very hurt by the fact that he was turning these top-quality materials into single-use exploding devices. But still, its power was undeniable. So Abel believed it was worth the sacrifice. These delicate super-exploding balls did not take much space in his personal storage space. It only took up one slot, and there were 48 slots. Abel decided to divide the half of his meteorite into 12 pieces. In the following 9 days, Abel had dedicated all his non-meditating time into making these super-exploding balls. He had almost used up all the perfect red gems he had. Although these perfect red gems were considered as a rare treasure to other wizards, to Abel, they were just normal low-ranking gems. As long as he had the Horadric cube, he could have as much of these perfect red gems as he wanted. Seeing his personal storage space filled with super-exploding balls, and his Kong Spirit portal bag filled with the super-exploding balls metal cover, Abel dragged his exhausted body back to his mansion in Triumph Boulevard. The moment he exited his door, he saw his loyal steward Ken. Ken was very familiar with Abel's daily routine, so he would be standing in front of Abel's door around this time every day, just in case Abel needed something. This was a must for a professional steward. Ken, help me gather some gems. They don't need to be too good. Cheap ones are okay, just help me gather a bunch. I have a use for them, Abel requested. Yes, master. Just like before, Ken did not ask why. He only bowed and said yes. You should organize a trustworthy person to help you take care of the business in Bakong City. You just have to make sure he does his work correctly. There might be a chance you need to return to Harvest City, and things here can still be run smoothly, Abel thought. His next experiment might disturb the people here, so it was better to give Ken a head up. Yes, master. Although a puzzled look emerged from Ken's eyes, he still only bowed and said yes. Ken, just remember, you are a member of the Harry family. I have a reason for my plans, even if I didn't tell you about it, Abel explained to Ken in a somewhat uncomfortable manner. Yes, master, Ken replied, but there were many more emotions in his voice this time. Abel went to have breakfast with Lorraine like nothing had happened. Other than the usual chat and laughs, Abel asked Lorraine to pack up her stuff. Although Abel did not say the reason, Lorraine knew that it was not her business to question it. Abel had gotten used to riding Black Wind to the Magic Tower these days. Its speed was so fast and convenient as well. If Black Wind was staying outside the Magic Tower or secured inside the Magic Tower, it should be fine. Today Abel had left Black Wind outside of the Magic Tower. After Abel said goodbye to Black Wind, it leaned against the wall of the Magic Tower. It closed its eyes and fell directly to sleep. When Abel entered the Magic Tower, he did not return to his 9th floor. Instead, he went in front of the teleportation circle, took out his identity card, and placed it on top of the defense circle. A little door opened from the defense circle. After Abel stepped in, the little door disappeared. Then Abel took out his 3 Leafs wizard badge and placed it on top of a small gap in the corner of the teleportation circle. Some missions appeared on the wall of the teleportation circle. Abel did not care about the missions. He directly shifted his power of the will towards the credit exchange. The image on the wall immediately changed. All kinds of merchandise began to appear. He already knew what he wanted to pick before he came here. It was the Constitution Potion. Although the last time Abel used the Master's Constitution Potion, all its effects were used to repair the damage in his body, his constitution still increased by 0.1 now. He had a constitution of 8.15. Constitution Potion could be used multiple times for a roll. It still had the same effect. If one bottle of Master's Constitution Potion could increase his constitution by 0.1, Abel would already be very satisfied. But since he was in a life and death situation the last time he used the Master's Constitution Potion, this time should increase even more as his body had healed up. As his constitution increased, his life force, defense, and stamina would also increase. So his chance of survival would increase once his constitution got stronger. If Abel had messed up what he was about to do, it would definitely break him up badly. Therefore, the first thing that came to his mind when he got the 1,500 credit points from Wizard Morton was to exchange it with these Constitution Potions. Originally, he was planning to do this sometime in the future. But after he witnessed the power of the super-exploding ball, the first thing he did was come back to the Magic Tower to exchange some Constitution Potion. after he selected the Constitution potion. He entered 1,485 bottles with his power of the will. This had almost used all his credit points. He only had 22 credits left in his wizard badge now. After Abel had confirmed the transaction, a flash of white light appeared in the teleportation circle. 15 boxes had appeared out of thin air. These boxes were made out of lalu wood, which was completely black. These 100-years-old lalu wood was the best material to preserve potions. The Wizard Union were not stingy at all. They had gave Abel a box made of lalu wood with every 100 bottles of Constitution potion. Every one of these boxes cost more than thousands of gold coins, and they were so high in demand that you could rarely even find it on the market. After Abel had counted the Constitution potion, he put all the boxes into his portal bag. One portal bag was not enough, so he had to use his space finger joint as well. In the magic tower, Abel would not dare to use the Kong spirit portal bag in his Horadric cube. A secret is a secret for a reason. He could not let anyone know, so he didn't even think about it. Abel closed the teleportation circle, put away his wizard badge, and used his identity card to exit the defense circle. "Teacher, do you have some free time?" Abel ignited his identity card and connected with Wizard Morton. "Yes, Abel, I'm free. You can come up." The voice of Wizard Morton emerged from the identity card. Abel quickly walked up to the 11th floor. He went through the teleportation circle by the door and arrived at the Wizard Morton's room. At the time, Wizard Morton was already waiting for him. "Teacher, I want to take a leave for a few days," said Abel as he bowed. "Abel, no matter what you do, just put safety first," said Wizard Morton with a calm expression. "Don't worry, teacher. I will be back in a few days," said Abel. He sounded very sincere yet very confident about what he was going to do. "Just make sure you come back quickly if you run into any trouble," and in a flick of his hand, Wizard Morton sent Abel out of the 11th floor. "These are your young and wild days. I was once like that as well, just let me take of it when a mistake is made," Wizard Morton mumbled to himself as he recalled his past after Abel left. Wizard Morton knew a little about what Abel was thinking. Although it was easy to stop Abel, being a wizard was unlike other occupations. For knights, they would only be disturbed by the disorder in their power of the will during their ranking up process of becoming a head commander. Therefore, this brought about the saying, "Every head commander needed a meditation jade." Wizards had always been training their power of the will. If Wizard Morton continuously tried to stop Abel and not letting him do what he wanted to, it would plant a seed of disorder in his power of the will. Once he hit a crucial rank, this seed of disorder in his power of the will would lash out. Wizard Morton knew Abel's abilities very well. He believed Abel would never do something so wrong that even himself could not fix the result. With Wizard Morton's status in the Wizard Union, he could make peace with the situation if Abel had killed some low-ranking wizards or even an official wizard. Wizard Morton was right about this, but he never thought that he would underestimate the ability of Abel. This little 14-year-old blacksmith master and rank 3 novice wizard could lash out a scary amount of power, and he was about to unleash all of them in one place. This amount of power was so scary, it could sound through the entire world of wizardry. There was a forest around 200 miles from the magic tower in Bakong City. In the midst of that forest stood a barrier circle, separating the stuff from the rest of the world. Abel took out everything from his portal bag, his personal storage box, Kong spirit portal bag, Akara tent, and the Tome of Town portal. Abel's main task right now was to combine. He needed to combine all 485 of the normal Constitution potion he had into Master's Constitution potion. Every 3 bottles could be combined into a higher rank one. Just like that, he spent half a day sitting on the floor, putting the Constitution potion in his Horadric cube. He put it in, take it out, repeat. And repeat relentlessly. The fundamental ingredients for Constitution potion were not hard to find, but the higher the rank, the rarer it would be. Even those 1 rank above normal, greater Constitution potion were very hard to find in the market. That was not because Constitution potion were hard to make. It was because it was very hard to find a higher quality version of some ingredients that made up the potion. For example, salt rock grass was an ingredient that made up the Constitution potion. They were very commonly used in medicine and could grow in a wide range of places. However, There were only two ways if you wanted to make a greater constitution potion out of it. The first way was by pure luck, through an intermediate potion maker's flash of realization. The second way was through the hands of an elite potion maker, but would require a 10-year-old salt rock grass, and normally they would dry up after 2 years. To find a 10-year-old salt rock grass was 100 times harder than finding a 4-leaf clover. On top of that, there were also a few fundamental ingredients that were very hard to find. All of those circumstances above was only describing the greater constitution potion. Those greatest constitution potion were even harder to obtain. All constitution potions were made specifically for wizards to repair the damage they caused in their constitution through their training. Therefore, no matter how high ranked their constitution potion were, their purpose would still the same. Therefore, even if a wizard had been taking greater constitution potion for years, there would not be much difference if they were taking the greatest constitution potion. The legendary master's constitution potion was the most desirable constitution potion. Even masters did not believe they existed in this world. If you were lucky enough to find all the ingredients required, you would still need a master potion maker to formulate them while being in a flash of realization state. All potions were like that. A master's rank signified the most desirable state of the potion. Even if a grandmaster was going to make one, they would still need to gather all the rare ingredients. That's why high-ranking potions was so hard to find. Every single potion maker of this world would definitely doubt their lives if they were to stand next to Abel. The floor was filled with Master's Constitution potion, shining in dark gold. As Abel kept combining, their amount on the floor kept increasing. In the end, Abel joyfully stared at the 55 bottles of Master's Construction potion on the floor. They were all shining in dark gold, illuminating the surrounding in a hint of mystery. Abel shoved everything on the floor in his Horadric cube and took out his attribute sign. He placed his hand on top of it, and a beam of white light appeared. It reflected Abel's current attributes. Power 17.12. Speed 4.50. Constitution 8.15. Will 27.34. Mana 27. His will had already reached 27 points. If he did not give the 5 bottles of soul potion to Black Wind and White Cloud, Abel's will would definitely break 30 points. But Abel did not regret the decision. Both White Cloud's invisible ability and Black Wind's move in a flash were extraordinary abilities. He did not waste those soul potions. His partner's increase in power was like his own increase in power. Abel picked up a bottle of dark gold constitution potion from the floor, tilted back his head, and drank it down. A heat wave began to swim through his body. It was not like the first time he drank a master's constitution potion. That time he was badly injured, so the master's constitution potion had used up all its power to repair Abel's body and did not have any more potential to further strengthen it. Now, the master's constitution potion had spread into every corner of Abel's body. He felt every single one of his organs getting stronger. The effects had faded after around half an hour, and Abel had clearly felt his body getting stronger. Both elite knights and wizards needed to be very familiar with their bodies. Since Abel held both of these occupations, he needed to be a lot more than both normal wizards and knights. Since his body's constitution had increased, it seemed like his power had also increased. Took out his attribute card to have a check. He was right. His constitution had increased from 8.15, 8.35. Since he was not injured, his body had fully absorbed all the benefits of the master's constitution potion. 1 bottle could increase his constitution by 0.2 points. His power had swelled up from 17.12 to 17.22, which was a 0.1 point increase. This increase was only caused naturally by his body getting more powerful. If Abel had doubled down on his training, this increase would continue to speed up until he maximized his body's constitution. Unique characteristic of a master's rank potion was that they did not have a time limit. They could be used continuously, without needing to worry about side effects. Although Abel didn't know his body's limit, these constitution potion would still have an effect on him until he reaches it. Therefore, Abel did not stop as he poured another bottle into his mouth. His body's response excited him. It proved that a master's constitution potion could really be used multiple times and still preserve its power. Abel did not rest for half a day. other than entering into the rogue encampment for meditation. He spent all his time drinking those Master's Constitution potion. Abel had just drunk up his 35th bottle out of the 55 bottles of Master's Constitution potion. Originally, his body only had the constitution of 8.35, and now it had swelled up to 15.00. However, he had hit his limit. The 35th bottle was basically a waste. Only 20 bottles of Master's Constitution potion were left. Abel's constitution had never increased this fast before. Its effects were so dramatic, and it was like Abel had gained an entirely new body. The most obvious was his skin. Although it didn't look too different from the surface, could clearly felt that his skin was a lot more sensitive to pressure when he lightly flicked his finger at it. However, at the same time, rebound force made him felt he was striking the skin of a bull, so tough yet so elastic. It was like his skin had become a layer of leather armor on him, so it should limit the damage of those normal attacks to the max. His muscles had also changed. Due to years of night training, Abel's muscles had turned into one of those strong and hard muscles. Although they were still as strong now, they had also become a lot softer and more elastic. The change in muscles had directly impacted his attribute of power. That's why his power had swelled up from the original 17.12 to 20.62. This increase in power was like getting water from a pipe. It was different from power increase explosion. Power increase explosion still needed a certain amount of time to practice and adapt until the person could control the newly gained power. However, these easily gained power was like natural growth if a body. They were just as easy to control as if you've been training with this strength for years. Abel clenched his fist in mid-air and felt his own power. He could be certain that his strength had now reached 5,000 pounds. Elite knights could use impose pressure, but their haven't fully matured impose pressure was decided into two components. One was the power held within the body, another was the power of the will. Therefore, an elite knight or above could unleash a will force that combined the pressure caused by their body's power and their power of the will. Abel's current impose pressure had also increased since his power had increased. Impose pressure was a type of pressure. It was targeted towards lower rank enemies. As long as you use the impose pressure, your opponent would know your status most of the time. They would not want to mess around with you. If their rank was too low, they might even drop dead on the spot. For example, there was an elite knight mistakenly unleashed his impose pressure towards normal people in a black market. Due to their differences in rank, it led to a large scale of people being badly injured. The impose pressure of that elite knight was too strong. If Abel had done the same to normal people, it would definitely be a nightmarish disaster. By this point, Abel felt like he was short of resources. Although the benefit of these Master's Constitution potion was very obvious since it had increased his attribute by a lot, it was still hard for him to obtain them. He could not be this lucky every time and survive in a battle with an official wizard, especially after he had fought with an intermediate deity. He realized just how big of a gap was between his ability and their ability. Abel put away his barrier circle and began to summon White Cloud through the soul chain. Suddenly, a huge sound of wind blowing came from the sky and stopped after a quick moment. At first, Abel did not see a single thing, but then White Cloud appeared by his side, intentionally making its goo-goo sound. Abel could see that White Cloud had gotten a lot more intelligent. It was now a lot more like a child than a machine developed by the orcs. Although it could still exchange emotions with Abel in the past, it had never expressed a sense of ego. Abel was very happy for White Cloud because of this. He rarely had any real friends due to his secrets and high status, so he didn't want slaves that did whatever he said. Not to mention friends that Abel could have deep conversations with, there was almost none. Therefore, through the soul chain, White Cloud and Black Wind had become his best friend and partner. White Cloud's increase in intelligence could add some new color to his life, as well as making White Cloud in the sky. Black Wind, Abel called. With a jump, he had already landed on the seat on the back of White Cloud's neck. He no longer needed a seat belt with his current riding skills. In a flash of light, Black Wind had also appeared on the back of White Cloud. It seemed like Black Wind was also obsessed with its new ability. Black Wind, preserve your ability today. I need you to be in your best condition when helping me. Abel turned around and said to Black Wind through the soul chain. Although Black Wind's new ability was very powerful, it could only be used 2 times before it needs an hour of rest. Therefore, Black Wind's ability should only be used in the most crucial moments. "White Cloud, let's go," said Abel as he lightly patted White Cloud's feather. Then, he sent a map of the Duchy of Kian, with markings on it to White Cloud through the soul chain. White Cloud's massive wings began to flock and lifted itself off the floor. As it continued to flock faster, they sped towards the sky. In almost no time they had reached the clouds, and the flight had stabilized. It seemed like White Cloud had gotten a lot faster after the increase. Each flock was clearly getting more powerful. As Abel was sitting on White Cloud's neck, the massive wind blew towards him so hard, and he could not even open his eyes. Just when he was about to take out his flying goggles, a strange protective layer began to surround White Cloud. This was White Cloud's new ability after the increase. From what Abel could see so far, it at least had the ability to become invisible and protect against the wind. They spent a large half of the day flying, from Duchy of Carmel, passing through the Duchy of Cora. In the end, they arrived at the Duchy of Kian. Abel ordered White Cloud to fly towards the rocky canyon according to the marking on the map. It was around 100 miles from the Wizard Union branched headquarters. The rocky canyon's terrain seemed very dangerous. Abel could see the 6 magic towers from afar. They were standing on a giant rock peeking out from a cliff of the valley, like the beak of an eagle. This place was the pride of the Duchy of Kian. The giant rock that looked like the beacon eagle was what attracted the wizards to build their magic towers here at first sight. They thought it signified the Duchy of Kian's rise in power. A rock of this size was very rare, and it looked like a giant guarding over the Duchy of Kian. On top of that, the eagle beak-looking peak gave the place a unique character. Therefore, as time passed, more and more magic tower was built here. It was right. The Duchy of Kian really was slowly getting on the path to becoming a powerful duchy. Abel's gaze fixed on the 6 magic tower down below. The 12 stories one was most likely belonged to Dark Wizard Stan. Although Stan had already been labeled as a Dark Wizard by the Wizard Union, his magic tower would still be preserved as long as he was still alive. That 11th story magic tower most likely belonged to the only intermediate wizard left in the Duchy of Kian. That magic tower was Abel's exact target. Abel was thinking about how he should destroy this magic tower. When he was observing the terrain from a bird's eye view, he suddenly had a brave idea. At first, Abel was planning to sneak next to the magic tower, put down his super bomb, escape along the edge of the valley with the speed of Black Wind, and at the end, fly away with the wings of White Cloud. However, if Abel had been spotted by the intermediate wizard during any of these steps, he would be very hard to escape. This was the main reason he had increased his constitution for so much. He should be fine as long as he could survive 1 or 2 attacks from the intermediate wizard and successfully fly away with White Cloud. But now Abel had changed his plan. An even grander plan appeared in his mind. As long as he could succeed, the Duchy of Kian's power would decrease dramatically. After that, the Duchy of Kian would get what they deserve for what they had done to both Abel and Wizard Eveline. The 6 magic towers had been specifically placed to form the shape of a 6-corner star. If these 6 magic towers were working properly, they would form a giant magic circle surveilling the surrounding. This included the sky, ground, and underground. But since the main 12-story magic tower was not generating any energy, this magic circle was useless. This gave Abel a chance to get close to the magic towers. He should be fine in places 1 mile from the magic towers. All kinds of plants were slowly growing upwards along the mud of the giant rock. This gave Abel a cover as he rode Black Wind towards the direction of the cliff. He had already gained a good idea of the terrain when he was flying up above, so Abel found his first spot around 1 mile from the magic towers on the cliff. First, he needed to set up a barrier circle. The mana wave produced by a barrier circle was extremely small, which should attract the attention of the magic tower. Actually, since one of the magic towers was not in operation these days, the surveillance circle of the magic towers was not open at all. If they wanted to change up the circle, they needed the help of the Wizard Union, and that would take up a lot of time as well. After the barrier circle was set up, Abel took out the Sword of Victory. He began to dig, and all the soil was thrown into his portal bag. When the tip of the blade made contact with something hard, he knew he had reached the rock. However, he did not stop. Instead, he heated up the surface of the rock with a fire rune sign. Afterward, he quickly cooled it down with an ice rune sign. The surface of the rock began to crack, so he immediately surrendered his sword of victory with his golden combat kai and continued to dig. The sword of victory was a lot sharper than normal swords. On top of that, with the help of combat kai and the rune signs, his digging speed was not unbearable. Both rune signs and magic swords were extremely expensive, but now Abel was using it to dig dirt. Bit by bit, Abel continued to dig down. After 5 hours, he successfully dug a 10 meters hole on the surface of the rock. The last bit of the hole was very small. It was specifically designed to fit a super exploding ball. Abel put away the barrier circle. He then set it up again in a spot around 100 meters from his original spot. Then he started to dig again. Midnight had arrived. Abel had dug 4 deep holes under the core of the eagle beak-looking giant rock, and each spread out around 100 meters. Every hole was dug in secret, and they were very hard to spot for wizards. There was a main road for the wizards to enter the front gate of the magic towers, so they would rarely go into the bush. Early the next morning, when the just came up, Abel had shook up Black Wind and told White Cloud to get ready through the soul chain. Abel sat on the back of Black Wind, holding his magic cane. This magic cane was the one with the spirit transfer ability. Black Wind full speed. Abel shouted. He focused with all his will. At this moment everything seemed to have slowed down. How fast was Black Wind? After undergoing 2 rank increase, people could only see a flicker of a black shadow if Black Wind was running at full speed in front of them. When he was 10 meters from the first hole, Abel took out 2 super exploding balls from his personal storage box. At the same time, he took out the metal guards from his Kong spirit portal bag to block out the hole. These 2 actions almost happened simultaneously. The weak little soul was responsible for taking the super exploding ball out of the personal storage box and taking the metal guards from the Kong spirit portal bag. Therefore, all the main soul had to do was to use it. Spirit transfer to place the super exploding balls at the bottom of the hole and block it out with the metal guard. The 2 souls work with each other very well. Just like that, they perfectly fine filled up the first hole on the intense stride of Black Wind. Abel's will was 27. His power of the will could reach a distance of 27 meters. Abel began to set up when he was 10 meters of the hole. He took out the super exploding ball, then used the spirit transfer to take out the metal ball, and lastly, used the spirit transfer again to block out the hole with it. Under Black Wind's intense speed, Abel had completed all of these steps around 17 meters beyond the hole. Black Wind was too fast. Abel didn't even have time to rest. In almost no time, he was already 27 meters from the next hole. It was time to set up again. As Black Wind was running, Abel counted in his heart, 6.5.4. Black Wind move in a flash, Abel shouted. With the shout of Abel, Black Wind disappeared into the spot and appeared in front of the third hole. Abel had almost set up the super exploding ball and the metal guard at the same time, his gaze fixed at the last hole. By that point, he had counted to 3 in his heart. It seemed like Black Wind had sensed some danger, so it increased its speed once again. When Abel had counted to 1, Black Wind arrived at spot 27 meters from the last hole in a move in a flash. Abel felt like he was dancing with the devil. The time was almost up. The explosion could occur any time, and he still had a few hundred meters until he could reach the edge of the cliff he had originally planned. Black Wind felt the mood of its owner through the soul chain. In a vicious long bowl, it disappeared with its shadow and simultaneously appeared on the edge of the cliff. However, it did not stop, and it executed its third move in a flash and disappeared from the edge of the cliff. Afterward, he appeared in mid-air a few hundred meters out. As Black Wind had forcefully overused its spell, Abel felt its body getting soft in mid-air. Luckily, the hiding White Cloud arrived just on time. It caught Abel and Black Wind with its back and directly flew away. As it escalated in the sky, it became invisible once again. It was at this exact moment that an earth-shaking bang came from the ground. Even when Abel was in the sky, he was still struck dizzy by the shockwave of the explosion. If White Cloud did not have its protective shield on, Abel would definitely be knocked unconscious by this shock wave. Abel couldn't help but turn his head and look down. The eagle beak-looking peak had been blown into a smog of dust. The second explosion closely followed. The dust expands, blowing out dirt and rocks towards all directions. Soon the third explosion occurred, then the fourth explosion. By this point, the low-ranking wizards surrounding the magic towers had realized what had happened. They did not know where to run, so all they did was screamed in paranoia. Most of those low-ranking wizards were struck by rocks flying out from afar the moment they opened their mouth to scream. Only a small amount of them was lucky enough to survive. The first thing the wizards in the magic towers did at this moment were igniting the defense circle. The 5 magic towers began to flash in white light. The scattered rocks and dirt struck harshly upon the white shield surrounding the magic towers, sending it into an intense vibration. It was the best defense those wizards could give nevertheless. Other than the 2 lowest-ranking magic tower getting a little damaged, the other few were perfectly fine. The 12 stories magic tower took the most damage. Since its defense circle was not ignited, it had to take up all of the impacts directly. A large area of its surface was damaged. A low-ranking wizard had just luckily escaped the explosion. As he was still paranoid about the whole thing, he stepped into the white light of the magic towers by mistake afterward. He was burnt to complete black by the electric arcs. By that point, the entire eagle beak-looking peak began to tilt. There was no more hope for the low-ranking wizards. The whole thing had happened too out of a sudden. Wizards were in absolute shock. They screamed as they flashed out from the magic tower. The entire world seemed to be tipping over. The eagle's beak-looking peak began to tilt faster and faster. Soon, it was tumbling down. The 5 magic towers shining in white light were falling in mid-air. Just like a toy, they were relentlessly struck by scattered pieces. In the end, the magic tower's shield of white light had faded. The magic towers had fallen apart. Wizard Bernal had witnessed the whole thing take place very clearly. He had fought his entire life that 11 stories magic tower within those magic towers. All of his heart and possessions was stored there. But nothing mattered at this point as Wizard Bernal frantically trying to find a spot to land his feet in mid-air. He kept unleashing the move in a flash, hoping it could save his life. By this point, it had almost exceeded the limit he normally used the spell. He left the tumbling down eagle beak-looking peak, constantly changing the things he was stepping on. But every human would feel helpless against the powerful force of nature. As the eagle beak-looking beak started to flip over, everything on top of it could no longer be stood on. Instead, they had become striking weapons. A large amount of dust and rocks were flying out. Wizard Bernal could no longer see anything in front of him. As he had just unleashed his power of the will, a sharp metal pole was flying straight at him, his body completely penetrated. He looked back. The tip of the metal pole poking out of back seemed oddly familiar. He recognized it was the metal pole of his own magic tower. Back in the days, when he was still young and ambitious, he had put this metal pole on top of his magic tower with his own hands. Normally, these physical impacts couldn't do anything to Wizard Bernal. However, at the time, the defense on his body was struck by so many rocks from all directions, it had faded away. On top of that, his sight was completely blocked out by the dust. From the sky, Abel saw this intermediate wizard trying his best to escape through the move in a flash, but this wizard still failed at the end. As Wizard Bernal fell from mid-air, a giant bird and a young wizard seemed to appear in front of his eyes. That young wizard looked directly at him. At this point, he knew the reason for this attack and who the attacker was. White cloud get invisible, we'll go back, Abel sighed. White cloud disappeared from the sky. Abel had just shown his respect for the intermediate wizard. He let him know who his killer was before he died. Back in the Wizard Union, headquarters in Duchy of Kian, Wizard Johnson was just taking care of some business as he sat in his office. Suddenly, he heard a few explosions in a row. He frowned his eyebrows. Which wizards are fighting again? Mr. Soares wants you to come out. A few minutes after the explosion had stopped, a wizard follower came in and reported. Wizard Soares was another intermediate wizard in here. He was the head of the Wizard Union's branch headquarters in the Duchy of Kian. Wizard Johnson disappeared on the spot. After a few flashes of light, he reappeared in the office off Wizard Soares. Johnson, you came just in time. I just realized that I could no longer connect with any of the magic towers in the Duchy of Kian, and I cannot detect any of their teleportation circle ether, said Wizard Soares in a dreadful tone. Does it have to do with the explosions just then? Wizard Johnson asked suspiciously. Although the Duchy of Kian had lost an intermediate wizard, their power was still above average compared to the surrounding duchies. Who would have the guts to attack their magic towers? All wizards would rather do anything than attacking a magic tower. As long as the magic tower had resources, it would be very hard to destroy. The attacking power of a magic tower was normally rank higher than its owner, and the defense depended on how many magic circles were set. If you did not have the ability of an intermediate wizard, don't even think about attacking a beginner wizard's magic tower. You would definitely fail. If you want to break the defense of an intermediate magic tower, you would at least need to have the ability of an elite wizard. Elite wizards would rarely appear in these low-ranking duchies. The reason was simply that not many wizards would open their teleportation circle for elite wizards. Normally, an elite wizard would only travel using those teleportation circle in the Wizard Union, or the ones that their friends had. "Johnson, I want you to come with me to have a look," said Wizard Soars in a serious tone. By this point, Wizard Johnson realized why Wizard Soars had invited him to come along. If a wizard could destroy an intermediate magic tower, it would be too dangerous for an intermediate wizard to go take a look alone. "Okay, let's go take a look." Both Wizard Soars or Wizard Johnson would never have guessed it was a rank 3 novice wizard who had attacked the magic towers in the Duchy of Kian. Not only that, but he had done so successfully. After 2 days, the Duchy of Kian's tragedy had shocked the entire human world. Almost all the wizards in the Duchy of Kian had been whipped out in that event, and all the resources they controlled had been taken away by the surrounding duchies like crazy. The most powerful wizard in the Duchy of Kian now was a rank 5 novice wizard. He was out on a mission at the time, so he had luckily escaped the disaster. Within a Wizard Union's mansion in the Kingdom of St. Ellis, a middle-aged wizard wearing a luxury robe was playing with a magic cane in his hand. After years of playing with it, the surface of this magic cane was almost completely smooth. "Speak up, Johnson, what did you find?" "Mr. Edmund, I searched every wizard who had tension with the Duchy of Kian. The investigation system of the Wizard Union is also trying its best to search. For now, we didn't find anything," Wizard Johnson said in a respectful tone. Only an elite could be called a Mr. by Wizard Johnson. Mr. Edmund was exactly a rank 16 wizard, as well as an important elite in the Kingdom of St. Ellis's Wizard Union. The Kingdom of St. Ellis's Wizard Union was in charge of every wizard within the Kingdom of St. Ellis and the other 7 connected duchies. The Duchy of Kian took a big hit this time. It had actually badly impacted the Wizard Union as well. Other than the 2 intermediate magic towers, all the low-ranking towers had borrowed funds from the Wizard Union to build it. Originally, this would be a win-win transaction. But now the magic towers were gone, and the wizards with loans were dead. Therefore, a huge debt appeared right in front of the elites of the Wizard Union's face. Of course, the Wizard Union would not let this slide that easily. They needed the Duchy of Kian to clear this debt until the end of time. However, looking at how things were turning out, the Duchy of Kian might not be able to exist for long unless they found a few intermediate wizards to support them. Who was the last wizard that had conflicts with the wizards from the Duchy of Kian? Asked Wizard Edmund, tapping his magic cane on the table. "Wizard Morton," said Wizard Johnson after a bit of hesitation. "Oh, that's the old man's disciple. Never mind then. The old man had been shutting himself up lately if he found out that we messed with his disciple once he comes out. That would be hilarious, hee. Wizard shook his magic cane a little and proceeded to say, "If any of you wanna offend him, then go for it." "Mister," suddenly, a young wizard from the investigation department stepped up and said with a bow. "What happened?" said Wizard Edmund as he glanced at the young wizard. "Mister, the investigation department had its result," said the young wizard as he handed Wizard Edmund a lambskin parchment. After Wizard Edmund took the parchment and gave it a good read, he exclaimed, "Ah, what a fascinating kid." Afterward, he handed the parchment in his hand to Wizard Johnson. The moment when Wizard Johnson's made contact with it, he couldn't help but blurt out, "This is Abel's information." "You know this Abel?" Wizard Edmund asked while looking at Wizard Johnson. "Yes, mister, he is Wizard Morton's disciple. I saw him once," Wizard Johnson replied. "Tell us about the investigation you've got," said Wizard Edmund, effortlessly pointed at the young wizard from the investigation department with his magic cane. "Mister, according to the report, Abel is good at forging. He is a blacksmith master. Looking at the way he grew up, Abel is basically a super genius. He is skilled at both knight training and wizardry. A few explosions had been recorded near where he lived. Those who had died were all his enemies. Through speculations, it seems like he had got a hold of some explosive attacking method. Although no one had ever seen him using this method, he can speculate from all the traces. Before the event, a low-ranking wizard from the Duchy of Kian had attacked his family's castle, so our investigation department believes this was the reason he had attacked the Duchy of Kian's magic towers. The young wizard explained. Speculate. Are you saying the investigation department had speculated with the evidence that a rank 3 wizard, who is also a blacksmith master, demolished out 6 magic towers and 5 official wizards including an intermediate wizard, said Wizard Johnson in a somewhat irritated tone. Mr. Johnson, the latest news had stated that this wizard Abel had left his magic tower 3 days before the event had taken place, and no one knows where he went, said this young wizard forcefully. Abel had got from the Duchy of Carmel to the Duchy of Kian in 3 days. What method did he use? Teleportation circle? Wizard Johnson asked again. We do not have any record of a wizard Abel using a teleportation circle. But according to the report, he has a mature Mount Wolf. If it was running at full speed, this distance was not impossible, said the young wizard. A Mount Wolf is such an eye-catching thing. A powerful investigation department like you guys must have seen it along the way, said Wizard Johnson in a sarcastic tone. Wizard Johnson realized what was going on at this point. The investigation department was desperately trying to find a scapegoat. Such a huge event had taken place, so someone had to take responsibility. If they had really found the person who committed the act, they would be able to prosecute him in one sentence. Now they just needed to find a reasonable scapegoat. Mr. Johnson, he might have some other methods, the young wizard could no longer explain. Mister, there's not any clear evidence to support this. We cannot just blame it on a blacksmith master. If we do, I'm afraid we cannot give the blacksmith union a good explanation. Wizard Johnson turned back to Wizard Edmund and said with a bow. What are they going to do about it? We say it's him and it's him. Since when did our wizard union start to look at evidence anyway? A wizard wearing a red magic robe stepped in and called. Mr. Cliff, Wizard Johnson and that young wizard quickly bowed. Cliff, you are trying to blame it on the old man's disciple's disciple. Be careful, the old man might not give you a good time, said Wizard Edmund as he stopped twirling around his magic cane. Let's see if the old man can even make it out of his locked room alive. Does he want to rank up? That doesn't seem possible. This Abel is not bad. His status is not too high and not too low. Perfect to take the blame, said Wizard Cliff with a cold laugh like he didn't care about a single thing. Be careful. If this Abel had really committed the act, your magic tower might get blown up to the sky, said Wizard Edmund with a playful laugh. Wizard Johnson could only stand at a side desperately, watching the whole thing get confirmed. With his status, he could never try to argue against the rank 16 Wizard Cliff. Back in Morton Magic Tower, the news had reached Wizard Morton. He stood on a spot in his room with his jaw dropped. The Duchy of Kian's magic towers had been blown off along with their mountain. Other than his gutsy disciple, with a blacksmith master ability, who would have done this? Abel returned today and his mood was full of sunshine. It seemed like all his grudges had vanished. Wizard Morton knew something was weird. Now he knew the reason. What method did Abel use to blow off a huge mountain? It seemed like the trouble his disciple had caused was way beyond his imagination. At that time, his wizard badge began to vibrate. Someone was contacting him and a familiar voice came out. Old friend, your disciple is in trouble. Wizard Johnson's voice came out of the wizard badge. What happened? Wizard Morton's heart dropped. Had Abel left a trace? The investigation department's Wizard Cliff wants to use Abel as a scapegoat. Quickly tell Abel to leave, said Wizard Johnson in a desperate voice. Johnson, thank you so much for the heads up. Wizard Morton knew Wizard Johnson was taking a huge risk for telling him this information. The call had ended. Wizard Morton frowned. Wizard Cliff was right. They had really found the real killer, but they were trying to pin him as a scapegoat. He had no choice, and he must let his teacher know about this as soon as possible. Wizard Morton took out his wizard badge and connected with the teleportation circle on the 11th floor. He then sent a message to his distance teacher. After a while, his teacher did not reply. He then tried to contact the other disciples, only to discover that his teacher had locked himself up for 2 days. Wizard Morton remembered that he had sent his teacher 2 bottles of Abel's red wine. This might be the reason his teacher had locked himself up. Abel's red wine was very good for wizards, especially high-ranking ones. As they got older, their body could no longer take up as much damage from the mana. This was a big challenge for our resigned wizards if they wanted to progress to the next step. Wizard Morton's teacher was exactly stuck at this step, so Wizard Morton had hesitated for a long time as a disciple. At last, he decided to send his teach 2 bottles of these wine, but he did not told him where he had got them from. Although Wizard Morton had blamed himself a little for this coincidence, he was also very confident about his teacher. As long as his teacher could rank up, everything would turn out fine. Wizard Morton flashed out of his room. He thought to himself in his heart that Abel needed to go hide away for a bit. On the 9th floor, Abel was focusing on carving a crystal core. On the crystal core, there was a rune drawn with ink using the Akara rune pen. This way, Abel could carve it out faster and more efficiently. Suddenly, Abel felt his heart dropped. He sensed he was in big trouble. Since his power of the will had increased, his alertness had also grown far beyond other elite knights of the same rank. Weird. There was no way he could possibly be spotted during his attack on the Duchy of Kian. Luckily, his intuition told him he was not in a life-threatening situation, just big trouble. Actually, Abel had already come back yesterday, but since Black Wind had exhausted itself by overusing the move in a flash, he was forced to spend a night on a mountain within the Duchy of Carmel. As Abel was thinking, a white light flashed. Wizard Morton appeared in his room. Almost at the same time, an armor made out of ice appeared on Abel. Teacher, Abel quickly dropped his stuff when he saw his Wizard Morton, as he stood up and bowed. This was the first time Wizard Morton had appeared in Abel's room like this. Although it would make his disciples feel like they did not have any privacy at all, today was a desperate situation. Abel was so scared he almost jumped. Since Wizard Morton was the owner of the magic tower, his move in a flash was extremely fast around here. However, Abel had put on his frozen armor just as fast, and that was scary. If he could further rank up this speed, no one would be able to attack Abel off guard. Not only that, but the frozen armor would unleash automatically by his weak little soul when it felt something wrong. After drinking 8 bottles of soul potions, his weak little soul's power of the will had increased a little. This allowed it to form a thin 27 meters thread with its power of the will. Since this thread was so small, he couldn't do much actual thing with it other than using it to detect threats 27 meters from him throughout the entire day. No matter how powerful a normal wizard's power of the will was, they could not continuously use it to detect threats throughout the day. The weak little soul was different. It didn't need to rest, so it could focus and repeat the same thing over and over. When the weak little soul sensed a threat nearby, would automatically ignite the frozen armor in the Horadric Cube skill tree through another power of the will thread. Wizard Morton had already gotten used to this disciple's weird behavior. He thought that Abel must have found another wizard's inheritance. Like the spirit transfer ability, for example, only an official wizard could do a spirit transfer, so that magic cane came from an official wizard. Although spirit transfer was not a powerful attack spell, it could still break other people's spells, which was quite useful. Abel had given 2 fireball magic canes to Abel. Gave Camille and Carlos. Therefore, there was a big chance this wizard's heritage was skilled in making magic canes, and Abel just added a fireball spell to it as a sample. Now, Wizard Morton was more certain about this idea, as Abel had unleashed a quickened frozen armor. Luckily, Wizard Morton was old, so he wasn't too interested in some other wizard's inheritance. However, if it was a younger wizard, he might force Abel to give out the inheritance. Abel, you did the thing in Duchy of Kian, right? Said Wizard Morton, fixing his gaze on Abel. Teacher. Abel didn't know what to say. He cared about his teacher a lot and didn't want to lie to him. Seeing the look on Abel's face, Wizard Morton didn't really need an answer. This disciple had more guts than anyone, he thought to himself. Teacher, how do you know? Abel said with a shy voice. Johnson just sent me a message. The Wizard Union's elite in the Kingdom of St. Ellis just passed down an order. You had used your power as a blacksmith master to attack the Duchy of Kian. Some red-shirt prosecutor wizard will be looking for you, said Wizard Morton with a serious look. What evidence do they have? Abel said with irritation. Although he had committed the act, he did not show any trace of his super-exploding balls. Nor the way he got there. He just developed his super-exploding ball, and he never used it before, so no one would know. White Cloud could become invisible since it ranked up, so no one would know Abel had been to the Duchy of Kian as well. Did he miss something? Was he not cautious enough? Abel's heart was filled with questions. No evidence. The investigation department's elite wizard, Mr. Cliff, wants to make you a scapegoat so this buzz can die down. What you have done in the Duchy of Kian had frightened a lot of wizards, said Wizard Morton, helplessly shaking his head. How's that even possible? Abel asked with his eyes wide open. Simple, because my teacher had shut himself up, trying to increase his rank. Mr. Cliff thinks that my teacher will die in the process. That's why he is acting so carelessly, said Wizard Morton with a cold laugh. Teacher, what should I do? Abel could not guess in the 1,000 years the Wizard Union would be this unreasonable. Don't worry, just go hide for a bit. My teacher will come out after 2 or 3 months. And things will be fine, Wizard Morton said calmly. Will my family be affected? Abel was still worried, not about himself since he could escape any time with White Cloud's amazing ability. I'll take care of it. I'll spread the words to make sure the wizards won't target your family, and no one in the Duchy of Carmel will attack my disciple's asset. Wizard Morton further emphasized his tone. Thank you, teacher. Abel was deeply touched since this whole thing was caused by his intuition. This also had to do with Abel's personality. If you were good to him, he would repay you by few times. If you messed with him, you would be waiting for his revenge. However, this revenge-hungry personality had backfired on him. Take this, said Wizard Morton as he took out a magic circle board and handed it to Abel. Afterward, he proceeded to say, this is a communication circle. Check up with me from time to time, and I'll let you know when things have settled and you can come back. Thank you, teacher. Abel held the communication circle in his hand. It was made entirely out of some black-colored wood. Its surface was filled with tightly drawn magic patterns. And in the middle, there was an indent gap. He came pretty quickly. Wizard Morton squeezed his eyes and frowned. Oh, Abel replied and asked, are the red-cloaked wizards here yet, sir? Yeah, they are pretty fast, aren't they? Wait here first. Leave once I've dealt with them. Soon Wizard Morton said that his presence vanished from the 9th floor of the magic tower. Abel stood up and looked around him. It was going to be a while before he got the chance to study here again. That was okay, though. At least Finkel would still be around. He would around to take care of the matters here. Finkel was pretty popular in the Morton Magic Tower, with Carlos almost being his best friend here. Abel wouldn't have to worry if he was going to be treated badly here. With that out of the way, Abel just had to visit his family one more time before he left the Duchy of Carmel. But unfortunately, Zach's wedding was 2 or 3 months away. There's no way he could attend by that point. Abel was really starting to feel the hate towards Wizard Cliff. He didn't want to miss out on the most important event of his brother's life, but someone just had to get in the way to ruin things for him. There were about 3 red-cloaked wizards on the 1st floor of the Morton Magic Tower. From what Wizard Morton saw, 2 were novice wizards, and 1 was an intermediate wizard. Forget about rank 3 wizard. This team was enough to take on an official wizard. These guys were dead serious about capturing Abel. The red-cloaked intermediate wizard said to Wizard Morton as they were separated by a defense circle, Wizard Morton, by my title as the law enforcer wizard of the Wizard Union, I demand you to hand Abel over to me. Wizard Morton's eyes were fuming with rage. So you come to my magic tower and order me to give you my student. Hey F, how about this? By my name as up yours Morton. I demand you to tell me who the F send you over here. Are you trying to go against the Wizard Union? The red-cloaked intermediate wizard spoke in a louder, more threatening voice. Don't you play with me? Wizard Morton screamed resentfully. Everyone knows what's going on here. I don't care if you're trying to find a scapegoat for your dirty work, but how dare you use my disciple for that? And to have the balls to come here and tell me that. Tell me, do you law enforcer wizards think that you're above the law? The red-cloaked intermediate wizard persisted. Think carefully, Wizard Morton. This is a direct order from Master Cliff. No, you think carefully. Get the F out of my tower. With a defense circle between them and Wizard Morton, there was no way that the red-cloaked wizards could be attacked. That being said, while they were standing on a teleportation circle inside the magic tower, Morton could always just send them away with his command. Soon as Wizard Morton finished screaming at the intruders, the entire first floor was starting to flash out in white. Because of how scary it looked, the younger red-cloaked wizard quickly covered himself up with a defensive spell. "Stop it. Don't use your spell," the red-cloaked intermediate wizard screamed. Yet he wasn't fast enough to stop the younger wizard from activating his frozen armor. Soon, his entire body was covered in thick ice. With Morton forcibly activating the teleportation circle, the three red-cloaked wizards were instantly kicked out of the magic tower. Soon, they all disappeared from where they were standing. One voice remained, though. It's from the intermediate wizard. "I'll be back," it said as it vanished from the scene. Wizard Morton sneered at that last warning. If his mentor wasn't busy training right now, these red-cloaked enforcers would have no business coming here. By the same logic, however, if he wanted to confront these scoundrels, he would have to wait for his mentor to finish his training first. A magic tower somewhere inside the Duchy of Thunder, three red-cloaked wizards appeared inside a teleportation circle. A mechanical voice announced from the inside of the teleportation circle, "A spell wave has been detected. One passenger inside this teleportation circle has released a spell. The emergency evacuation mode has been switched on. Permission to activate the defense circle has been granted by rules that were set by the Wizard Union. This magic tower will be granted permission to retaliate against an invasion. The attack mode has been switched on. Permission to activate the defense circle has been switched on. To avoid an immediate attack from this magic tower, please transfer 30,000 gold coins for an emergency evacuation. Rule No. 1 of using a teleportation circle that's set inside a magic tower. Do not, under any circumstances, release any spells. If a trace of spell wave was detected, the entire security system would be switched to defense mode. Obviously, a warning would be announced first, and the passengers would have the option to leave immediately. However, such an option was not free of charge. If the demanded amount was not paid upfront, the magic tower would have the freedom to launch a full-on attack in retaliation. Taking a full-on attack inside closed space, even for intermediate wizards, wouldn't be pretty at all. Because of how little space inside was, the red-cloaked wizards couldn't even dodge with their instantaneous movement spell. "We'll pay for it," the red-cloaked intermediate wizard screamed in a pitiful kind of way. He took out his magic gold card, and after swiping in the air for a bit, 30,000 gold coins were transferred for an emergency evacuation. After a white light flashed by inside the teleportal circle, the three red-cloaked wizards disappeared from where they were standing. This time, it was at a magic tower somewhere inside the Duchy of Laka, which was north of the Duchy of Thunder. The same thing happened. Since the frozen armor would last for about several minutes, by this point, 30 seconds have passed since the spell was activated, these red-cloaked wizards would have to pay before they got attacked by the security system there. After paying another 30,000 gold coins, the three were teleported to the Duchy of Kora, which was west of the Duchy of Laka. The same thing happened. They were threatened, then they paid for the evacuation fee, then they were teleported somewhere else. Next, it was the Duchy of Laka's magic tower, and so on. For the 3 minutes that the frozen armor lasted, the three red-cloaked wizards were forced to teleport themselves for a total of 6 times. When they finally stopped at a teleportation portal inside the Duchy of Kora, the red-cloaked intermediate wizard yelled at his subordinate in rage. Drops of saliva came out of the intermediate red-cloaked wizard's mouth as he cursed, "Are you a pig or you just plain stupid? Tell me, what was going inside your head when you activated a spell inside a teleportation circle? Hey, look at me when I'm talking. You didn't know that the defense circle was going to protect us." With his eyes looking down, the younger red-cloaked wizard stayed quiet as he let his superior finish ranting. In his defense, he didn't have much experience in actual fighting after joining the law enforcement team. While it had to do with the fact that most of his jobs were done indoors, most of it had to do with how everyone just backed away from angering a law enforcer wizard. Because of what he did just then, this young red-cloaked wizard was probably not going to get a mission like this in the future. "If we can't get a refund this time, you'll pay for all of that, got it?" The intermediate red-cloaked wizard pointed his finger at the younger wizard. That was 30,000 gold coins multiplied by 6. While 1,800,000 gold coins was not a lot by itself, it wasn't a small sum either. It was certainly true for any individual wizard. At least, right after the intermediate red-cloaked wizard paid for another 30,000 gold, he was told that the teleportation circle had lost its connection to the Morton magic tower. "Give me back my money then, damn it." The red-cloaked intermediate wizard kicked the sidewall of the teleportation circle. "I said cancel. Get us out of this magic tower." "Yes, the teleportation circle will be open now. Enjoy the rest of your day and please, come back here when you have the time." "Thank you." While the owner of the magic tower recorded this message in the most friendly voice that he could. It just sounded extra infuriating in the ears of the intermediate red-cloaked wizard. When they got out of the magic tower, the red-cloaked intermediate wizard turned back and said to the younger wizard, "If I can't get a refund for that, that's another 30 grand on you." The younger red-cloaked wizard lowered his head again. While he was just as silent this time, he didn't think that it was fair to be charged an extra 30,000 gold coins like this. But what choices were there? He did something wrong just then. Besides, the intermediate red-cloaked wizard was his boss. If it wasn't for that, there was no way that he would be so successful as he was now. Back to Wizard Morton. After kicking those 3 intruders out, he had no idea what happened to them afterward. He just switched off the teleportation circle inside his magic tower. Besides, it would have to take at least several days before these 3 got back to Bakong City. "You're free to leave now, Abel." Wizard Morton called with his tower card. "I'll open the teleportation circle now." "Yes, sir." When Abel went from 9th to the 1st floor, he could see that Wizard Morton was waiting for him. "P Alphandalpha, Nanua 1 SOM. "Well, be quick about it," Wizard Morton said with an agitated tone. "The Wizard Union has already sent me a call. They want me to open the teleportation circle as quickly as possible." From what it looked like, Wizard Morton probably underestimated how much the Wizard Union wanted to capture Abel. As soon as those 3 red-cloaked wizards went back, a call was almost instantly sent to the Morton Magic Tower. Since magic towers were the property of their owners, something like this would rather happen at all. "Yes, sir, it won't take long, I promise," Abel replied as he ran towards the door. When he opened it, Black Wind was already charging towards the inside of the magic tower. After getting on Black Wind's back, Abel used his status card to open up a door that was in front of the defense circle. While it was just big enough to fit him and Black Wind, it was relatively easy for them to get past the security check. "I'm ready," Abel said to Wizard Morton. As long as he's got Black Wind with him, White Cloud wasn't really a problem for him. If he wanted a flight, he could always summon White Cloud with his soul chain. Wizard Morton decided to send Abel to the Duchy of Thunder. Once Abel got there, he would have to go to a few more teleportation circles before he could smuggle himself into the Kingdom of St. Pirit, and after that, the higher-ups of the St. Ellis's Wizard Union would have no right to extradite him. For the sake of clarification, while the Wizard Union existed as one large organization, it was divided into 3 branches across different parts of the Holy Continent. There was a branch in the Kingdom of St. Ellis, one in the Kingdom of St. Pirit, and one in the Kingdom of St. Anwal. They all shared the same goals and enemies, but they operated independently from one another. Thus, if Abel could find his way inside the Kingdom of St. Pirit, those red-cloaked wizards from the Kingdom of St. Ellis would have no way to arrest him. That's what he thought, at least. Request for teleportation has been denied. The identity of the passenger has been detected by the Wizard Union, and he is a wanted criminal. That couldn't be good. The Wizard Union was, acting way too fast for this. They were kind of going too far to stop someone from using a teleportation circle like this. A lot of energy would have to be used to lock up all the teleportation circles across the entire kingdom. Warning to the owner of this magic tower. As permitted by high-level authorities, the Wizard Union will now make a forced entry here. High-level authorities. Abel had no way to know what that meant, but Wizard Morton understood every single word. Basically, only a handful of wizards would be granted this level of authority. Since Morton's security measures were meant to keep advanced wizards out, it was about the only thing that could get someone else in. "Let's go," Abel grabbed Abel by his waist as he cast the instantaneous movement spell. Soon, the 2 disappeared from the 1st floor of the Morton Magic Tower. When Wizard Morton and Abel were gone, A powerful force appeared from inside the teleportation circle. It was Wizard Cliff, who was laughing in his blood-red cloak. "You think you can escape?" Wizard Cliff chuckled as he vanished from the teleportation circle. Soon as Wizard Cliff came out of the magic tower, Wizard Morton and Abel teleported themselves back inside. While you could teleport to any spot you want from inside the magic tower, the only way to get back in was if it's permitted by the tower's owner. Wizard Cliff was being played for a fool. Now that he was outside the Morton magic tower, he didn't have a way to get back in. He was annoyed by this, obviously. He quickly lifted his finger, and after drawing a very complicated rune pattern in the air, he started casting a spell towards the direction of the Morton magic tower. Even from inside the tower, Wizard Morton could sense how powerful this spell would be. "Oh no," Wizard Morton reached out his hand to grab Abel again. "Come with me. He's going to cast a high-level spell." Instead of teleporting this time, the two went to a room that was full of magic circles. There were 6 arched tables in the center, and as they were linked with silver linings, they formed the shape of a hexagon. There was a small magic circle on top of each table. They were all decorated with an intermediate magic gemstone. At the center of the big hexagon, there was a slot that was filled with an intermediate gemstone as well. Wizard Morton reached for a pouch of gemstones from his portal bag. This is the main operation room of this magic tower. If an advanced wizard is trying to break his way in, we'll have to replace the gemstones as quickly as we can. Otherwise, there won't be enough mana to power up the defense circle. Here, Wizard Morton gave a few stones to Abel. As soon the stones run out of mana, use your telekinesis to replace the new ones in. With a wave of his arm, Wizard Morton switched on a screen that was showing what was going outside of the magic tower. By this point, Wizard Cliff was pretty much done drawing the spell rune to cast Blizzard. As nice as the weather was at the Morton magic tower, a pile of black clouds quickly gathered up, and soon, giant flakes of snow started dropping from the sky. Hail started falling heavily. It was a natural disaster that was created to destroy any nearby infrastructures. When the falling snow was about to drop on the magic tower, a white barrier emerged around the building. While the barrier shook a lot as it absorbed the impact of the hit, it was also able to divert the attack towards other directions. That didn't keep up for too long. Soon, more snow and hail fell from the sky. It was almost as if they were at the northernmost part of the Holy Continent. Since the blizzard spell also had a freezing effect, the parts that were hit would sometimes glow in blue light. Luckily, the magic tower wasn't a living being. The freezing effect wasn't going to do a lot to damage it. That being said, the mana that was used to power up its barrier was being drained at a very fast pace. 10 seconds later, and one intermediate gemstone was already starting to shatter apart. Both Wizard Morton and Abel were very anxious to see this. With the telekinesis spell that was engraved inside his magic staff, Abel quickly switched the broken gemstone with a new one. Wizard Morton could do the same thing if he wanted to, but instead of taking the time to draw his spell rune, it's definitely a lot faster if it was Abel's magic staff that was doing this. It was a life and death situation now. The faster they were, the less damage the magic tower would take. It was really starting to get tense inside the operation room. There were a total of 7 slots to place the intermediate gemstones. One stone would break at the rate of every 10-something seconds. Abel didn't have a large mana capacity. Every time he was using his magic staff to cast a telekinesis spell, he would have to use up double the mana to do it, which was about 14 mana points for just one spell. Abel was starting to get desperate. Whether he was using his own mana or the magic staff, if this kept on going, he was not going to keep the magic tower's defense circle running properly. He had to think fast. Pretty soon, the incoming blizzard would start breaking through the magic tower's defense. When that happened, Wizard Morton and all the other disciples and apprentices here would be hurt because of him. With that in mind, there was only one thing to do here. Abel took out his perfect magic gemstone. He decided to give it a try. If it worked, bravo. If not, he would walk out of the magic tower and take Wizard Cliff down with himself. "Sir?" Abel asked as he took out 2 perfect red stones from his portal bag. "Have a look at these. Do you think I can use these?" "Top-quality gemstones. How did you get them in the first place?" Abel showed Wizard Morton 2 stones just now. There weren't a lot of top-quality magic gemstones on the Holy Continent. Because of this, Wizard Morton was even more certain that Abel would eventually become a prodigy amongst the wizards. The intermediate gemstone in the middle suddenly shattered into pieces. With a tap of his finger, Wizard Morton produced a rune in the middle of the air. One of the stones in Abel's hands was teleported to the middle of the hexagon-shaped magic circle. When the intermediate gemstone was replaced by a top-quality gemstone, the outer layer of the magic defense circle changed its color. It was white before, but now it has changed into a shade of bright red. Wizard Cliff hasn't stopped casting Blizzard this entire time. When the falling snow and hail dropped on top of the red barrier, they suddenly evaporated into mist. Soon, they disappeared and lost all the impact that they carried. Top-quality gemstones were often used to power up large-sized magic circles. For magic circles about the size of a, say, headquarter of a big organization, they would usually be powered with intermediate gemstones. When the situation became extreme, e.g., in the middle of an invasion, that's when the intermediate gemstones were replaced with top-quality gemstones. To put things in perspective, if one big defense circle was enough to cover up an area as big as a city, how thick would it be if it was only covering around the Morton Magic Tower? Wizard Cliff could try to break through it as much as he wanted to, but he would probably die of exhaustion first. Wizard Cliff decided to stop casting the Blizzard spell. He knew exactly how the defense circle worked. All the people made some improvements to it. The system was still the same one that Wizard Union provided. But the Morton Magic Tower was still there. How could it be? Did Morton get some extra help from his disciple? Wizard Cliff wasn't sure, so he took out a magic scroll from the portal bag on his waist. Magic scroll, has Cliff gone mad? Wizard Morton gasped. Abel was watching as well. Sir, what's a magic scroll? Magic scrolls are made from high-rank spiritual beasts using their skin like paper and their blood as ink. If you're an advanced wizard or above, you can duplicate one of your spells in a magic scroll. Every time you duplicate the same spell, the level of that spell would be reduced by 1. And the spell level that's on the scroll would be the same as that wizard. Abel was very surprised that something like this existed. So, for every time that a spell was duplicated, the wizard that made it would have his level reduced by 1. For the amount of time and effort that was needed to increase your level by 1, that just seemed like a terrible trade-off. However, low-level spells tend to have little to no effect at all. Because of this, no one would bother using a magic scroll to replicate low-tier spells. Because of how rare high-ranked spiritual beasts were. Magic scrolls like these were often reserved for the very, very old wizards. Yes, the only wizards that would use a magic scroll were the ones that were so old that they were on the verge of dying from natural causes. Apart from sacrificing themselves to protect their underlings, old wizards might also use this method to extend their lifespan for just a bit longer, from their enemies, of course. Just when Wizard Cliff was about to use his magic scroll, he was petrified by a powerful, imposing pressure not far from him. Someone was approaching him, and there wasn't much of a distance between them. Abel called out as he recognized the man, Head Commander Hoover. Wizard Morton sighed in relief. Great. Now that Hoover's here, Cliff isn't going to attack the magic tower anymore. Sir, is Head Commander Hoover just as powerful as an advanced wizard? Abel asked dubiously. If you're talking about a one-on-one scenario, then no. Hoover won't have a lot of chances against Hoover, but he is a representative of the Duchy of Carmel. He's also the representative of the Blacksmith Union, which means that if Cliff is brave enough to take him down, he will be targeted by the dwarves until the end of time. Wait, Abel raised his brow. One-on-one. You mean knights still have a chance against wizards? Now that's an interesting question. While Abel was already an advanced knight, his defensive ability was nowhere enough to withstand the attack of an intermediate wizard. To be blunt, the word choice that Morton was using was, well, it felt kind of unreal to him. Well, you tell me. How many knights are there in the Duchy of Carmel? And after you've told me, tell me. How many of these knights could become a head commander? Wizard Morton continued after pausing for a bit. Here's the answer to the first question. If we're including both novice knights and official knights, there are over 10,000 knights in the Duchy of Carmel. Out of all these men, only Hoover managed to become a knight's head commander. He became one many years ago, mind you, and for the last few decades, there hasn't been another head commander throughout the entire duchy. Abel continued to ask, yes, I understand. but a knight's attack is very weak against a wizard's defense. It's very simple, actually, Wizard Morton explained. For knights' head commanders, it is very common for them to possess a few special offensive abilities. For Hoover, it's a powerful move that allows him to charge towards his enemies. If a wizard doesn't use an instantaneous movement spell within Hoover's 20-meter range, he would have no way but to be forced into melee combat. Not just that, but once you get in Hoover's range, he could attack you with his resolved attack, which is his normal attack that's guided with his power of will. To put it simply, because of how strongly he feels for the occupation that he is in, he is granted the ability to convert his power of the will into a more efficient form of attacking. Abel finally understood now. Not just that, he understood Hoover's ability much better than Wizard Morton. The charging ability that Morton described was called charge, which was a technique that belonged to the paladins. Abel wasn't sure how Hoover managed to learn charge, but there were two different possibilities that he could think of. One, he either learned it through practice, or two, he got lucky one day and managed to pick it up on the spot. Nevertheless, it was one of the few paladin abilities that did not require one to worship the holy light. Come to think of it, charge was kind of similar to the attacks that Abel's skeletons could do. Since all of Rib Bone's attacks would be buffed with Death Kai, there might be a chance to switch that into some kind of resolved attack. After all, while the two did not share the same attribute, their properties were almost congruent. If Abel could learn Hoover's charge, the skeletons he summoned could also learn it as well. When the time came, the Rib Bones would be the same as a weaker version of Hoover. While Abel was having a chat with Wizard Morton, Wizard Cliff had a serious stare-down with Hoover. He was about to use the magic scroll just then, but now he's decided to put it back into his portal bag. "Greetings, Wizard Cliff," Hoover smiled. "My name is Hoover. I've come to send you my regards on behalf of the Blacksmith Union." Judging from the way Hoover spoke just then, he didn't come here as a knight's head commander. Instead, he was talking as a representative of the Blacksmith Union. That was very sneaky of him. If you were to judge him only by his expressions and the way he was talking, you would never think that it was the same man that displayed so much murderous intent earlier. "Master Hoover," Wizard Cliff said with a stiff smile, "you probably know this already, but Abel is our main suspect for the Kian Magic Tower incident. I assure you, the Wizard Union will not give up on capturing him." Despite the smile that was on Hoover's face, the tone of his voice conveyed nothing but disapproval. "Abel is a master blacksmith from our association, Wizard Cliff. If he was the culprit that you've claimed him to be, I'm sure that we would know about it before anyone else does. With all due respect, sir, I must say that this conclusion you've reached is very questionable." Hoover spoke in a light-hearted tone. "I mean, a level 3 wizard breaking through 6 magic towers. Or, if I were to word it differently, you're talking about an incident where an amateur of magic, for whatever intent and purposes he might have, decided that one day he's going to destroy 6 magic towers all by himself. Not only did he want to do it, but he's also managed to pull it off. Forgive me for asking, but is that really what the Wizard Union thinks?" Wizard Cliff said sternly, "The intelligence sector of the Wizard Union has conducted a full investigation on Abel. We have already come to a conclusion, Master Hoover. Please, do not challenge our decision." The air was starting to get tense. As a withering leaf flew between the two men, it was crushed by the imposing pressure that was released. While watching, a strong emotion started surging up inside Abel. It wasn't just Wizard Morton now. Even Hoover was protecting him with his own life. A decision had to be soon. Otherwise, all these people would be affected because of him. Abel turned to ask Wizard Morton, "Can you bring me out of the magic tower, sir?" Wizard Morton sighed as he saw the determination in Abel's eyes. "Okay, fine, it's your decision anyway. Remember this, though, don't be afraid of Cliff when you see him. He's a dying old man like me, a few days, a few weeks. It doesn't matter. It won't be long before his days are due." "Yes, sir, sorry for the trouble," Abel said, as Hoover was having a standoff against Wizard Cliff. Wizard Morton and Abel teleported themselves behind him. Abel bowed to Hoover. "I'm so sorry, Master Hoover. You have done so much for me today." Hoover replied with a bow of his own, "No worries, Abel. Anything for a brother in the Blacksmith Union. Besides, if I couldn't stop Cliff back there, then no one would feel safe to be a member of our association." "Wait, you are Abel." Wizard Cliff widened his eyes as he saw the young man who was also a master blacksmith. Abel said after switching glances with Morton and Hoover, "Yes, Wizard Cliff. If you really think that I'm the one responsible for the Knight-Mage Tower incident, then I'm not going to waste my time arguing with you. I don't want to let other people get hurt because of me," Wizard Cliff said with a sense of admiration. "Oh, are you saying that you're coming with me then?" "Master Abel," Hoover called out. "Abel," Wizard Morton frowned. Abel said calmly, "About that, Wizard Cliff. As you have found out just then, if you take me with you now, the entire blacksmith union will be after your head. So how about this? Give me a day to run in whatever direction I want. After that, I promise you that no one will stop you from capturing me." "Half a day," said Wizard Cliff after thinking for a while. "I'm only giving you half a day, got that?" By this point, all the teleportation circles in this duchy had denied access to Abel. He probably wasn't going anywhere. But Wizard Cliff wasn't quite sure yet. After all, this weak-looking boy has never lost anyone before. Nothing good has ever happened to those who challenged him. That's not something that could be explained as luck. That's why Wizard Cliff gave him half a day. No matter what Abel could do in half of a day, he could be hunted down with an instantaneous movement spell. Besides, the wizard unions had eyes and ears everywhere. As far as most people saw it, there's only one outcome that's waiting for this young man. "So sure, Wizard Cliff. Half a day it is," Abel replied, whilst pretending to be a little worried. On the inside, though, he was very happy with the amount of time he's given. As long as he could fly away with White Cloud, no one was able to go after him. While the two were negotiating with each other, Hoover tried to observe the expression on Abel's face. Because of how determined Abel appeared to be, he decided that he wasn't going to stop this deal. "Are you sure about this, Abel?" Wizard Morton asked. Abel replied with a relaxed smile on his face, "I'm given a chance now, sir. Don't worry about it. I'll remember to send you letters when I'm away." "Okay, sure. As long as you've made up your mind, but before you leave, I have something that I want to give you." Wizard Morton continued as he took out 2 sheepskin books from his portal bag. "Here, I've got you some books that you'll need to study. You are learning way too fast, so I've prepared you some extra textbooks in advance." Instead of looking through the books, Abel said softly to Wizard Morton, "I've got you some wine, sir. When I leave, go check the cellar in my mansion." Wizard Morton tapped Abel on his shoulder. Even in a time like this student of his still remembered his promise. Abel said to Morton, "Please release Black Wind now, sir. I have to go now." Having heard Abel's request, Wizard Morton disappeared from the scene. Not for long, though. After a while, he reappeared to the same spot with Black Wind on his side. "Black Wind," Abel called out as he jumped on top of Black Wind, "let's go." Wizard Cliff looked kind of tense at the start, but his eyes were clearly starting to loosen up. No matter how fast a Mount Wolf could run, it was never going to run out of his reach if it couldn't use the teleportation circle. Suddenly, Abel turned his head around and asked Wizard Cliff, "Master Cliff, is your magic tower located inside the kingdom of St. Ellis?" The 3 men who heard Abel say this all had their own reaction. On the one hand, Wizard Morton wanted to hold back his smile because of his disciple's bold question. On the other hand, Hoover was drowning in his own thoughts as he switched his glance from Abel to Wizard Cliff. For Wizard Cliff, his face was starting to pale. While Abel was the scapegoat that's been set up to be held responsible for the Knight-Mage Tower incident, what if, and this was never thought of before, what if this young man here, this young, innocent-looking master blacksmith here, what if he was actually the real culprit? Wizard Cliff felt like changing his mind now. Instead of doing what he promised, he felt like shooting down this potential terrorist right here. Sure, that sounded much better than to give him the chance to have his revenge. While Wizard Cliff was struggling to make a decision, Abel was already starting to sense the murderous intent that was coming after him. Full speed, Black Wind. Since Black Wind could feel how agitated Abel was being, instead of running on the big open road, it decided to jump off the mountain hill and move between different trees and slopes. Soon, they were completely gone from the sight of others. "What a fine mount that is," Hoover complimented. Unlike the 2 wizards that were standing beside him, he understood how rare it was that a Mount Wolf could be so powerful and flexible at the same time. What the case was, he knew that Black Wind wasn't just any ordinary Mount Wolf. That being said, Most of Hoover's attention was on what Abel has just said. If Abel was the one who invented a device that could blow up a mountain, even if it was just him who had access to this technology, the entire blacksmith union would still gain a whole new level of recognition. While Hoover was still thinking to himself, Abel was already at the road that was below the mountain. He was going straight for the castle gate. When the guards saw black wind from over the distance, they quickly opened up the gate and let him go through. There were some noblemen who saw this. Yet, just when they were about to make a comment about how preposterous this wolf-riding person was being, they were quickly silenced by the sight of the fearful looks on the guards' faces. Now he was here. After arriving at the Triumph Boulevard mansion, Black Wind didn't even bother going through the front gate. Instead, it just jumped over the fence, which made the guards very panicked. When Ken was about to go to the yard to see what was going on, he could see that Abel was telling the guards to back away. Despite realizing the solemn look on his master's face, Ken decided to ask, "What happened, master?" "I don't have a lot of time, Ken." "Have you finished the business in Bakong City?" "Yes, master, it's all ready now." "Good, I want you to drop everything that you're doing in Bakong City. After that, bring 10 black armored warriors to the Harry Castle. Remember, do it as quickly as you can. When you're at the Harry Castle, tell Uncle Marshall that I'll be gone for at least 2 months. That's if I'm lucky, though. It might take me an extra few years, but tell him not to worry about me. Also, if he needs some assistance, tell him to visit the Morton Magic Tower." "What happened, master?" Ken asked nervously. "Nothing big, really. I've pissed off a wizard. Now I have to go out to hide for a while. Let me make this clear, Ken. You don't worry about my family and friends because of this. With my teacher on my side, no one is going to be involved or harmed in any way." Abel continued as he remembered something. "Also, damn, I won't be there for Zach's wedding. Here, take this magic armor and weapon. Apologize to my father for me, and remember to explain what happened to Zach when you see him." With a wave of his hand, Abel revealed a magic armor and an ice magic sword from his portal bag. He has prepared them for a while already. If it wasn't for Cliff, he was going to give them to Zach at the wedding himself. "Understood, sir." Ken complied with a bow. For all the time he served under Abel, he knew that the situation was definitely direr than how it was described to be. One thing was certain to Ken. While he wasn't exactly an expert on wizards, he knew how famous Abel's teacher was. After all, he was a huge figure in the Duchy of Carmel. Abel commanded, "Bring the 10 black armored warriors to me. I need to send them my orders." After leaving a while, Ken returned with the men that Abel requested. "Pialfandalfa Nanura 1 SOM. "Yes, Master Abel." The 10 black armored knights lined up and greeted. "Thank you, soldiers. It's been a while since you've served under me. Since you've proven your loyalty to me, I'm thinking about taking you all in as my knight servants. So, what do you think?" As Abel said that, a strong aura started appearing out of his body. While there wasn't any imposing pressure in it, it was enough to make everyone in the room bow down to him. All 10 of these black armored warriors were experienced fighters. Just by sensing Abel's presence, they could tell that their young master was already an advanced knight. As the sole purpose of these warriors was to die for their master, they hadn't ever thought that they would be recognized by Abel like this. Knight servants, that was definitely several times better than where they were currently at. "You'll pledge our lives to you, master," the 10 black armored warriors said as they knelt on one knee. "Very well," Abel said solemnly. "On behalf of the Abel Castle, I shall accept your service." Abel took out 10 round shields and swords from his Kong spiritual portal bag. Just like the other ones he has prepared for his 20 knight servants, they were all strengthened with magic. One by one, Abel handed the shields and sword to each of the black armored warriors. Since they were all there back at the Harry Castle, they knew that these gears had magic on them. "Thank you, master," the 10 black armored knights said as they stood up from the ground. Abel nodded in satisfaction. "I want you all to protect Ken, understood. Make sure he returns to the Abel Castle safely." Abel turned to Ken. "You people are leaving Bakong City right now. Remember, don't make any stops. You are going straight back to Harvest City." Suddenly, with one of her hands behind her back, Lorraine walked into the yard. "Do we have to leave now, Abel?" she asked. Abel said gently, as he told the black armored knights to back away. "I've offended an advanced wizard, Lorraine. I'm sorry, but you'll have to go back to Abel Castle with Ken. Don't worry about me. I'll come to pick you up after a few months. With a stubbornness she rarely possessed, Lorraine suddenly increased her volume. Abel, I don't want to be alone in the Abel Castle. Take me with you. Are you sure? Abel asked again. It's going to be very dangerous for you if you decide to come with me. Lorraine replied with a softer voice, Yes, Abel. Anywhere you go, I'll come along with you. Abel couldn't help but chuckle for a bit. You can go pack up then, Lorraine. We'll be leaving very soon. It's all here, Abel, Lorraine said as she revealed a small bag from behind her. Abel shook his head and sighed, Very clever of you. Suddenly, Abel sensed a danger that was coming from over the distance. Did Wizard Cliff change his mind? We're leaving, Lorraine. Abel called out as he picked up Lorraine with his arm. He then jumped on top of Black Wind's back. Sprint out of Bakong City, Black Wind. Abel commanded, to which Black Wind complied as it ran straight towards the castle gate. Black Wind did not take any turns at all. No matter how tall the buildings in front of it were. It just kept jumping over them like a black streak of lightning. Soon, the castle gate was right in front of them. Abel could leave now if he wanted to, but for reasons he wasn't sure of, he could tell that the real danger was behind the castle gate. Thus, he decided to give a telepathic command to Black Wind. Not the castle gate, get up the castle walls, Black Wind, Abel told Black Wind from his mind. Immediately, Black Wind shifted its direction and ran towards a 50-meter tall wall, 50 meters. While it was too tall for any ordinary mounts, but it wasn't too much of a trouble for Black Wind. It was a spiritual beast that's been upgraded 2 times. Jumping at this height was pretty easy for it. With Abel and Lorraine on its back, Black Wind made its jump when it was about 10 meters, horizontally, away from the castle wall. As a beautiful arc-shaped line appeared in midair, it dug its claws in a spot somewhere about 10 meters above the bottom of the wall. Black Wind's body was literally parallel to the castle wall. Even with Lorraine and Abel on its back, its claws were still strong enough to cling onto the bricks. After gaining a firmer grasp, it quickly made a vertical climb upward. My spirits, what am I looking at? One of the guards widened his eyes and he accidentally saw this. Another guard came and replied, That's Master Abel's Mount Wolf. It must be Master Abel that's riding it. Well, we didn't see any of that, did we? The guard who spoke quickly turned his head around. As soon as he heard the name Master Abel, he knew that he didn't want anything to do with it. After climbing over the castle wall, Abel could see 2 red-cloaked wizards in front of him. A nervous smile appeared from the edge of his cheeks. After tapping Black Wind on its neck, Abel decided to stop moving. Black Wind stood still on top of the castle wall. As eye-catching as its large body was, all the nearby guards were looking in other directions. No one was looking at where Abel was. Where do we go, Abel? Lorraine asked. She too noticed the 2 red-cloaked wizards standing at the castle gate. Don't worry about it, Abel smiled as he patted Lorraine on the head. After contacting White Cloud with his soul chain, he was able to know which coordination that it was flying at. After that, he sent this location to Black Wind with his telepathic ability. Black Wind suddenly looked towards the sky. After lowering its body for a bit, it bounced off the castle wall and jumped for about 20 meters into the sky. That's about 70 meters off the ground. Lorraine almost screamed because of this. If she didn't cover her mouth in time, those wizards would have figured out where they were going. Abel decided to hug her a little tighter, and because of this, she felt a lot better very quickly. As though stretching out its wings, if wolves actually had wings, Black Wind stretched out its body while it was in the air. After going through a barrier, it made a landing on top of White Cloud's giant back. White Cloud was here. It was using its camouflage ability to pick up Abel and Lorraine. Wizard Cliff was lying about capturing Abel himself. While he did order 2 extra wizards to come to assist him, that's not going to do much to arrest someone who was literally flying away. White Cloud, Lorraine said in awe as she saw the giant sparrow. Even though the eyes of the elves could look far further than the humans, she was certain that she didn't see any birds in the sky just then. After carrying Lorraine to the carriage seat on White Cloud's back, Abel began to explain to her. Abel said as he could see the obvious confusion on Lorraine's face, White Cloud's a spiritual beast now. Camouflage is its new ability. That's awesome, Lorraine exclaimed. After noticing the barrier that was around White Cloud's body, she realized that it was the reason she couldn't see the giant sky sparrow before. After hearing Lorraine's compliments, White Cloud made a cooing voice in response. It was always nice to have someone praise you for your improvements. While looking at the land below him, Abel couldn't help but feel very emotional right now. After coming into this world, he has spent his entire life living here. Families, friends, teachers, brothers, they all lived here, but now he had to leave to go somewhere far away. Just when White Cloud was about to fly away from Bakong City, a giant road appeared from the ground. It was the ground that Abel used when he first came to Bakong City. He didn't expect to see the same road when he was about to leave. Abel didn't have a goal now. If he did, it would be to get as far away as he could from the Duchy of Carmel. That being said, though, Lorraine was with him now, since he couldn't allow her to be in any danger. Maybe it's for the best if he sent her back home right now. Yes, now's the time to send her back to her real home. She must be with her real family. She must be sent back to the other elves. Abel made up his mind. We're going to the Double Moon Forest, Lorraine. Lorraine widened her eyes in surprise. But you aren't a wizard yet, Abel. It'd be dangerous for you if you went to the Double Moon Forest now. The elves don't like having humans around where they live. Yeah, about that, Abel smiled in confidence. I know what I can do about it. Lorraine's eyes were full of doubt when she heard Abel say that. She's lived in the Double Moon Forest before. She knew how humans were treated there. Without the skills for self-protection, most ordinary men had no way of surviving there. Abel smiled as he lifted his necklace for a bit. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. White Cloud was flying fast. As big as the carriage seat that's on its back was, it wasn't exactly a good spot to get some rest. Abel was okay with it, but Lorraine was trying to keep herself awake even when she looked so tired. Abel thought about using his Akara's tent here. If he could open it up here, it'd be a good resting spot for Lorraine to use. After waking Lorraine up from her nap, Abel told her to stand aside so he could take out the Akara's tent. He took out the tent, placed it in the middle of the carriage, and after pinning all corners, he made a gesture to invite Lorraine to have a rest inside. Lorraine was watching this whole time curiously. Since she was watching from outside the tent, she thought that there wasn't much space inside. If Abel is sharing the tent with me, Lorraine's face flushed as she thought about this. When Lorraine walked inside the Akara's tent, she was amazed at what she was looking at. Is this a portal tent? She asked as she turned her head around. Abel smiled. That's one more secret I've taught you. Lorraine looked towards the alchemy table. There was a whole set of crystal equipment on top of it. The Akara's alchemy bottle wasn't there, of course. Abel took it away and replaced it with an ordinary bottle. An alchemy bottle, Lorraine said excitedly. Can I use it to make my own potion? Abel tilted his head for Abbott. Of course, Lorraine, you know how to use alchemy. Not really, Lorraine stuck her tongue out in an embarrassed manner. The most I can do are perfumes. Perfumes? I didn't know they can be brewed from alchemy bottles. Lorraine explained. If you are an elven girl that's born in a well-off family, you have to learn to make your own perfume. It's kind of a tradition for us. How come I don't see you put on any perfume then? Abel asked in confusion. Well, I didn't have any elven perfume before, Lorraine said with a troubled look on her face, but she quickly switched to a smile. Now that I can use the alchemy bottle here, I can make more of my own supplies. She said that, she looked at the alchemy table with a nostalgic expression. It's a shame that she didn't have the materials right here. She must have really missed the smell of the elven perfume. When Lorraine walked into the other part of the Akara's tent, she was even more surprised than before. How did you get so many meditation jades, Abel? Inside Abel's secret bedroom, the entire floor was covered with meditation jade tiles. Lorraine knew that Abel's rich, but this was just on a whole other level. Abel smiled as he watched Lorraine's reaction to his collection. He knew how knowledgeable she was at these kinds of things. Unlike him, who had to read Wizard Morton's account to figure out what these treasures could do, she was able to recognize them by sight. This table is made from an ambergris tree, this chair too, even the bed as well. Lorraine thought that she would stop being surprised a lot sooner. As an elf herself, she knew how ambergris trees came to be. That being said, she knew how hard it was to collect the timber in the first place. For the royalties amongst the elves, Each household would have their own small item that was made from ambergris timber. Because of how rare ambergris timbers were, anything that was made from them would be passed down as family treasures. Elves couldn't grow their ambergris trees. They had to trade with the dragons for them, and dragons were an extremely stingy bunch. Every year, only a handful of the timbers would be bought over. If you weren't the most powerful or wealthy family, you pretty much had no chance of obtaining it. And that's why Lorraine was so shocked when she saw the ambergris bed. After actually seeing the thing, she wasn't sure if it's a good idea to sleep on it. As though having made her decision, Lorraine turned her head back to Abel. "It's a very big bed. I think it will do for both of us." Abel smiled and tapped Lorraine on her head. "What are you talking about? You sleep on the bed. I sleep on the floor. There's meditation jade on the ground as well." Without waiting for Lorraine's response, Abel sat at the wooden chair. He took out the 2 sheepskin books Wizard Morton gave him. Without saying anything, he immediately went to study mode. The first book was titled Things to Know About Magic Runes. Apart from the 7 words that Abel already knew, El, Tur, Ist, Tal, Ral, Ort, and Shale, it also included some other ones that he hadn't learned before, like Sol, Dal, Hel, Ko, Fal, and Lum. Since he wasn't an official wizard yet, he wasn't able to use some of the more advanced ones. As far as Abel saw it, these runes were not complete at all. If his only source was from Wizard Morton, he would be learning only 15 words in total. That wasn't even half of the entire list. Besides, they were all words that belonged to the middle low tier. Lorraine suddenly let out a high-pitched scream. "What's wrong, Lorraine?" Abel asked in surprise as he saw Lorraine pointing towards the pillow. Lorraine was looking kind of strange. "You're kidding. Is this the heart of the meditation jade?" Abel tried to reply as calmly as he could. "Yes, what's wrong about it?" Lorraine explained in a somewhat defeated tone. "You know how much it's worth, right, Abel? Regular meditation jade pieces are already so expensive that people wouldn't sell them in shops, but the heart. According to the myths, if you get close to one, you'll actually double your chance of promoting your rank. And look at how big this pillow is. With a heart about this size, you can make more than 30 necklaces that can be used to promote your rank. Why did you decide to make it into a pillow?" Abel shook his head in silence. The one who did it wasn't him. It was Fowler, and he probably spent a lot of effort carving that jade heart into a pillow. According to Wizard Morton's account, the heart of a meditation jade could counteract against the hallucination syndrome during a promotion. Abel really did underestimate what this pillow could do. If it really could double his chance of promoting his ranks, everybody would be after his head because of it. "Well," Abel said, "let's keep this as a pillow. I didn't know how much it's worth before, but after I do now, I think it's best if I just keep here. If I take it to the outside world, who knows, maybe some kind of disaster will be coming after me." In a not-so-sure manner, Lorraine nodded her head. When she jumped on the bed to have a nap, instead of laying her head on the pillow, she hugged it with both of her arms. Abel watched as Lorraine fell asleep. Soon, he went to take out the 2nd sheepskin book Wizard Morton gave him. It was an advanced textbook for his future training. Inside this more difficult book, there were training guides for low and intermediate level wizards. Apart from that, there were some spell guides that he didn't know about before. Abel had to train alone from now on. Because of that, these books he was given were extremely important for him. Just now, he felt really grateful for all that Wizard Morton's done for him. It's a shame that Lorraine was beside him right now. And since they were flying on top of white clouds back, he couldn't just go inside the rogue's encampment to start training. Oh well, the most he could do now was to memorize the content of the textbooks. The thought of Wizard Cliff came to Abel again. Not only did he break his promise to come alone, but he also lied about waiting for half of a day to initiate the arrest. Abel was starting to get a little concerned. If the materials for the super-exploding balls weren't so rare, he could just use the other half of the meteorite iron to make his own knight's equipment. There were 4 super-exploding balls in his collection right now. As much as he wanted to, he couldn't just throw them all at Wizard Cliff's magic tower in the kingdom of the St. Ellis. When White Cloud had been flying for about half of a day, it would ask for Abel's permission to get some food. It's not like Abel had to prepare the food. As long as it was allowed some time of its own, it would start its own hunt. Abel walked out of the Akara's tent. After looking around, he took out a map from his portal bag. He wanted to figure out where he was. From what it looked like, he wasn't far from Mugen Town. Mugen Town was a small place, far away from the reach of the Wizard Union. And because of how far it was from the nearest teleportation circle, even if the wizards knew that he was there, they couldn't make an arrest immediately. Lorraine was waking up from her sleep. After walking out of Akara's tent, she realized that white cloud was descending. "Are we going back to the ground, Abel?" Lorraine asked. Abel explained, "I'm thinking of going to Mugen Town for some supplies. We'll get something to eat as well. White Cloud's going to hunt for its own food in the meantime. We'll continue our journey once it gets back." "That's great," Lorraine said happily, then pleaded to Abel, "I'm going to shop for some materials to make my perfumes. Can you please let me do that?" "Sure, but you must be with me the whole time. Do you understand that?" Abel ordered. Lorraine replied with a wide grin on her face, "Yeah, I know. We are runaways after all." Lorraine wasn't smiling for no reason. When she decided to escape with Abel, she had expected the journey to be harsh and full of bloodshed. But no, she was sleeping on a giant bed up in the sky. It was peaceful, almost like she was on a trip or something. Mugen Town was a typical small town in the Duchy of Carmel. It was a place that was heavily reliant on its farming industry. When the sun got down, not many people walked on the streets. Abel was wearing a hoodie to cover up his face. For Lorraine, it was a lady's hat with a veil on the front. It was meant to cover up her sharp ears and her pretty elven face. As for Black Wind, Abel had to leave it outside of town. There was just no way for him to sneak in if he was with a giant mount wolf. As Abel went inside, he noticed a sign that he was very familiar with. It was the local branch of Edmund's boutique shop. Lorraine should be able to get what she wanted here. As soon as the two went in, a young staff member came to greet them. Since Abel had a magic golden card in his hand, he was met with a very polite bow. "Edmund's boutique shop welcomes you, dear customer. How can I be of service?" the young staff member said. "No need to be reserved, Lorraine," Abel said. "Just tell him everything that you want to buy." Lorraine mentioned more than 10 types of herbs when she was making the order. As fast as the staff was writing on his list, Abel noticed that they were all very common plants. The young staff gave another bow. "Please wait for a moment, dear sir and madam. I'll go check if we have enough stock in store." Soon, the young staff member returned with an old man beside him. The old man was wearing a very fancy suit. The old man greeted Abel with a bow. "Good day to you, dear sir and madam. I'm the manager of this place. I believe the order that you just made was for some sort of recipe. In this very establishment, we have enough supplies to make about 5 of whatever you were trying. If that's not enough for you, please order now and we'll have it ready for you in 2 days." "Is 5 enough?" Abel asked Lorraine. "5 is good," Lorraine replied with a slight nod. "Okay," Abel turned to the manager. "We'll take all of it. How much does that cost?" "It's 20 gold coins in total, thank you," the manager replied with a bow. Whilst pretending to reach for his pocket, Abel took out 20 gold coins from his Horadric cube. When he finished the purchase, several armored men with weapons came from outside the store. Abel could tell there were about 5 official warriors in total. Among them, there was a strong man with a scar on his face. He was carrying a giant axe in one of his hands. The scarred man said in a loud voice, "I want 10 bottles of the medicine that can stop the bleeding from injury. Also, can I get 2 buckets of refill for my iron arrows?" Abel watched as the scarred man talked with the manager of this store. It felt kind of strange. This was a very isolated town. Why were there so many warriors here all of a sudden? As much as Abel wanted to know, he was a runaway now. Since he was still in the Duchy of Carmel, he knew he should just focus on getting somewhere else. Unless he got his way into the great splitting mountain range, he should never let his guard down. That being said, he wasn't going to ask any questions. As about more than a dozen of the warriors stood inside the store, they formed a path for Abel and Lorraine to walk through. When Abel and Lorraine walked past them, a man, who had a pinch of hair in his nose, stared intently at them. Abel said to Lorraine as they got out of Edmund's boutique shop, "There's an inn over there. Let's get some food before we go." "Okay, if that's what you want," Lorraine replied. Even with her face covered up, her voice was still just as crisp and gentle. Abel regretted his decision as soon as he stepped inside the inn. About more than half of the seats were already occupied. It was very noisy. Most importantly, none of the customers looked like they were ordinary people. Every one of them had at least brought one weapon with them. Now that they were in, Abel had no choice but to make an order here. After getting themselves to a vacant spot, he waved his hand to call the waiter. 1 roast meat, 1 smoked fish, 2 pieces of bread. 1 salad and 1 cup of juice, Abel said abruptly. Since elves didn't eat a lot of meat, most of what Lorraine was having was the salad and the juice. The roast meat was actually very nice. It was a large chunk of beef that had been smoked with charcoal. After seasoning it with some fresh herbs, even a former nobleman like Abel was feeling like eating with his own hands. While Abel was having a good time chewing on his meat, Lorraine was making small bites of her salad. Since she wanted to cover her mouth, she had to move her veil with her hand every time she used her fork. I told you, Blood Axe, those 2 are right here. As a loud voice echoed through the inn, a bunch of warriors came in from the door. Abel raised his head to have a look. It was the same people that he saw at Edmund's boutique shop. Are you sure that girl's an elf-fanged wolf? The scarred man named Blood Axe glared at Lorraine. He sure wasn't giving any respect to Abel. Abel frowned for a bit. As it turned out, the disguise wasn't good enough to hide an elf's true identity. He wasn't sure how, but these men just saw through Lorraine. I thought you trust my nose, brother, the hairy man called Fanged Wolf said. Yes, that's an elf right there. I'm sure about it. I can do more than that, though. If you show me a track that an elf has walked on, I'll be able to tell you what time that elf has been around. Because of how rare the elves were in the human world, an elven girl would be worth about several thousand gold coins if she was sold to slavery. That was a lot of sum for regular adventurers. After hearing the warriors talking amongst themselves in a very loud voice, all the people in the inn stood and looked towards Lorraine. It was almost as if they were looking at a bucket of gold coins. Lorraine felt very scared, but as Abel was calm enough to keep eating his roast meat, she knew that everything was under control. Instead of showing a reaction, she decided to keep eating her salad as well. The atmosphere was starting to become very odd. Everyone was looking at Lorraine and Abel, but both of them were just eating their food. Blood Axe was an experienced adventurer. While leading his own team, he has fulfilled quite a few difficult missions throughout his career. That being said, he knew just the right way to break this silence. Instead of talking anymore, Blood Axe raised his head and looked straight at Abel. As long as someone decided to pick up a fight, he would know how good his 2 targets were. No one was foolish enough to make a stand, though. The adventurers weren't going to challenge Blood Axe. They definitely weren't going to challenge Abel. There was something unique about Abel's presence. It's like he was a king or something. Whether it was his calm demeanor or the way he ate, everything about him showed how powerful he was. When Abel was finished with his roast meat, he cleaned his hands with the napkin on his table. While still ignoring the people that were looking at him, he showed a very satisfied expression on his face. Abel called the waiter that was already hiding under the reception for takeaway. I want 20 more of the same roast meat. By the way, do you have any rum here? After hearing Abel's call, the waiter walked through the bunch of adventurers. He was very afraid, of course. It was obvious that his voice was shaking when he spoke. Yes, sir, we do. We do have a low odd of rum here. Give me 10 barrels. Abel threw a big bag of gold coins on the table. Make sure they are sealed well. Hey, is this enough as a payment? That's too much, sir, the waiter said loudly as he stared at the heavy bag. Abel shooed the waiter away. Just hurry up. The rest is your tip. All the adventurers in the inn were still looking. From their perspective, whoever this masked man was, he was either a fool or someone who was confident enough to take on all of them. They weren't sure which one was he, so nobody dared to make a move yet. As for Abel, he didn't want to reveal his identity and his power. He didn't want the Wizard Union to know where he had been. If he could just scare these men away, he would have a lot less trouble going for him. Soon, 20 roast portions of meat were wrapped up in a bag, and 2 100-pound rum barrels were carried over by several other waiters. Once they were at Abel's table, they were wrapped up with a giant, long rope. Let's go, Abel said as Lorraine was already done eating. After nodding for a bit, Lorraine stood up and walked beside Abel. With 20 servings of roast meat on his left and 10 rum barrels wrapped up with a rope in his right, Abel began to walk towards the exit. As heavy as they definitely were, it looked like he was just carrying a single barrel of rum. These adventurers knew what they were looking at. The weight was just too light to let Abel pay any attention to it. Suddenly, the silence was filled with the sound of these men swallowing their own saliva. If they weren't looking at Abel's figure right now, they would think that he was a giant bear or something. As Abel was walking past Blood Axe, despite the fact that his face was covered, his stare still emitted a deadly imposing pressure. He was very good at controlling his imposing pressure now. If his opponent was weaker than him, he wouldn't even have to do anything to intimidate him. Just like now, there was already a huge gap between knights and warriors, and since Abel's imposing pressure was much stronger than most advanced knights, Blood Axe, an intermediate warrior, had no way to react. He just stood there, almost as if lightning had struck him. When Abel and Lorraine went out of the inn, every adventurer felt like they could finally breathe again. "Everyone's going to laugh at us now. Hey, why didn't you do anything back there?" one of them said. "Well, why didn't you do anything? I thought you liked claiming all the glory to yourself," another one replied sarcastically. "Hey, Blood Axe, what's wrong, brother?" one of the men asked as he saw something wrong with Blood Axe. As this man patted Blood Axe on his back, Blood Axe fell to the ground like a piece of plank. "Wow, what the—" A few more men came to see what's going on. Luckily for them, Blood Axe was just unconscious. Well, he also got a bump on his head because of the way he fell, but he was in much better condition than what most bystanders thought. The inn became silent once again. Everyone knew how strong Blood Axe was. Right now, there were about less than 2 people here who could take on him. Yet, despite all that, Blood Axe was knocked out by that stranger back then. They didn't even know what the guy did to knock him out. Soon, fewer adventurers remained in the inn. Abel might not have known about it, but he just prevented a merchant's cargo from being attacked by these men. Their original plan was to make an ambush around Mujin town, but now they wanted to get away as far as they could from here. After checking that nobody was around, Abel threw his rum barrels and roast meat into his Kong spiritual beast bag. It was getting late now, and White Cloud was already waiting for him and Lorraine. Black Wind. Since Abel couldn't see Black Wind, he decided to call it through his soul chain. Soon, Black Wind ran back with a deer in its mouth. As it laid the deer on the ground in front of Abel, Abel complimented it by patting it on the head. "Thank you, Black Wind." Lorraine rubbed Black Wind's fur with her tiny hand. "Now that's a goody boy. You just got a whole deer for Abel." Lorraine didn't get that right. This wasn't for Abel. Black Wind got the deer for itself. It just wanted Abel to roast it before it could eat it, and what's Abel going to do? It's not like he's got a choice. After all the time they've spent in the rogue's encampment, it just lost interest in eating any uncooked meat. Something didn't feel right. When Lorraine was looking at Black Wind, she actually looked kind of upset. Her eyes were wavering for some reason. "What happened, Lorraine?" Abel asked as he took out some roast meat for Black Wind. I just remembered about Clark," Lorraine said quietly. "Clark, right? That's the horse Abel gave to Lorraine." Abel just remembered as well. Since they didn't have the time to take things slowly, they just left it at Bakong City. He was starting to feel kind of guilty now. Abel tried to comfort Lorraine. "Don't worry, Ken will take care of him." Lorraine replied with a smile. "Yeah, I'm sure he will. He's always liked Clark." When Lorraine felt less upset, she came to feed Black Wind with Abel. When they were done, Abel took her on top of White Cloud's back. They went inside Akara's tent, and while Black Wind was taking a nap, White Cloud began flying east again. It was already dark now. Since it was dark inside the Akara's tent, Abel took out a night pearl from his portal bag. After putting it on top of the tent, it became a lot brighter inside. "You mind if I use the alchemy table?" Lorraine asked urgently. "Yeah, sure, use it anytime," Abel smiled. Since Lorraine wanted to make her elven perfume so badly, even he was starting to become interested. "You mind if I watch you making the perfume?" Abel asked. He wasn't sure if the elven perfume was a family secret or something. As curious as he was, it was still the polite thing to ask for permission first. Lorraine chuckled a bit. "It's okay, Abel. It's not like a secret recipe or something. Including me, every noble elven girl has to know how to make her own elven perfume." As Lorraine came to the alchemy table, she took one out of the 5 portions of the materials she bought at Edmund's boutique shop. After that, she took out many branches of dried purple flowers. "This is hyacinth, Abel," Lorraine said as she placed the plant inside a crystal cup. "It's a shame that we aren't in the right season. I was going to see if there were any fresh flowers. They smell really nice, did you know that?" Lorraine added some water to the cup. After that, she stirred it with a crystal stick. She then lit up the fire for the stove, and once the cup was placed on top of the stove, she chanted out something in the noble tongue of the elves. Abel did learn some noble tongue of the elves as well. He could tell that Lorraine was saying some simple phrases. These words didn't mean anything in particular. But while Lorraine was still stirring the crystal cup, the dried hyacinth flower slowly dissolved in the water. Soon, all that remained was a tiny bit of residue. Abel could sense a spell wave here. As weak as it was almost impossible for him not to detect it if it was so close to him. One thing for sure, Lorraine didn't cast any spells. If she did, it would be the effect of the enchantment she did. While it was nowhere strong enough to form an offensive or a defensive spell, it was more enough to dissolve a flower. Lorraine stopped stirring when the hyacinth flower was dissolved. What I did just then was a faster method to dissolve the flower. Normally, it would take a lot longer for a flower like that to dissolve. But we just saved a lot of time. Quick dissolving. Abel has heard of this before. He searched his Kong spiritual portal bag with his power of the will. With a tap of his hand, 2 sheepskin books appeared. He got them from Wizard Black. It was his trophy for beating him. They were both alchemy recipes. Yes, quick dissolving. It was one of the methods that were used to make the ration potion. It was mentioned in the pages. So, was the elven perfume an alchemy recipe then? No wonder she was using alchemy tools to make it. Lorraine took out another crystal cup. After placing a thin cloth on top, she poured the dissolved hyacinth into it. She started chanting something in the noble tongue of the elves. Again, a dim light flashed over the thin cloth. If Abel didn't pay attention, he might just not notice it. As the dissolved hyacinth was poured on top of the thin cloth, all the residue was filtered on top. The liquid that passed through became very, very clear. This is called precise filtration. It's meant to separate all the residue from the mixture, Lorraine explained patiently. Next, Lorraine held the filtered hyacinth solution in her left hand. With her right hand holding another empty crystal cup, she chanted out something else. Something strange started happening. While the hyacinth solution was still in the cup, a mysterious power lifted a part of it out. The part that was separated looked kind of oily, and it was flowing right into the empty cup. Lorraine said as she gave a satisfied smile at the oily liquid, "This is refinement. I extracted the hyacinth essence from this solution." Abel was starting to smell it now. He was a few meters away from the crystal cup, but the aroma was so strong that the entire space was filled with it. Lorraine used the same few methods to process the other dried flowers. When she was done, she combined all the flowers in proportion to each other. The resulting concoction was a small test tube of liquid. Lorraine held the test tube in her hand. With an anxious look on her face, she started shaking the test tube lightly with her hand. She chanted out something in the noble tongue of the elves again, which made the test tube flash out in 7 different colors of light. The more she shook, the more these lights started coming out of the test tube. Lorraine started chanting out the words faster. She was also shaking the test tube faster. Suddenly, the 7 rays of light burst out from inside the test tube. A light aroma started emerging. It wasn't thick, but it was, in a way, very captivating. To put it into words, this scent could easily reach one's soul. Yes, Lorraine took the test tube near her nose. A sublimation. I didn't expect to get it on the first try. Lorraine took the night pearl to have a better look at the test tube. When she was done examining, she took a small crystal tube and poured the entire mixture in. Abel said, "So that's what meant when you said you're making the perfume." "Yeah," Lorraine replied, "this is one of the ways to make them. Sometimes, if you're using a different recipe, you might have to learn some other ways to process the materials." Lorraine continued, "Since we aren't in the right season now, we can't use fresh flowers to make the perfume. I'm not saying that the one I've just made is bad, but the smell could have been a lot better if I was using freshly picked flowers." Lorraine looked kind of disappointed when she was saying that. With the ingredients that she had access to, this was about the best quality she could come up with. There was no way that a place like Mujin Town would have exactly what she wanted. "Hold up there just a second." Abel pointed out at the alchemy formula for ration potion, quick dissolving, precise filtration, refinement, sublimation. These are all technical terms in the area of alchemy. You'd have to be an alchemist to know them. "But I'm not lying, Abel." Lorraine looked at Abel innocently. The lady who taught me this didn't mention anything about alchemy, she just told me that they were for making perfumes. Lorraine didn't want Abel to think of her as a liar. There was no way he was going to, anyway. If anyone was hiding the truth, it would be that lady who taught Lorraine how to make her own perfume. Maybe she didn't know about alchemy too. Maybe she just thought that there was no need to tell Lorraine about alchemy. Abel has always wanted to learn some alchemy. However, it was hard to find a real alchemist. Throughout his not-so-long career as a wizard, he has never seen an alchemist as of yet. Now, he just realized that Lorraine was an alchemist, even she didn't know about it before. Abel asked in a somewhat embarrassed tone, Lorraine, do you mind if you, teach me how to do alchemy? Obviously, if you're not up for it, you can always just say so. You want to study alchemy? Lorraine called out in surprise. A look of happiness emerged on her face. In her mind, if Abel was learning alchemy from her, she would have all the time she wanted to be with him. She didn't care about alchemy or whatnot. As long as Abel wanted her to, she could teach him anything. For the next few days, since Abel and Lorraine wanted to hide their tracks, they decided to make camp out in the wilderness. They would hunt and pick for whatever food that they could get. Since Abel had his own private storage box, Lorraine could have as much fresh juice as she wanted to. They couldn't just spend all their time moving. Abel wanted to learn alchemy, so a lot of their time was spent on alchemy lessons. Actually, throughout most of the day, Lorraine would be teaching him somewhere with nobody around. In a few days, Abel was able to learn some of the fundamentals of alchemy runes. Beginner's alchemy runes, in other words. Not only did he engrave some of the basic patterns into his own memory, but he's also learned some basic techniques related to potion brewing. Quick dissolving, precise filtration, refinement, sublimation, purification by distillation, accelerated corruption, uniform calcination, and fast fermentation were quickly crammed into his head. Of course, no real alchemy teacher would give that to a student in one go. But that was the way Lorraine did it. Luckily, Abel had already done plenty of self-study. Since he's already had a good understanding of how runes functioned, it took about a few days for him to learn how to draw the right patterns. And since he knew the noble tongue of the elves, it was very easy for him to know how to do the enchantments correctly. One day, when Lorraine was sleeping on the big ambergris bed, Abel snuck his way to the alchemy table. He wanted to give Lorraine a surprise. As a way to thank her for the lessons, he wanted to make his own elven perfume and give it to her. This was what he did. After taking 4 bottles of the elven perfume Lorraine had used, he tried to copy her by adding the purple hyacinth into the crystal cup. But just when he was about to pour the water, he realized something. If he was just going to copy her, all he was going to make was a product of the same quality. With that in mind, Abel took everything out of his horadric cube. He then added the hyacinth flower into the water and placed the cup on top of the stove. He stirred the solution with his crystal stick and chanted, "Out in the noble tongue of the elves." For some reason, the flower dissolved a lot faster than when Lorraine was doing it. Maybe it had to do with the fact his mana capacity was much bigger than hers. Quick dissolving. Next up, it was time for precise filtration. Abel had thought that this technique was just a substitute for filter cloth. He wasn't wrong, actually. Since the technology wasn't advanced in this world, good filter cloths were very hard to come by. After making another 2 portions of the hyacinth flowers, 3 hyacinth solutions were on the alchemy table. Abel took all of them into his horadric cube. And once he was done synthesizing them, 1 bottle of the solution came out. While this particular bottle didn't look any different from the other ones, Abel knew that it must have been a lot better in its quality. Whatever that's been synthesized by the horadric cube, it would always be a lot better than the ingredients that were used to make it. Next up, it was time for refinement. When Abel was doing it, it was very different than when Lorraine was doing it. Instead of coming out as transparent, the oily liquid that was extracted was a shade of light purple. Also, it was a lot thicker in its smell. Abel wasn't an expert on perfumes. He didn't know how rare the aroma he obtained was. While Lorraine was still asleep, her nose was smelling it even when she was unaware. Next up, when Abel finished dissolving and filtering the materials, he synthesized them in his horadric cube once more. When the bottles of the elven perfumes were done, he decided to put them inside the horadric cube. He wasn't planning to synthesize them again. If the resulting product was too perfect, he would have a lot of problems if he was showing it to anyone else. Lastly, After mixing all the solutions in accordance with their proportion, Abel started chanting out the words to reach the sublimation stage. 7 rays of light started filling out the room. It was a lot brighter than the time that Lorraine did it. The lights were expanding out at first, but after a while they started closing in together. Abel could sense it. This hyacinth-based elven perfume was a success. The resulting liquor was a thick shade of purple, which seemed all the more luxurious when it was under the shine of the night pearl. As for the scent, Abel couldn't really comment much on it. He just knew that the smell was making him very relaxed. That was saying a lot, actually, since his power of the will was much stronger than most people. If normal people smelt this perfume, they would probably fall unconscious right away. Well, with a scent this strong, it was hard to call it a perfume. Abel wanted to make something that he could give to Lorraine, but he ended up making bioweapon instead. What smells so good, Abel? Lorraine walked in whilst rubbing her eyes. Even when she was so sleepy, she couldn't help but keep sniffing the air. Hey, Lorraine. I was trying to make my own elven perfume just. Then something doesn't feel right, though. Abel felt kind of sorry to have woken Lorraine up from her sleep. Since Lorraine asked for it, he passed over the perfume he's just made. Lorraine had a strong in her power of the will, so there she wouldn't fall unconscious. Instead of falling asleep again, Lorraine actually felt very awake now. As her eyes examined the bottle Abel gave her, she started mumbling something to herself. Wait, no, this isn't real. There's no way that it is, Lorraine commented. What happened, Lorraine? Abel asked. He thought that there was something wrong with the perfume he's made. What happened is that you're a genius, Abel. Lorraine took another look at the perfume in her hand. For some reason, you've exceeded the maximum quality you can achieve with this recipe. Did you attain a flash of light by any chance? Abel tried to be as vague as he could. I'm not sure, but the portions I used to make this one bottle could be used to make 3 normal ones. Lorraine started raising her arms in excitement. That has to be it. You must have had a flash of light. The lady who taught me this had done it once before. She told me that, if you want to attain a flash of light, the potion you've made must be in a lower rank than yourself. You can have that bottle, Lorraine. Abel took a look at the elven perfume in Lorraine's hand. I was going to give it to you in the first place. It was meant to be a gift. Abel kind of wanted to study the elven perfume now, but he knew he wasn't getting it back. Well, he wasn't planning to. As he said, it was meant to be a gift for Lorraine. Thanks, Abel. Lorraine ran back to the room whilst having the bottle in her arms. She really wanted to try out the perfume now. With a smile on his face, Abel took out the formula for the ration potion. From what it looked like, the main ingredient of this recipe was wheat. With about a pound of wheat, it was possible to make an entire bottle of this potion. All the other ingredients were either for preserving the potion or for adding more flavor to the taste. Read more new novels on listnovel.com. This was probably the easiest formula there was. Technically, all Abel needed was wheat. Right now, he had some in his Kong Kong Spirit portal bag. Not a lot of wheat was produced in this world. Most people could only eat rye bread that was made from wheat barn. White bread that was made with fine flour was only available to the privileged ones. Abel took a pound of white and placed it on the table. Since a pound was quite a lot, he couldn't just use his alchemy tools to handle it. After taking out a tub from his Kong Kong spiritual portal bag, he had all the wheat in it and added water to it. Once he had done the enchantment to perform quick fermentation, the wheat softened in a way that was clearly visible. That's when he realized that this recipe was harder than it looked. Abel had to use up a lot of his mana to sustain the fermentation because of the sheer amount of wheat. He wasn't a real wizard. With the tiny amount of mana that's been released by the spell enhancement, there was no way that he could cover up all of the wheat. For a low-tiered wizard, Abel actually had a lot of mana in him. While it was quite hard for him at his current level, he still managed to make a dough at the end. It was quite funny, actually. If all it took was a spell and some water to make a dough, he didn't even separate the wheat from their shells. Then all the bread-making machines on Earth would have become completely useless. When the fermentation was complete, Abel added more water to the dough so that it could sink. He had to use the quick dissolving spell, which just showed that only wizards could have the ability to use this recipe. For all the techniques he's just used, the mana cost would have been the same as a low-tiered spell. Soon the dough was completely dissolved into water. Since the ration potion was not meant to have a good texture, there was never a need to perform precise filtration. Thus, Abel went to the refinement stage immediately. Out of this muddy solution of wheat and water, he extracted the finest essence and placed it into a cup. Next up, he was going to make some supplementary ingredients. While he's just done making most of the ration potion, now was the time to use sublimation to add the final touch. Soon 7 rays of light burst out from inside the tube. To Abel's surprise, the resulting product became black, almost as if it was burnt out. When he noticed how terrible it smelt, he knew that he failed. That's when Abel remembered what Lorraine said. She talked about sublimation like it depended on luck. The chance was 1 in 5 if he remembered correctly. It wasn't like he was guaranteed to get 1 in 5 bottles right either. For every bottle he's made, he would have a 1 in 5 rates of getting it successfully sublimed. Sublimation, it was an ability that's based on gambling. For every level that the alchemist was higher than the recipe that he's making, the chance of attaining a successful sublimation would be multiplied by 2. Keep in mind that ration potion was a low-tiered potion. If an intermediate alchemist could make 1 successful bottle out of 3, an advanced alchemist would have had almost a 100% success rate. Abel was an amateur. It was very understandable that he would fail. Something bothered him, though. If the odds were against him, how did he get it right the first time when he was making the elven perfume for Lorraine? Was he just lucky, or was there some factors that he didn't take into consideration? It's got to have something to do with the Horadric cube. For the perfume he just gave to Lorraine, most of the materials were already synthesized with his Horadric cube. To test this assumption, Abel began his second experiment with 3 pounds of wheat. After making 3 solutions with the quick dissolving technique, he combined them with his Horadric cube. The resulting product was a synthesized wheat solution, which had a very nice wheaty smell to it. Instead of having a transparent color, the synthesized solution had a milk-white color to it. When Abel used his refinement technique, the extracted essence was even more similar to that of milk. Abel held the extracted wheat essence in his hand. After chanting out the words to perform sublimation, 7 rays of light appeared from inside the bottle. Before he even knew if he had succeeded or not, he could already smell something very nice with his nose. It was the smell of bread made with fine milk. In fact, that's what the bottle looked like. It looked like a bottle of milk. It was a real success this time, but was it luck? Or was it the reason why Horadric cubes have fused the raw materials as expected? After fusing for another 4 times, no fusing failure occurred, and 4 more bottles of nutrition potion were obtained. One thing for sure, the Horadric cube could guarantee that the alchemist would be 100% successful when he finally used it together with the sublimation skill. But the successful results didn't come without any cost. The price was 3 times of the materials were used, which was equivalent to an intermediate alchemist fusing a basic potion. But the most important thing was that, in order to raise Abel alchemy level, those precious raw materials that used in the advanced formula could lead to a huge loss if Abel failed once in the process. According to the previous success rate, even fusing 5 times consistently couldn't guarantee the success rate. But as long as he had the 3 copies, Abel could guarantee success. In fact, there was another key point, the effect of the potion. After the fusing of the materials, the effect has exceeded the original formula. The final product that Abel had not been fusing, once he did the fusing, the effect would be greatly improved. But he did not intend to do that, at least except for the potion he used, and he did not intend to fuse the final product. By comparing to the red wine that he fused, which can affect an advanced wizard's, it was not hard to imagine how powerful the fusing effect of Horadric cube. Rum was a kind of distilled liquor produced from sugar cane molasses. Abel bought rum at about 40 degrees. He bought these wines because he wanted to leave the human world, but he didn't know how long it would take. Rum was the dwarf's favorite wine. He bought these wines to pass through the earth-dividing mountain range. By chance, if he encountered a dwarf, he can give it to the dwarf as a gift. Now Abel wants to experiment with whether the rum has been synthesized once through the Horadric cubes. Now his perception was already very sensitive, far from being as inexperienced as a wizard. Now he could perceive anything unusual about the synthesized rum. Once again, Abel removes the items from the Horadric cube, took a barrel of rum from the space portal bag, finds 3 bottles to fill it with rum, and placed it in the Horadric cube. After a white light appeared, 3 bottles of rum turned into a bottle. Abel opened the cap and glanced at the wine color. The color of the wine had changed from transparent to amber. Best aged rum was golden, but the amber color was darker than the golden color, and it should be older. He took a sip of the fused rum, a strong rum like a fire snake running through his body, and it seemed that the winter cold disappeared instantly. Instead, Abel used all the willpower to sense any changes in the body. After a bottle of fused rum was completely drunk, he came to the conclusion that although this bottle of fused rum had specificities, it was not too special. The rum he fused was almost the same as the aged rum that has been carefully stored for decades, and the most specific feature was that it could dispel cold, and the cold in the body can be eliminated almost immediately. Abel felt relieved. He fused all the rums and got more than 3 barrels of fused rum. For 100 pounds per barrel, this much rum was enough for him to give away purpose. Abel, who had just drunk a bottle of fused rum, was relaxed after completing what he wanted to do, and he felt a little sleepy and fell asleep on the alchemy table. Without knowing how long he slept, Abel was awakened suddenly by a call, which was White Cloud warning to him. He couldn't help but be shocked. The wine thing was really a mistake. Abel did not feel it before by only drinking red wine. Now, after drinking the fused rum, even his knight's consciousness was reduced, and he was reminded by White Cloud. It seems that Abel should drink less alcohol in the future, and he was still running away. He didn't know if one day he would be overtaken by the Wizards Guild. In case he was found without spiritual help, it was likely that there would be big trouble. When Abel stepped out of Akara's tent, he saw that White Cloud was hovering in the air, and the black wind was staring at the sky ahead, making preparations to strike at any time. In the sky, 2 golden eagles fly around the white clouds in the air. Each golden eagle had a dwarf on it. The dwarf has black leather armor. He holds a black crossbow machine in his hand, and the arrows were pointed at the cold light towards white clouds. If it was White Cloud before, it would have scared him everywhere. But since it followed Abel and was promoted to be a soul beast, White Cloud was no longer an ordinary sky sparrow. Holding a crossbow aircraft in front of 2 golden giant eagles and dwarves, they were able to cope with the cycle. This was the earth-dividing mountain range. Orcs are forbidden to enter. If you move forward, you will be attacked, the 2 dwarves said in alternation with the words of beast and common. If it weren't for White Cloud stopping flying forward and hovering in situ, or if they went forward intermittently, the 2 dwarves were expected to attack directly. Abel, standing on Bayan's back, shouted, "Hello. I'm not an orc. Please don't attack. I'm a master blacksmith here to greet you," Abel said, taking the master blacksmith's medal from the space bag and holding it in his hand. The 2 dwarves stared at each other, seemingly surprised to see that there was a human on the sky sparrow. The dwarf was driving near the giant golden eagle and saw the black wind on the back of White Cloud, saying in common words, "Dear Master Blacksmith, if you want to pass through the Rift Mountains, please come back to Moon Guardian City with us for identity confirmation." Abel looked at the 2 dwarves with some depression. Somehow, he would be examined after he had identified his identity, but in the air. The 2 dwarves who ran the giant golden eagle and had a long-range attack, compared with the large white clouds of the body. It was hard to get rid of it without using the stealth ability. Abel's ability did not want to be exposed, and he would not attack the dwarf. Not to mention his relationship with the dwarves. That was, he has just been wanted by the Wizarding Society in the human world, and it was extremely unwise to offend the dwarves at this time. "I agree with you," Abel nodded back. "Abel, what's wrong?" Lorraine came out of Akara's tent and saw the giant golden eagle in the sky and couldn't help whispering, "Ah, this was the golden flying rider. I see the golden flying rider of the dwarf." Abel, this was the most powerful air power of the dwarf. They were the most powerful air power in the legend, just like the human lion eagle beast knight. The golden flying ride flying in excitement explained to Abel. Abel looked a little dignified. According to Lorraine, this kind of air rider called the golden flying ride was hard to see, just like the lion, eagle, and beast rider in the human world. At least he has never seen it in the human world. To the figure of a lion, eagle, beast knight. According to legends, the lion, eagle, and beast knights were terrible. They blocked the Budapest mountain range. Although the Budapest mountain range was very long, it was because of them that Miracle City was not attacked from the sky. Now that golden flying rider was here, did it mean that something big would happen here? Thinking of this in his heart, Abel was a little hesitant about whether he was still going to Moon Guardian City. But when he saw the golden flying rider from time to time, he could only follow them to Moon Guardian City. But before that, he had to put away the Akara's tent. This tent was so amazing. For unnecessary trouble, it was better to put it away earlier. Abel stretched out his hand and folded Akara's tent. Lorraine stunned and threw it into his personal locker. After flying for a while, a stone mountain appeared in front of me. On top of the stone mountain, there was a huge stone city. The majestic city below could be felt from a height that made Abel feel very strange. This huge city was too wasteful. The giant golden eagle was faster than White Cloud. When approaching the stone city, golden flying rider sped down, and another golden flying rider monitored White Cloud. "Lorraine, do you know why the dwarves built the city so tall?" Abel asked, thinking of Lorraine's knowledge of the dwarves. "Abel, do you know the giant that disappeared in the legend?" Lorraine asked, covering her mouth and smiling. "Isn't that a legendary creature?" Abel has seen descriptions of giants in some books. Legend has it that God's most beloved life has a huge body and unimaginable means of spell attack. The most famous was the Titan giant with lightning abilities, but the dwarves stubbornly believe that they are the descendants of giants. The city they build on the ground must be huge enough to accommodate the giant's body and be able to live in the future when the giant returns. Lorraine explained with her voice lightly. Abel has some unimaginable legends about the connection between giants over 10 meters tall and dwarves only 1.4 meters tall. And for this legend, dwarves can stubbornly build all the surface cities so tall. This also reflects the stubborn character of the dwarves. At this moment, the golden flying rider in the sky waved to Abel, motioning him to fly down. White Cloud Body fell slightly to the ground. Abel left Black Wind on White Cloud Body and took and brought Lorraine down from the back of White Cloud. Above the ground, a dwarf in pure black iron armor was looking at Abel, and Abel felt strong coercion. Abel pulled Lorraine behind him. His body was flashing with golden combat kai, and his eyes were flowing. He also exerted the power of the elite knight, which was different from the power of the opposite black armor dwarf spreading around with his own dot. The pressure was issued only in the direction of the opposite black dwarf. Although the opponent was equal to the level of the elite knight, Abel's own coercion was easier to control because his willpower was much higher than a normal knight. Abel's physique had become more powerful, and his strength has surpassed a normal knight, so the strength of his coercion was extremely strong. When the coercion of the two men approached, everyone nearby seemed to hear the sound of two steel collisions. "Stop it!" a loud voice came, and the black dwarf heard the voice and couldn't even think of defending and hurried back. Abel didn't chase after him. Although he was a bit angry when he was attacked suddenly, this place was the dwarf's territory. It was not a good idea for him to investigate the attack, but it was better to be more generous. The old dwarf was wearing a gold robe called the Abel and the black dwarf. Of course, this was what he saw from the color of the dwarf's beard. All dwarves had beards, so it was difficult for Abel to distinguish their age. Only by the color of the beard can one make a rough guess. Abel could see that the dwarf named Ivan was not an ordinary dwarf. After hearing his command, a powerful knight-level powerhouse did not even care about his own safety. The dwarf in front of him had a distinguished identity. "Dear Master Abel, Ivan, the dwarven tribe of the Moon Guardian City, is here to greet you." Ivan, the old dwarf, bowed to Abel. "Dear Ivan, City Master, the human, Abel greets you." Abel bowed back, as the two sides were not of the same race. Neither of them reported each other's title and used equal etiquette. "Sorry, because you were flying ride on an orc sky sparrow, and you use a wolf as a mount. The golden flying ride can't confirm your identity. So you were brought here." The elder dwarf Ivan looked at the white clouds and black wind behind Abel with an exciting light in his eyes, explaining what had just happened. "It should be me who should apologize. I rushed into the earth-dividing mountain range and brought trouble to the nobles," Abel said, bowing and saluting. "No need to be polite, Master Abel, I heard about you. The Wizards' Association of the Kingdom of St. Ellis drove a master blacksmith out of the human world. These short-sighted guys, They will regret it, Ivan's city complimented with a smile. Abel would not tell the owner of the scent. Ellis was waiting for him to return to the human world when the opportunity matured. In his heart, he always thought that the escape was just a journey, even if there was no way for the teacher to find someone to help him clear his sins. He can also return to the human world with absolute strength. This was only a matter of time. Alberta apologized to Master Abel. The Lord of Ivan turned to the black dwarf who had retreated. The black-armored dwarf called Alberta bowed to Abel and said, "Sorry, Master Abel, I just felt the powerful power in your body, so I became offensive. Please forgive me." Abel hurried forward politely. He respected the masters like Alberta, who were equivalent to the strength of an elite knight. He admired it from the bottom of his heart, and his knightly strength was all forcibly improved, which made him admire these masters, who grew through hard work even more. It was just that the action of the Lord of Ivan made Abel secretly speculate that this Guardian Moon City was a strategically important city that separates the Double Moon Forest from the human world, and the owner of this city was to him too friendly. Although he may have a place in the dwarves as a master blacksmith, he did not think that this identity can have such a great effect on the owner of a big city. "Master Abel, please come inside." Ivan, the city owner, shook his white beard and reached out to ask. It didn't take long to reach the gate. This was a real huge gate. The door frame was made of white stone, and the two door panels are cut out of two monoliths, which were carved with a scene of a giant holding lightning fighting a demon. This gate alone was more than 10 meters high. This gate could not be opened without the power of an elite knight, according to Abel's estimation. Lorraine followed Abel quietly. And although Lord Ivan was a little curious about Abel carrying an elf woman, he did not ask anything. Entering the gate, Abel felt a great difference in the layout inside. The tall roof and white stone walls were carved with various birds and beasts, while the tables and chairs in the room were surprisingly short, but lit the room with extra solemnity. Abel only had such feeling once in the human temple. Looking at the carvings on the walls around him, he couldn't help but admire the sculptural skills of the dwarves. He also learned to carve. He knew how difficult it was to carve on this hard white stone. "Master Abel, this coffee is from the human world. Please enjoy," said the Lord of Ivan after the coffee was delivered by a dwarf waiter after seated. "You're so kind." Abel and Lorraine looked at each other, and even Lorraine felt that the Ivan Lord had something to ask Abel for help. "Master Abel, I have some things to ask for." The owner of Ivan saw that the atmosphere was wrong, so he didn't delay anymore and said earnestly. Abel knew trouble was coming, but he replied, "The Lord of Ivan, please say what troubles you. If I can help, I will." "Master Abel, I have a nephew who is suffering from the poison of cold. He will hunt the ice-fire ape in the Double Moon Forest and take its crystal nuclei to heal. I would like to ask for your help." Ice-fire ape, a kind of spirit beast, was described by Abel in Morton's observation records. It was a grade beast, born with a combination of ice and fire. The adult ice-fire ape was a very powerful one among the top-level spirit beasts both in strength and spells. "Ivan City Lord, you ask me to deal with the ape of fire. You really overestimate me. I am only an elite knight, and I have not mastered many spells." Abel was self-aware. This kind of powerful spirit creature was not something that a low-level wizard like him can handle, so when he heard the request of the Lord of Ivan, he quickly shook his head and refused. "Master Abel, you're mistaken. I'm not asking you to fight the ice-fire ape, but I'm asking you to transport our people over with your sky sparrow. You know that the effective time to take the nuclei was 2 hours, so my nephew must also go together, of course. Your reward was a piece of silver money." The Lord of Ivan saw Abel refuse to explain and prescribe conditions. If he was just getting them to the destination and didn't have to take part in the battle, then he could get some wind silver and get to know the city owner. With that in mind, Abel nodded and said, "All right then, when can we set off?" Wind silver was very attractive to Abel. According to his knowledge, wind silver was a special metal. Adding a certain amount of wind silver to the weapon forging process could increase the weapon's windbreaker special effects, increase the attack speed, and increase by how much depends on the ability of the blacksmith. "Thank you, Master Abel. My people will start preparing today, and we will leave tomorrow morning." Ivan the Lord was overjoyed, knowing that he had prepared to arrange a dwarf team to forcibly open a passage in the Double Moon Forest. The cost of doing so was the lives of countless dwarf warriors. The key thing was they might not have enough time. Now Ivan needed to choose some elite combat power to fly directly to the destination and take down the ice-fire ape. It would save time, manpower, material resources compared to the previous method. Master Abel, please have some rest. I am sorry that I won't be able to accompany you for dinner. A waiter will take you directly to your room, said the lord of Ivan apologetically. Abel understood. Ivan's city's owner was afraid that he has to arrange things overnight. How can he have free time to dine with Abel? Waiter brought Abel and Lorraine to the guest room, and the two rooms were close together. I'm going to practice tonight. You just have to send the dinner to her room, Abel said to the waiter who was leaving. After the waiter bowed and walked away, Abel turned to Lorraine and said, Lorraine, I will practice all night tonight, and you should rest earlier. Lorraine nodded smartly. Abel has been with her all these days. She knew Abel's living habits and will be closed in the room every night to practice. She was already very happy and content that they had been spending time together. Abel entered the room, looked around, and found no devices such as the magic barrier method and mechanism. He immediately took out the isolation magic barrier from the portal bag and activated the barrier to completely isolate him from the surroundings. Abel hasn't entered rogue encampment for a few days. He has a new magic sword in his hand, but he has not been able to try it. The only time to use the new magic sword was to dig the soil. He felt sorry for the sword of victory. Took out the town teleport scroll from the Horadric cube, and Abel activated it to enter the rogue encampment through the portal. As soon as he entered rogue encampment, he felt the weather changed. It was still cold outside, but the rogue encampment was very warm. Because the black wind was not brought in, Abel did not save his combat kai, activated night acceleration, raised his movement speed to the limit, and ran toward the Blood Moor. Read latest chapters at listnovel.com. Before, he rode black wind, so he didn't feel the long distance. Now, he only understood Blood Moor's size by running himself. Running at full speed for a long time even made him sweaty even with his superb physique. The benefits of high physique appeared at this time. After a little rest, his body had returned to a state of complete victory. The shadow of the zombie can be seen dimly in front of him. Abel first cast himself a frozen armor and summoned rib bone from the phalanx space. With the ice magic sword, and without Abel's orders, he rushed towards the zombie ahead. Abel held his sword of victory and did not fall behind rib bone. He swung his sword and killed the zombies in 3 swings. How could he kill the zombie just by 3 swings? By watching the ghost appear from the zombie and being absorbed into the Horadric cube, Abel felt strange, then suddenly thought of the superior sword in his hand has an attribute of plus 300% damage to undead monsters. It seemed that this attribute was very useful for the undead. There were only 10 or something zombies in this area. Now, several hundred more were crawling here from the underground. Abel threw a worried look at rib bone. Now that there were so many of them, it could really start to make use of its mass freezing ability. With a swing of its ice magic sword, the already really slow zombies were moving at the pace of a snail. Because of how slow the zombies were, they were actually slowing down the ones that were behind them. It became really easy for rib bone to finish them off. Whenever they were recovered from the slowing effect, rib bone would just freeze them again with the ice magic sword. After that, it would end them with the swing of its blade. It was that easy. Abel was kind of shocked to see how orderly rib bone was executing its fighting strategy. Attack, slow the enemies down, attack. It was even better than when he was doing it. It's shocking that a skeleton could be so quick with its hands. Abel still got his charged bolts, though. As his only area attack technique, also the most mana-consuming one, he could neutralize the zombies in a very efficient manner. Soon, the level 5 charged bolts became 7 lightning arcs that were laid on the ground. Instead of waiting for the zombies to step on them, they actually just charged at 7 of them automatically. The attack point of the charged bolt was somewhere between 4 and 6. Basically, it was cast normally. 9 out of 10 of them would deal about 4 damage. It's very typical of any lightning attack. They were fast, and they could zap the victims that were hit by it. That being said, they dealt the least damage amongst all the spells. Abel wasn't really affected by such a downside, though. Since he was casting the spell with the skill tree inside his Horadric Q, he could always deal with the maximum damage every time he activated it. It was the reason why he would use it despite how mana inefficient it was. Actually, forget about being mana inefficient. Throughout these few minutes, Abel didn't stop casting his charged bolts. Soon, he was already out of mana. Most of the hundreds of zombies in front of him were down by the lot. Those who didn't were just barely moving. When Abel knew that he was reaching his limit and he decided to stop casting any spells, he was switching for a physical attack. As he raised his sword of victory, he began clearing off the zombies that were spared. He could almost kill one with just 1 or 2 swings, and when he did, the blade would help him recover his mana. When he killed about 40 of them, his mana was pretty much recharged to full. He then switched back to casting charged bolts. He wasn't sparing his mana this time either. The fight ended a lot sooner than he had thought. Actually, he was finally starting to feel like a wizard. Before, when he was fighting with spells, he had to be very careful about how much mana he was spending. He had to calculate the number of zombies he was fighting, the ratio between the mana spent and the kills he was making. It just felt like a chore for him, and it was taking the thrills of fighting away from him. It was completely different now. Spells could be cast at his will, and it would only take a few extra zombies to restore mana and become full again. At the end of the battle, Abel looked around and found that there was a small pile of stone bales not far away, where he could just sit down and rest for a while. After approaching the hill pack, he discovered that there is a cave in the middle of the hill pack. Was this an evil cave? Whether or not, Abel also had to eat first. Abel took out a copy of the nutrition potion from the portal bag. Now it was time to test the effect of the nutrition portion and pour the milky white nutrition motion into the mouth. The taste of a mixture of milk and wheat aroma filled the mouth, and a warm current went straight into the stomach. After an instant, he felt like he had just eaten a table full of good dishes, and his belly was full. The feeling of satiety, and at the same time the vitality of the body, is also replenished in an instant. Although Abel was not sure how long anti-hunger agent could guarantee that he doesn't need to eat, for the moment, it seems that the effect is very good, at least it tastes really good. The empty bottle in his hand was thrown into the space bag. Abel took the shield out of the space bag and then added the frozen armor to his body. A lot of white bones were thrown at the entrance of the cave. A closer inspection will reveal that on this small hill, packed hill, the fillings between the rocks and stones are all bone fragments, and the whole hill pack is like a huge grave. By seeing this, Abel felt uneasy, but he still needed to go inside the Devil Cave. This was the only boss in Blood Moor, which would be the first boss he would encounter in the Dark World. He didn't want to miss it. Once again he checked his equipment, shield and sword of victory. Abel took a deep breath and carefully entered the black hole. When Abel entered the cave, his instincts told him to raise the shield in his hands. A howl came out after that. Clang! The shield was being hit. Abel realized that he had made a mistake. He couldn't see anything in front of him, which meant that he couldn't see what kind of hell creature was attacking him. When he was about to take out his night pearl, a fireball came from far back. For a moment there, it started to light up everything that was inside the cave. Abel laid his eyes on it for the first time. It was a giant beast that was standing on its 2 legs. It was big and had brown hair all over its body. It was like an ape, which was accompanied by a bunch of fallen standing behind it. The fireball just then was thrown by a fallen wizard that was amongst them. It was a giant beast. Abel recognized it. They were famous for their supernatural strength and speed. The fireball wasn't far from Abel. When he was about to dodge it, Rib Bone was already running towards it. It was trying to slash the thing with its ice magic sword. The fireball burst out, of course, and the cave became dark soon after. Abel tried to sweep past the giant beast in front of him. When he did, he took out his night pearl to check on Rib Bone. The fireball was too powerful for him to even block. But for some reason, Rib Bone had the audacity to slash it with its blade. It was really worrisome for him. Abel could still see with the night pearl out. Rib Bone was still fine. Right now, it was blocking a fallen's attack with its shield. Abel couldn't believe what he was looking at. The fireball was a pure fire magic attack. Abel knew that he would get a bad burn if he tried to block it himself. Maybe it had something to do with Rib Bone's death kai. If that was the case, then the Orsian priests would have ruled the Holy Continent a long time ago. Perhaps rib bone survived because of how thick its bones were. Abel started casting charged bolts. Soon, a large piece of the ground was covered with lightning arcs that cleared off the fallen and the giant beast. When most of them were eliminated, Abel's finally got some time to look around this place. So, the legendary den of evil. The cave was naturally formed. From the light that was emitted by the night pearl, Abel could see the stalactites that were hanging from the ceiling. As beautiful as it was, the smell was simply unbearable. Everything smelt rotten here. There was also the distinct stench of the fallen. Abel was used to smelling these dirty fallen. But that didn't stop him from wanting to leave this place as soon as he got what he wanted. After walking on a pool of blood, Abel walked towards the fallen wizard that just died. He picked up its magic staff and threw it in his Horadric cube. Fireball again. He spat, then threw the magic staff into his Kong Kong spiritual beast bag. There were 3 types of hell creatures in the den of evil: giant beast, zombie, and fallen. None of them were really a threat to Abel. Since he'd got the sword of victory, he could always recover his mana by 4 points for every time he killed an enemy. And because of his keen sense of awareness and a loyal companion like Rib Bone, he had a pretty smooth adventure here so far. After clearing some of the diverging paths here, Abel started to see some more hell creatures. His charged bolt just gained a whole lot more experience points. Now, if he was fighting against hell creatures, he could just fire off charged bolts for unlimited rounds. At the corner in front of him, Abel could feel the terrible shriek of a monster. Unlike the other ones he encountered, the sound was actually making the ground tremble. It was a corpse fire. It had to be. When Rib Bone heard it, it decided to run towards the source of the sound whilst carrying its shield and sword. Abel quickly controlled Rib Bone with his power of the will. He knew how tough the corpse fire must be. If Rib Bone just went on like this, it would have died for absolutely nothing. Slowly and carefully, Abel reached out his head at the corner. They were at the deepest part of the cavern. A streak of light was coming in from the hole on the top. There was a giant zombie that was standing in the midst of it. It's got a mossy green on its body surface, which was covered by very thick armor. Around it was 7 smaller zombies. They were the mob spawns of the corpse fire, and they were all elite-level zombies. 7, if Abel's memory was correct, a corpse fire would only have 7 zombies around it if he was at the hardest difficulty. But if that was the case, the corpse fire in front of him would be a top-level boss. He should just give up if that was it. There was no way he could get past its defense with his current attack point. But still, after getting this far, Abel decided that he might as well give it a try. He still got some confidence in his speed. The zombies were slow, so he's got plenty of ways to outmaneuver them. If he couldn't do anything to break the corpsefier's defense, he thought that he would just leave the place. Abel cast a frozen armor around his body. After that, he used his telekinesis to take out a magic staff from his portal bag. Once he was ready, he ran out from the corner he was hiding at. The corpse fire shouted at the sight of Abel. The 7 zombies started rushing towards him. And by rushing, they were walking really fast towards him. Abel pointed forward with the sword in his hand. He just fired an ice bullet at the corpse fire. While it didn't travel very fast in the air, the corpse fire was too slow to dodge it anyways. When the shot hit right on, its body was sent backward. It didn't slow down though. Abel suddenly remembered something. The corpse fire had 2 special effects. One was the spectral hit, which could greatly enhance its offensive ability. The other was immunity to ice, which meant that all ice attacks were useless against it. While the ice bullet had little effect of harming the corpse fire, the fact that it moved meant that it wasn't invisible. Abel could still harm it if he found the right way. Abel shot a fireball from the tip of his blade. It was the strongest offensive spell he's possessed. When it hit the corpse fire on its chest, it started exploding. Ugh! The corpse fire screamed, but the fireball was quickly extinguished by the ice armor around it. The burn on its body was very tiny. Worse yet, it was disappearing within seconds. It must have been very resistant against just any spells. Abel decided to go for a physical attack. The closest zombie was about 7 meters away from him. The corpse fire was about 20 meters away from him, which meant that it was without the protection of its subordinates. Abel activated his golden combat kai. When he was ready, he ran towards the direction in front of him. He was going for a frontal stab at the corpsifier's front chest. Because of how tall it was, he couldn't aim for its head. 20 meters wasn't long for an advanced knight like him. Soon, his blade was already in the corpsifier's chest. It was blocked by the ice armor but managed to penetrate through soon enough. Just when Abel was about to continue, a blue appeared from the corpsifier's body. Abel felt very heavy after that. He was being slowed down by its freezing effect. This was not good. Abel was too familiar with what he was feeling right now. He used to do the same thing with his ice magic sword. He would slow his enemies down first, then finish them off with whatever ways he pleased. It seemed that the roles were reversed today.